Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Flora Creation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko Midoriya considered herself a good mother. She did her best to provide for and care for her wonderful bundle of joy and ray of sunshine Izuku, even if part of her still feels extreme guilt about how she handled his quirkless diagnosis. She knew that she didn't tell her son what he needed to hear, but she couldn't bring herself to tell him he could be a hero without a quirk. Deep down, on some logical level, she knew it was possible but didn't want her baby boy to go through what he would have to in order to achieve it. She would rather keep him safe and help him find a new dream and find friends to grow up happy with before eventually finding a great partner and giving her as many adorable grandbabies as possible. Izuku's safety was always her number one concern. Which is why she was currently livid and standing outside her best friend's home trying to calm down before she started doing anything beyond talking. Several minutes later, anger sufficiently reined in and breathing even as much as she thought currently possible, Inko firmly knocked on the front door. She couldn't hold back the exasperated sign and the small upward twitch of her lips as she heard her best friend yelling at someone to get the door. Her small smile was instantly wiped away when she heard a child screaming back to his mother that he would get the door. Inko forced herself to crush the spike of anger that had ambushed her at the child's voice just in time before the door was yanked open and a small child with spiky blonde hair looked at her with a smile and greeted her with his usual, "Hey Auntie Inko." Fighting every urge to shout at the boy in front of her to never call her that again, she managed to respond with a measured, "Hello Katsuki, are your parents both home? The old man and the hag are sitting on the couch, working on some new shirt design or something." Katsuki managed to shout out as he was running back to his room, task evidently considered completed. Normally Inko would have chuckled at the boy's energy by today, it could only annoy her when she realized he couldn't be bothered to invite her in. Briefly stopping to deposit her shoes at the door and slide on her personal slippers the Bakugo family kept at the door for her, Inko stepped in and closed the door behind her before making her way to the living room. Rounding the corner of the hallway, she was able to see the back of her friend and her husband's heads leaning over the coffee table poring over a large sketchpad. The blonde woman raised her head and on seeing Inko her face split into a familiar slightly feral grin. "Inko. Come, we were just looking over the sketches for the new fall lineup this year. What brings you over and do you want some tea?" "Hello Mitsuki. Masaru. Some tea would be great. Preferably something calming as I believe we're going to need it." Inko managed with a genuine but subdued smile. "I'm afraid I didn't come with good news today." The man, Masaru, took a deep breath and moved to the kitchen to pour them all a cup of his favorite tea that always calmed he and his wife and Inko had always enjoyed. Mitsuki quickly put away the designs and the other paperwork, managing to sit down just as her husband was returning with the tea. Both Bakugos focused on Inko for several awkward seconds before Mitsuki broke the silence. "What happened? Is this about Izuku? Is he okay?" Inko took a sip of her tea and gave an appreciative sigh as she reached into her handbag to pull out a small data card. "I have something for you to watch. Katsuki should be here to watch it with us." "Izuku is fine, he's resting right now." Relief filled the faces of her two friends before Masaru gained an exasperated look. "Katsuki did something again, didn't he?" Inko could only reply with a nod and a curt, "Indeed." A weary sign escaped her best friend's lips followed by a loud brat. "Get in here." Fast footsteps sounded as the child in question appeared in the room shouting back his reply, "What do you want Hag?" Mitsuki didn't get a chance to reply as Katsuki was picked up and placed on the couch between his parents by a very unimpressed father. "Sit down Katsuki." The tone in his father's voice froze the boy in place. Dread already starting to settle into the young boy's mind. Inko nodded in approval as she inserted the data card into the large TV and used the remote to navigate to the only video available before hitting play and sitting back in her chair, leaning forward, and glaring at the screen with her hands clenched tightly in her lap. The three Bakugos began watching with rapt attention, but very quickly all three grew incredibly different facial expressions as soon as the camera focused on the playground showing four children, one running from the other three. The picture quality being good enough to clearly make out the faces of all four kids, one being absolutely terrified and the other three sporting what could only be described as sadistic grins. Katsuki and his parents watched on as the on-screen Katsuki tackled the child none of them recognized to the ground, where he and two of his friends started beating the child. His parents' horrified expressions only got worse when they started hearing the all too familiar popping sounds as the Katsuki on screen started weaving in his explosions between punches. Then they heard him berate the boy by asking if he still thought his quirk was cooler than Katsuki's own. Inko noticed the two parents begin to round on the child between them and decided to cough to get their attention. The video isn't over. It gets worse, she muttered with a scowl deepening every second when she and everyone else noticed a boy with unruly green hair run into the frame and place himself between the two sides. No. Mitsuki pleaded. Yes. Inko grumbled as the three adults watched Izuku throw his arms out to shield the fourth child from view. Kaachan, stop. You've already won, you're making him cry. Why are you being so mean? Shut up, stupid Deku. I'm showing this extra his place. He was looking down on me, saying his quirk was better than mine. Now get out of my way so I can make sure he learns his lesson. And no, Kaachan. If you don't stop, I'll have to stop you myself. So the worthless Deku wants to play hero, huh? I guess we'll have to remind you of your place too. Stupid. Worthless. Quirkless. Defenseless. DKU. The three adults then watched in a combination of horror, disgust, concern, and anger as the Katsuki on screen and his two lackeys brutally beat Izuku for the next 10 minutes, screaming obscenities and insults at him the entire time. After what seemed like forever to the adults, the on-screen Katsuki got up and told his followers they were done showing this piece of shit loser his place, and they walked off screen. The video continued playing, being fast-forwarded now by roughly 2 hours before Izuku began moving again, trying in vain for several minutes to get up, looking around confused before a sad look passed over his face and he stumbled off screen in the direction everyone present recognized as his home. I'm leaving this copy with you. I've decided to move Izuku far away from here to try to find him a safe place to learn and grow. I just wanted to make sure you saw what Katsuki did and to tell you that he is not allowed anywhere near Izuku in the future if he can't learn to be a better person. If I catch him interacting with Izuku again before he makes significant changes, I will be speaking to the police and getting a formal restraining order. I still want to continue speaking with you too as we always have, but it will be over the phone, and until I feel my son is safe I won't be telling you where we live. Thank you for the tea. Goodbye. Inko stood and left the room, putting her shoes back on and leaving the Bakugo residence without looking back. 3 days later. Izuku's POV. When Izuku could feel himself starting to wake up, it was to a strange beeping sound on his left. He tried to open his eyes but found them feeling crusty, like when he slept too long and had the bits of eye gunk but all over his eyes. Reaching up to try to wipe some of the stuff away, he felt something like a plastic rope tangled on his right arm. It took some effort, but he managed to clear the crusty stuff away enough to open his eyes to see that he was in a strange room with several machines, and the plastic rope was actually a tube running from his arm to a bag of something that looked like water hanging on what looked like a metal coat rack. Taking in more of the room, he saw a cup and a pitcher of water on the small table to his right, which seemed to remind his mouth that it was dry. Just as he was going to try reaching for the cup, the door opened and an older woman in a white work uniform that he remembered seeing his school nurse wear, so he guessed that she was also a nurse, but he didn't get a chance to ask her before she noticed him looking at her and she gave him a reassuring smile. "You're awake. That's great, we thought it might take another day or so. Let me go get the doctor and call your mother in, okay? I'll just help you get some water first." At the mention of his mother, Izuku perked up, taking the cup from the lady and watching her leave the room again. He barely had time to raise the cup to his lips before his mom burst into the room and ran towards him. Izuku briefly worried that she would knock the cup out of his hands when she would wrap him up in one of her hugs that always made him think that she must have a minor strength quirk, when his mom surprised him by stopping mid-lunge. The look of confusion and surprise in her eyes was all it took to let Izuku know that she didn't stop herself. Izuku heard a loud sigh and turned his head to see the same nurse from before, but the sleeves of her uniform were wrapped around his mother's waist, stopping her from crushing him in the expected hug. "Miss Midoriya, I can't let you hurt our patient any more than he already is, nor can I let you rip his fore out with what was clearly an overzealous hug." He heard his mother let out a short squeak before the nurse continued, voice laden with affectionate teasing. "Now, I'm going to let you go, but you cannot jump on him again, and no hugs while I go get the doctor." Izuku watched his mother make the same face he makes when he gets caught doing something bad and lets out a small giggle, noticing again how dry his mouth and throat are. He takes a sip of water while the nurse leaves the room again to find the doctor. He sees his mother reaching forward and running her hand through his hair in what he knows is her way of comforting them both, so he leans into the touch while they wait. The door opens and a man walked in wearing something like he remembered the Quirk doctor wearing from 2 years ago, so he thinks this is probably the doctor the nice lady talked about. "Hello, Miss Midoriya, little Izuku, I am Dr. Tsachikawa. I was the leading physician in charge of Izuku's treatment during his stay here in Mizudafu Pediatric Care, and I'm here to check on the little guy now that he's awake to make sure that everything is okay." The doctor spent the next 15 minutes looking over Izuku and the machines in the room and giving his mom a calming look. "Little Izuku is going to be fine. He's going to be bruised for a few days, possibly up to a week and a half, and he's going to have burn marks on him for a while, but he'll make a full recovery very soon. Izuku could see his mom's shoulders relax at the news, and she thanked the doctor as he left the room. She turned to him and gave him a look that he'd only seen a few times in the past when he'd done something he wasn't supposed to, and she wanted answers. Izuku, there are several questions I want to ask you, but I need to bring in a guest before I do. I'll be right back, sit tight and don't try to get up. He watched his mom walk quickly out of the room and return shortly, followed by a tall man with a plain face, short black hair, and kind eyes, wearing a long brown trench coat. Hello Izuku, I am Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I'm here to have you answer a couple of questions for us about how you ended up here. Don't worry, you aren't in trouble. I've already seen the footage of what happened in the playground, I just need to clarify a few things with you. Izuku began to tremble when he heard the word detective, but when the man finished talking he had calmed down a lot. Oh okay, I'll try to answer. The detective gave him a nod. Excellent. Now I need to know what started that fight with the other 4 children. Izuku rapidly rocked his head back and forth and took a deep breath. Kaachan heard Kumitaru-kun say that he had the coolest quirk in the class now, and he didn't like that, so when school let out he chased Kumitaru-kun to the playground and started hitting him. The detective nodded again. Why do you think the little Bakugo boy reacted that way? He is always reminding people that he has the coolest quirk in school. The teachers have always said so, and they're right. His quirk is super cool and would be really useful as a hero. The teachers said so? Yes? The teachers have always told Kaachan that he's definitely going to become a top hero with his super cool flashy quirk. That's what everyone is always telling Kaachan. Why does he call you Deku? Izuku froze at this question for several seconds, and his head jerkily swung towards his mom, who looked him in the eye and told him to be honest with the detective. He calls me that because it means someone who can't do anything, to remind me that I'm useless and can't do anything right. He could see his mom shaking in the chair next to his bed and watched her hands curl into tight ball. Do your teachers know what he calls you and why? Everyone calls me Deku. Even the TT teachers. Now he could see the detective's eyes squint, and what he could tell was anger played across his face before he could get his expression back to what it was, but failing to stop the vein visibly throbbing on his left temple. Your teachers tell you that you're useless? Everyone says that I'm a useless quirkless freak. Do the other kids bully you too, or is it just Bakugo? Kaachan doesn't bully me, he's my friend. He practically screamed his last answer and was breathing heavily now, tears welling at the corner of his eyes. Just as he could tell he was going to start panicking, his mom patted his hand to get his attention. Izuku sweetie, Katsuki is not your friend. Friends don't treat each other the way he treats you. Friends don't hurt each other and not check on you to make sure you're okay. Katsuki is a bully and his parents know about it now. Izuku wanted to defend Kaachan again, he really did, but the look in his mom's eyes was telling him that she wouldn't listen to him try to speak up for his old friend again, so he looked back at the detective, intent on getting the rest of the questions over with. The other kids all treat me badly. They all say mean things and hit me and use me to practice their quirks. They take my stuff and hide it or break it. They take my lunch and eat it in front of me or throw it in the trash while I watch. This time the detective didn't bother hiding his displeasure, rage, and disgust plain on his face. Do your teachers ever stop this from happening? No. They ignore it or say that it's good to get practice in early for your quirk so that you can use it better when you're older. Both adults stood up with what Izuku could only see as horror on their faces, like when he watched that scary movie with Kaachan that one time and had nightmares for weeks after it. His mother began to cry and ask him why he never told her, and he started crying too while trying to say that he didn't want to worry her. Detective Tsukachi paced the room a few times waiting for the crying to stop, and when it finally started to die down he handed Izuku a notebook and a pen and asked him to write down in as much detail as possible what has been done to him and by who, paying special attention to what the teachers around him have said and done. Then he apologized and walked out of the room with his mom to ask her a few more questions. Izuku had too many thoughts and emotions going through his head right now. He didn't want to get anyone in trouble, he didn't want to cause any trouble, and he really didn't want to make his mom worry. But he was also tired of the bullying and wanted to hope that maybe things could finally be better. Eyes set in a determined glare normally only reserved for when he is looking for new All Might merchandise, Izuku began to write. And write. And write, providing every detail he could remember of all of the bullying he had received for the last 2 years after his quirkless diagnosis was revealed to the class by his mean teachers. I hope this changes something. Inko followed the detective out of the room, doing everything in her power to hold back the waterfall of tears threatening to pour out onto the floor in an attempt to hide her distress at the situation from her, now admitted, chronically tormented son. Fists clenching hard enough to leave her knuckles white, she struggled to sort through the acts committed by the children and adults against her little boy. Special attention being paid to memorizing the names of the targ. Former teachers who not only allowed the bullying to happen but actually participated in the acts. She knew they would pay for this, just wasn't sure to what extent yet. So many ideas flew through her mind that she unknowingly began muttering, not quite to the speed her son was capable of but still not comprehensible to anyone without a quirk that could play back sounds at reduced speed. Mrs. Midoriya. Inko's head snapped to the detective and replied on reflex. Just Miss Midoriya or Inko please. Is there anything you need from me, detective? My apologies, but yes, once we get the notes from your son we will need to discuss legal options unless you do not want to press charges. Inko could practically taste the tone of judgment in the last bit of what the detective said and smirked. Detective, I will be pursuing all involved adult parties as far as the law allows. I welcome any help you, your precinct, or any legal aid you want to recommend would be willing to give. Children, especially as young as those wrapped up in this, cannot be blamed. The teachers, faculty, and parents of the most egregious, however. They will be held accountable. Inko couldn't remember ever being this angry, not even when she found her ex-husband in bed with another woman. Noticing a few dust particles beginning to gather and form indistinct shapes around her, she shook herself out of that line of thinking and continued. I just need to find another place to live, preferably far away from his tormentors. I've wanted to get out of the city for a while, maybe I'll look into getting us a place out in the countryside. Tsukachi reached up and grabbed his chin in thought for a moment before snapping his fingers, startling Inko out of her muttering trance. Sorry Miss Midoriya, I just remembered a colleague of mine moved here from the Mie Prefecture, said it was a peaceful area with no quirk discrimination allowed in the schools, says it helped a lot because of his mutations to be able to grow up without dealing with the ridicule most mutant types go through. Something to look into if you don't have somewhere else in mind already. The young detective smiled at the look of gratitude Inko was giving him as the door opened and Izuku stood in the doorway holding the notebook in his arm while dragging the four-stand along. Resigning herself to having to explain to her son why he didn't need to bring the notebook to them and risk hurting himself, the little ray of sunshine told her he didn't want them to have to come and get it themselves. Inko took the notebook from him and handed it to the detective so she could help Izuku back into bed. She could hear the detective going through the pages and periodically grunting in obvious dissatisfaction. Turning around when she heard the man clear his throat, she was handed the notes and told to read a section about one of the teachers Izuku had written about and couldn't stop the look of unbridled rage that took over her face. She handed the book back to the detective, confirmed he didn't need them for anything else and saw him to the door thanking him for his time and giving him her number for any follow-ups before turning back to Izuku and tucking him in. Her poor boy must have been exhausted because he fell asleep in a couple of minutes, while she began researching the Mie Prefecture. It was a full 2 weeks later that the doctors cleared Izuku with a clean bill of health and allowed him to check out. Inko had gone with the nurse to complete the paperwork when the doctor flagged her down at the nurse's station for a chat. Miss Midoriya, I am glad to see Izuku well and bouncing around again. I just wanted to make sure you knew that he is at the age where you need to register his quirk so that the authorities do not come looking for you. I'm not sure why you haven't registered his quirk as of yet, but I understand that sometimes life gets hectic and certain things can fall to the wayside, but this is a legal matter that shouldn't be put off anymore. I can help you start the paperwork if you'd like before you leave, if you wouldn't mind coming to my office and describing his quirk to me. The doctor said while maintaining his professional smile, trying his hardest not to judge the young mother for leaving this for so long. Inko, on the other hand, was stuck between being confused and angry at this man for his callous remarks, and before she could rein in her temper she lashed out, screeching at the top of her lungs, "How dare you! It's bad enough that my son has to be berated, ostracized, and beaten by everyone around him just because he's quirkless, but now you want to throw salt on an open wound? Where do you get off picking on a 6-year-old who just spent 2 weeks in the hospital after being beaten nearly to death just because he doesn't have a quirk?" Anyone who wasn't already paying attention to the nurse's station before definitely was now, torn between looking at the clearly irate mother with a manic look in her eyes and what seems like a quirkish doctor who is white as a sheet and clearly surprised by the response. "Ma'am, please stop yelling. I am not picking on your son," the doctor said, waving his arms frantically in front of his face, trying to calm the woman whose eyes had begun to glow a neon green and paperclips had started floating across the nurse's station. "Please, let me explain. I don't know what you're talking about. Your son isn't quirkless." Inko reeled back, eyes losing their glow, stationery falling back to their places on the desk beside her without her realizing she had ever grabbed it with her quirk in the first place, the shock on her face plain for everyone in the room to see. She tried responding for several seconds but only managed to sputter out a slightly coherent "www what?" She grabbed the counter beside her to prevent herself from fainting like she knew she was about to do, and managed to take several deep breaths while several medical staff surrounded her making sure she was all right. After the head nurse checked her eyes, she waved everyone off with a polite bow and looked at the doctor, standing ramrod straight with sweat pouring off of himself, and eyes clenched shut as if readying himself for her to maim him for the perceived slight against her son. Regathering herself, she moved closer to the man and lowered her voice. "Would you mind talking to me about this in a more private area? I would like more information and don't want people staring at me if I come close to fainting again," she said, watching the man's eyes shoot open with what could possibly have been the most relieved expression she'd ever seen on his face as his whole body relaxed and he let out a breath she could tell he didn't know he was holding. "Right this way, ma'am. Let's step into my office so we can go over the details." The doctor hurriedly placated and walked her to his office before shutting the door. The doctor offered her a cup of tea, which Inko politely declined in favor of getting to the point while he shuffled around to his seat. "So, there seems to have been either a mix-up or a misdiagnosis involving your son's quirk status. Could you please explain to me what you were told so I can try to fix this?" the doctor said while steepling his fingers and adopting what he hoped was a calm look on his definitely not panicking face while he stared at the terrifying Mon's concerned mother sitting across his desk from him. "Our family doctor told us 2 years ago that Izuku was quirkless and showed us an x-ray wherein he pointed out the extra toe joint on Izuku's feet and said that if he had the toe joint he was quirkless and should give up hope of ever manifesting his quirk or becoming a hero, traumatizing my son for the next 2 years of his life. Since then we have heard nothing else from the doctor's office other than a notice that he had moved away from the city a few months ago and was no longer practicing medicine." Inko relayed with what the doctor could tell was an explanation she'd had to give more than once before. She sighed and continued, "Izuku has suffered so much since then. His friends in preschool, his teachers who were watching over the kids, now into primary school he's getting the same treatment but worse. Everyone around him save for myself has turned on him and treated him horribly. I just recently found out that the child Izuku considered his best friend, closer than a brother to him, has been physically beating him, mentally tearing him apart, and using him as quirk target practice the entire time. Now you tell me that he has a quirk, I don't know what to think about this." She began taking several calming breaths, eyes closed, almost entirely forgetting the other occupant of the room until he spoke up. "Miss Midoriya, I am sorry that this has happened to your son, but I need to clear up a few things. First, your son does have a quirk. His blood tests came back positive for the quirk gene. Second, there have been several scientific studies done in the last 40 years that have debunked the claim that an extra toe joint makes you quirkless. Third, the indicators that we're seeing from his blood test indicate that not only does your son have a quirk, it's a fairly powerful one at that, and it has something to do with nature. The diagnostician that works here with an analytical quirk is off on a month-long honeymoon," the man grumbled under his breath here, and Inko managed to make out the words, "lucky bstrd," causing her to give a small giggle, "so we haven't been able to figure out anything other than that. I would suggest that you either see a specialist or take the little one out to do various activities in nature or spend some time out away from the city or even just try gardening, anything you can think of that might cause him to begin manifesting some abilities so that we can get his quirk registered as required by law. For now I've left it as an undetermined quirk with a nature subtype and it fits both the mutation and emitter classifications." The doctor seemed genuinely pleased at the look of elation on Inko's face as he kept talking and explaining away her worries, especially at the mention of spending time away from the city. "Doctor, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You don't know how happy this makes me and will make Izuku. I can't wait to tell him he has a quirk and it works so well that it's nature-based. We're moving out to the countryside and will be surrounded by nature, and I already plan to have a small garden for the two of us to work on together." Inko was now beside herself with joy, already moving to leave the seat and run to her son to surprise him with the news when the doctor stopped her with a clearing of his throat and a wave of his hand. She sat back down with a confused look on her face at that and waited for him to explain himself. "Ma'am, might I suggest you not spoil the secret so quickly? It might make your son happier to discover he has a quirk on his own." He flashed a warm smile her way and adopted a conspiratorial grin as he leaned towards Inko. "After all, he's told me so much about how he likes to analyze quirks. How do you think he'll react to having the ability to analyze his own?" Inko returned his grin with one that she'd find more often than not on her best friend Mitsuki's face and agreed with the man before making her way back out to finish the discharge paperwork and collecting Izuku and his bag. She began walking him out to the cab she had called a few minutes ago and helped Izuku get in and buckled up and watched his face form a look of growing confusion and curiosity before he finally turned to her and asked, "Were we not going home right away?" adding the little head tilt at the end that she and her group of mom friends had decided was illegally cute. "We are going home, sweetheart. We don't live at that apartment anymore. I've found us a new place to stay and I can't wait to show you around." Inko poked his chubby little cheeks at this, causing him to let out a giggle that was music to her ears. The two sat and talked about anything Izuku wanted to talk about, but Inko refused to answer any questions about their new home or when he was going back to school. Eventually the taxi pulled over at the train station and the family of two got out, grabbed their things, and Inko led her curious son over to the ticket booth and then onto the train that they only had to wait a few minutes for. Inko sat Izuku down beside her and gave him one of his notebooks to keep him occupied while she settled into her seat to pore over more information on her phone that Detective Tsukachi had been updating her with over the course of the investigation. The two sat in relative silence, broken only by Izuku asking random people nearby about their quirks and scribbling in his notebook about any super cool quirks. Spoiler, it was all of them, until Izuku fell asleep curled up in Inko's lap. The 4-hour train ride eventually came to an end when Inko heard the automated voice calling out the name of her stop, and she picked Izuku up and did her best to carry him off the train without waking him up. She managed to call for a taxi and get Izuku buckled into his seat and halfway to their new home when he woke up and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. His head began swiveling as he took in his surroundings outside of the car, seeing so much open space that he wasn't accustomed to, and just as he was about to ask her what she could tell would be many questions, she watched him grind to a halt. Sensing something was wrong, she curled her fingers around his shoulder and brought him closer to her. "What's wrong, baby?" she asked, hoping to prompt him into talking. It's nothing, Mom. I was just wondering if it was my fault that we had to move," Izuku said while doing the best his 6-year-old body could do not to cry in the taxi. Even as young as he was, he knew how much he cried and didn't want to ruin the nice man's car. Inko had to exercise a lot of self-control to not bring both hands to her mouth and do exactly what Izuku was trying his best not to do. After a few moments to collect herself again, she responded to him in as calm and gentle a voice as she could muster. "Izuku, sweetheart, it's not your fault that we moved. You were having to deal with something that no one your age should deal with. Actually, no one of any age should have to deal with it. You are so strong, but I wish you had told me what was happening before. I could have gotten you out of that situation much sooner. You don't need to take all of the burden alone. You're my baby boy and you are only 6. You are smart, so smart, but you don't know how things are supposed to be fixed yet. It's not your fault, and if I remember what you wrote in that notebook correctly, you have always done everything you could to do the right thing, even when it got you in trouble with everyone around you. I am proud of everything you have done and I want you to keep doing everything you have been doing so far, but please don't hide things from me anymore. I promise you that I won't think you or your problems are a bother. You're all I have and I won't let you suffer alone like that ever again." She punctuated the statement with the warmest hug she could give him while sitting next to each other. Luckily for the driver, they had reached their destination and he, thankfully, wouldn't have to deal with the water damage that was about to be inflicted on his car. He got out of the car and helped the young mother and her son out and got their luggage from the trunk, giving Inko a good-natured nod and smile before leaving after she declined his help in bringing the bags and suitcases inside. She looked at Izuku, who was now whipping his head back and forth trying to take in everything about the house in front of him. All things considered, it was much larger than their apartment, the perks of the reduced housing costs in the countryside, and the large fenced-in front yard which wrapped around both sides of the house, transitioning from the wooden picket fencing out front to the chest-high, for Inko, white concrete walls that led to the backyard. His eyes widened as he took in the house itself, a large white home with a covered top front porch held up by wide, sturdy pillars and framed by uninhabited planting beds just under the windows spaced out over the face of the structure. His eyes ran up, head tilting back as they continued sliding further and further up, seeing the second story and the high roof with the chimney poking up out of the left side and multiple windows that looked like they might open outwards and upwards to allow hot air to escape in the summer or be closed to let the sun warm the attic in the winter. So engrossed in what he was seeing as he didn't register the look of relief that flooded Inko's face as she watched him looking over the place, not sure what she'd do if he didn't like the house she picked out for them. She was so focused on his apparent acceptance of the new place that she didn't react instantly when he turned to her with stars in his eyes. "We get to live here now? This place is so big and we have a yard now? Can we go around back or wait? No, we should go inside. Izuku in all his excitement flew into one of the Midoriya mutterstorms. "She will get that trademarked. She doesn't know how yet, but it's so cute that she'll find a way," before he could stop himself, and she let him go on until he needed to take a breath before she cut in to stop him from continuing. "Yes, Izuku, we live here now, and there's a bigger yard out back that I can't wait to show you, but we really should get our stuff put inside and maybe get something to drink first before I give you the big tour." She gave him a smile that he matched, and suddenly everyone in the new town felt the need to shield their eyes, and even though they didn't know why, they knew that everything was too bright. The boy jumped up and down and grabbed a bag in each hand before running to the door, dropping them off carefully, and running back to help with more of the bags. Inko chuckled and laughed at his eagerness, knowing that he was already happier than she had seen him in months. Maybe tomorrow you could help me plant a few things, some flowers for the planting beds here in the front under the windows, and maybe a small garden for us out back? She did want to add some more life and color to the place, as it was mostly just a blue shingled roof on a white house with a green front yard, not exactly something that screamed lived into her, and she could cross off one of the suggestions from the doctor if Izuku's Quirk didn't respond to planting the garden as he had mentioned. She could only give another gushing smile when he turned his megawatt toothy grin on her again while nodding his head so fast she was almost worried he'd toss it off his shoulders. Good, let's get this put away then. The next day, Inko made sure to get the map for the town they lived in now downloaded and saved to her phone, and had the app open so that she could make use of the GPS function before she led them both out on a 20-minute walk to the closest store that looked like it might be a nursery. She was pleasantly surprised when it turned out that she was right, and the young man behind the counter greeted them with a bright smile and asked if he could help them find anything. Inko took up her thinking pose, back straight, one arm holding the other up to cup her chin and tapping her middle finger while she considered what she wanted, while thinking of how best to do this in a way that might show her what Izuku's Quirk could be. Could you please show us the seeds for the seasonal vegetables and some assorted flowers, seedlings for a few bushes, and saplings for a couple of native fruit trees? I want to get a variety for a home garden, some color in our front yard, and have some fruit trees that we can pick from in several years. She listed off what she wanted and why without falling into a mutter storm of her own, a result of years of practice and many embarrassing secrets being shared accidentally. The two Midoriyas followed the young man through the store, taking his recommendation for nearly every plant introduced to them and writing down the care instructions for everything that they eventually purchased, and set up a time for DLVRY so they could go get their groceries. Walking to the nearest grocery store was another 10-minute trek through the small town, with many people greeting them and asking if they were new to the area, something to get used to with everyone knowing everyone else when the population density was so low, to be sure. They explored the grocery store and picked out all of the essentials for the next week, including ingredients for Izuku's favorite katsudon, though Inko didn't tell him that yet, keeping it as a surprise for him in case he fell into another depressive funk later. The walk back home was uneventful if heartwarming, with all of the locals continuing to greet them and initiate small talk, including a woman with shoulder-length light brown hair that seemed to lift itself slightly, holding hands with a girl around Izuku's age that looked remarkably similar to the woman, but with little pads on her fingers and small round blush marks on her cheeks. Inko and the woman, Uraraka Hoshi, hit it off very quickly over their shared love of their children, and each tried to seem like they weren't watching their children as the little girl, Ochako was her name, lovely name Inko thought, shuffled up to the shy Izuku and tried to strike up a conversation. Hi, I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet ya. I don't remember you from school, what class are you in? Ochako rattled off with the brightest smile. Inko had seen on any child that wasn't Izuku. Speaking of Izuku, the poor boy could barely get out a few choked noises for several seconds before finally getting his mouth to start working. Hello. I am Midoriya Izuku. And nice to meet you too. My mom and I just moved here yesterday and I haven't been to the new school yet. Inko was proud of his stutter slowly going away the longer he talked to the girl. Hopefully he could make a new friend that seemed very nice so far. Oh, so you're new here. Where do you live? Can I come play? The little girl's eyes lit up with stars while her mother chuckled and whispered conspiratorially to Inko, do you mind setting up a play date sometime? I think she might start a riot if I tell her no at this point. Inko joined her with a whispered, if she wants to play she can come over any time. Izuku won't be starting school for another week while we adjust to the new place, so you and your daughter are welcome any time, though we will be planting today when we get home. She quickly checked her watch, do you have anything planned around 3? We should be done planting the bushes and flowers in the front yard by then, and they can run and play in the backyard. I think Izuku would love to have a new friend so soon after moving, and you can both stay for dinner if you like. Don't tell him, but we're having katsudon, it's his favorite. If we wouldn't be a bother, I don't see a problem with that at all. My husband will be working until late anyway tonight, so it gives us something to do besides strolling around town or being cooped up in the house. Hoshi said with a gentle smile, holding out her hand for Inko to shake. Grabbing the hand she was offered, Inko returned the smile, you wouldn't be a bother at all. Izuku hasn't had a good history with his friends where we used to live, so I want him to have someone he can trust as soon as possible. Who knows, if they remain friends we might be closer in the years to come. I know I need more people my age to interact with. My best friend is currently unable to be physically present in our lives, so I'd like some time to chat and maybe get to know you. I think we can work something out. We seem to be heading in the same direction. Shall we follow you home so that we know where to go when 3 o'clock rolls around? Hoshi says as she starts walking again, making sure to clasp her daughter's hand in hers while the children were still talking. Sure thing, we're not too terribly far away now, just a few more minutes down the road. Inko said as she took Izuku's hand in hers and started walking with, hopefully, the new family friends. Soon after the 4 of them arrived at the new household and the Urarakas bid farewell until the afternoon with both Midoriyas waving goodbye and Izuku shouting that he would see them later. Inko asked for Izuku's help with the groceries quickly before the plants arrived. The two made quick work of the groceries, Inko still hiding the fact that she picked up everything for Kaachan, when they heard a loud horn blaring in the road out front. The 2 of them hurried out to help unload the truck and the driver was nice enough to help move the bushes and saplings to where they needed them since they were the heaviest of what was purchased. Inko made sure Izuku gave a sincere thank you to the nice man, and once he'd left they stared at the pots of bushes and bags of mulch and fertilizer, both ready to work hard and get the front yard planted as soon as possible so that they'd have more time with the new possible friends. Inko tried to be as subtle as possible in ensuring that Izuku had a hand in planting everything, from the large pots of camellia to the comparatively tiny dwarf barberry shrubs to the hopefully vibrant flower seeds that were planted based on color patterns that Inko thought might be tasteful. She wanted something to break up the monotony of greens and whites, not a tacky color explosion more fit for a glitter factory floor. Thank you very much. She kept a close eye on Izuku as he struggled to help her lower the bushes into place and pack them back in with topsoil mixed with fertilizer and topped with what was apparently cedar mulch, neither of them knowing if that meant anything, and meticulously placing each seed where she had marked and carefully filling those in while she read off the instructions for each one for optimal growing conditions starting from seed. All in all they worked and planned and occasionally had to move a bush around after realizing what flowers should be popping up where, but near 2:30 they finished and Inko sent him in to wash up quickly so that he wouldn't be covered in dirt when his new friend arrived. She herself stepping into the shower quickly as soon as he left the bathroom, deciding to take a proper bath later in the evening. She got redressed and started making snacks and tea when she heard knocking at the door. Before she could say anything Izuku had zoomed to the door and opened it with as much energy as a 6-year-old could muster, which even after spending 4 hours planting a garden was still quite a lot, narrowly avoiding slamming the door into the wall behind it and squealing out greetings to the guests. Inko watched fondly as he told Mrs. Uraraka where to find her and grabbed little Ochako's hand to direct her to the backyard to play. Hoshi too caught up in the fluffy atmosphere to interrupt before moving to the dining room with Inko to watch the children through the large window by the table. He sure has a lot of energy left in him. Did you have the nursery plant everything, or is he just that hyper normally? Ochako has always been energetic, but this might be the first time another child is keeping up with her. Hoshi said while watching the two run around laughing joyfully, displaying an innocence that only children could. He's always been like this. Back when the teachers were still telling me what was going on, they'd always comment on how he was almost always the last to settle down for a nap and kept the other kids on their toes whenever they played outside for recess. I don't know where he gets it from, to be honest. I was never that active as a child, and from what his father told me, neither was he. Inko said after taking a sip of her favorite comfort tea. The mothers sat in comfortable silence for several minutes just watching the kids until they finished the first cups of tea each when Inko asked for Hoshi's opinion on the arrangement out front, both stepping back out the front door and trusting the kids to stick to the backyard and stay safe for a couple of minutes without them. They stepped through the cobble and slate path towards the front gate to take a better look while Inko held out the map they'd plotted with each different type of flower and shrub and was so engrossed in fiddling with it that she didn't hear when Hoshi gasped beside her. She definitely felt the tap to her shoulder afterwards though. I don't think you're going to need the map to tell me where everything is, Inko. Hoshi commented while staring ahead and leaving her mouth wide open. Inko gave an inquisitive hum while turning back to see what she meant. Suddenly Hoshi's silence made much more sense. Both women watched as flowers by the dozen sprung up out of the soil and began to bud and blossom before their eyes, bushes growing to fit the area they had set aside for them and flowers popping up along the foliage right after. It was fascinating, beautiful, entrancing, and suddenly it stopped. The flowers all vibrantly colorful, the bushes grown to the perfect size, even the fragrance was hitting them now. It was intoxicating. They felt like they were watching something straight from a fairy grove and couldn't look away. Until they heard Ochako shouting for them from in the house. Both mothers were startled from their stupor and ran back inside towards the back door where they found a clearly distressed little girl trying to pull an unresponsive Izuku towards the house. They rushed in to find out what happened, Hoshi checking on Ochako and asking for information while Inko made sure Izuku was still breathing. She lost all the built-up tension in her shoulders when she realized that he was just sleeping, the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest signaling that he wasn't in danger right now, and picked him up to move him back inside while Ochako struggled to tell her mother what caused this. She still managed to pick up what the little girl was saying once she calmed down enough to talk through the tears, and her mother had picked her up to move her inside as well. We were just playing tag, and he was asking about Miq Quirk. He just stopped talking and fell over. I don't know why. Is he okay, mommy? The poor girl was distraught, and Inko wasn't going to let her sit there and blame herself, not when she finally managed to calm down enough to remember that this was likely just a side effect of Izuku's quirk. His plant growth? Quirk? She'd have to do some research on that later. For now, a crying little girl needed reassurance. It's okay, Ochako sweetie, I think he just got tired because his quirk finally manifested for the first time. You did nothing wrong and he should be fine in a little while. She watched as the girl slowly turned her head towards her, with confusion growing visibly on her face through the tears, which had thankfully stopped. But Izuku said he was quirkless. Did he fib? I don't like fibbers, she said while clenching her fist in front of her towards the couch Inko had laid him down on. Honestly, it was adorable, and Inko didn't blame the girl. She was a bit surprised that his quirkless status had already come up in conversation between the kids, but she'd ask about that later. No, sweetheart, he didn't fib. He was told shortly after his 4th birthday by a doctor that he was quirkless. He's been bullied a lot because of it, and it's part of the reason we moved here, to get him far away from his tormentors. The thing is, he got hurt really badly just before we left, and when we were at the hospital another doctor asked for details on his quirk, a quirk we didn't know he had. The doctor said it had something to do with plants, so I kept it a secret from him and had him help me plant all those bushes and flowers you saw when you got here out front. I was going to keep trying different things with plants until I either figured out what his quirk was able to find a specialist with an analysis quirk to tell us directly, or exhausted every option and accept that the first doctor was right and Izuku really was quirkless. Inko explained while looking directly in the little girl's eyes and pointedly ignoring Hoshi's gasps and distressed looks while she listened in. So he's not quirkless? Why didn't you tell him that? He seems to really like quirks. I think he'd want to know if he had one. Ochako yelled, seemingly trying to stick up for her new friend and endearing herself more to the Midoriya matriarch in the process. I didn't want to get his hopes up again in case we couldn't figure it out. He's already had the bad news given to him once by a really mean doctor. I didn't want him to have to go through it again. But now we know. He grows plants. Would you like to see what he did? We can show him later together when he wakes up. Inko made every attempt to stick an excited look on her face, didn't take much as she was quite excited, and explained her reasoning to the little girl in front of her while holding out her hand so she could lead her out to see what Izuku had done. Oh. Okay then, yeah. Let's go see what Izuku made. Ochako yelled while dragging her mother and Inko to the front door with her, Hoshi reaching forward to grab her and hold her tightly to her side and motioning for Inko to cover Ochako's eyes so they could surprise her with the whole view instead of her getting a spoiler as she ran out the door. Chuckling at the gesture, she complied with the other mother and they moved outside while preventing the little one from seeing anything too soon. When they reached the fence gate and turned around, Inko removed her hand from Ochako's eyes when Hoshi gave the signal, and they both watched the wonder on the child's face as she was now taking in the colors and all the different types of flowers that popped up since she had gotten there. Wow! So pretty! Ochako squealed in glee, hopping down from her mother's arms and running over to get a closer look and freeing her mother to question Inko further. So, you didn't know your son had a quirk? Hoshi asked. No, his previous pediatrician quirk specialist told us he was quirkless because he had the extra toe joint. I don't think he ran any other tests and it irked me, so I did some research. That method has been outdated for the last 50 years. To think he turned my little boy into the shy ball of anxiety that you met when he used to be so outgoing and always eager to meet and talk to new people. Inko said while doing breathing exercises to calm the rage that boiled up upon remembering Dr. Tsubasa. I have lodged a complaint against him in the hospital he worked at. He nearly ruined my son's life because he was too lazy to run a blood test. She almost succeeded at keeping her tone steady and not popping a vein on her temple. That's horrible. I hope you get some sort of compensation for that, and at least now Izuku won't have to deal with the stigma any longer. I'm sure his outgoing nature will make a return in time now that he won't be dealing with people picking on him for his lack of a quirk. Not that I ever understood why that was such a big deal. My own quirk is kind of useless for almost anything, and my husband's is useful but not terribly so outside of our profession. Speaking of husbands, do you have one, and if you do, where is he? Hoshi displayed her innate supportive nature and did her best to lighten the mood a bit with what she thought were pretty safe questions. Inko sighed at the last question but decided to go in order. I'm being told we'll receive a small payout for the school supplies he's lost to bullying, another small payout for medical malpractice, a slightly larger payout for emotional duress, and was told that his previous doctor would have had his license revoked but he is no longer practicing and has moved away. No one knew where to though, so I couldn't complain to him directly. As far as my ex-husband goes, I hope to never see him again after I caught him with his coworker. She fumed again at the reminder of her adulterer ex-husband but was able to put away the distressing memories quickly when she noticed Ochako running back to them, so she turned her full attention on the little girl. Mommy, do you know when Izuku is going to wake up? It doesn't feel fair that he hasn't gotten to see what he made yet. Ochako said in a raised voice while bouncing up and down and a small pout on her face. Apparently her raised voice was just loud enough to rouse a certain sleepy boy who staggered into view holding the door frame for support and looking at them with bleary eyes, clearly not quite awake yet. Ochako noticed him and shouted his name while she ran over to help him outside to see what he did. It might be that he was still not awake enough to process anything Ochako was saying to him just yet, but he allowed her to help him drag his feet over to the two adults until he got close enough for Inko to pick him up and turn him away from the plants quickly, wanting to surprise him when he finally became awake enough to realize what was going on around him. Izuku sweetie, you in there yet? Inko couldn't hold back her chuckle at the clearly still mostly asleep boy in her arms struggling to get a grasp on the land of the living again. His quirk really did a number on him. We need to figure out how exactly it affected him later. Time to watch something that should have happened 2 years ago. Inko pumped herself up mentally and emotionally for this one. Are you following me here, sweetie? Nod once if you can hear me. A slow nod from her baby boy signaled that while tired he was, indeed, listening to her, and she took a deep breath. Izuku, do you remember Dr. Tsubasa? An instant frown followed almost immediately by a grimace answered that question. Do you remember how he told you that you were quirkless? Tears started flowing while his face morphed into a pained expression that she never wanted to see on her son's face again, and she was sure this was going to be a big step in that direction. Izuku. He lied. The tears didn't stop altogether, but they did slow down to a crawl while his expression turned from dejected sadness to inquisitive curiosity, still marred by a sense of depression and exhaustion. He told us that you didn't have a quirk based on an extra toe joint. Izuku nodded to show he remembered. That test was disproved 50 years ago. His eyes widened to nearly comical proportions at this, but he couldn't get actual words past his lips, just stuttered, muttering so far. I'm going to show you something, all right? I just wanted to make sure you were ready beforehand, sweetheart. Inko said, watching as he gave a nearly imperceptible nod while still making incomprehensible noises with mostly unfocused eyes. She sighed and thought to herself, this is probably the best I'm going to get for the next hour. Oh well, I've waited long enough for this and I know he has too, before slowly turning around, making sure Izuku's gaze was pointed straight forward to see the freshly planted front yard that he himself helped put together over the last few hours. The effect was nearly instantaneous. His face froze up entirely. She was honestly a little worried because she noticed he had stopped breathing, so she bounced him once softly to reboot his system, so to speak. He took a deep breath, mouth left hanging open for several seconds before she reached up to close it for him, which he invalidated shortly after by letting it fall open again. She then watched in exasperation when he reached for his thigh and pinched himself, wincing painfully. He could have just given himself a light pinch, before his face reflected the realization his mind must be going through right then. He probably just proved to himself that he was awake, which means 5, 4, 3, 2, Awayawind. What? Chow. I don't know much about plants B, but they don't grow tea that fast, alright? Izuku, of course, went through his checklist, starting with blaming his own lack of knowledge, a smart thing to start with. It reminded Inko just how intelligent he was despite his age. Is this the Q quirk of one of the P people from the place we bought these from? Step 2, blaming someone else. B, but then H, how did it and not T take effect until now? Step 3, removing inconsistencies. B, but your quirk is moving S small T things. Oh, that one wasn't expected. Repeating steps 2 and 3 again, he might ask Hoshi about her quirk if that's the CA. Is this why your quirk, Uraraka-san? Earning a shake of the head and a gentle smile but no verbal responses from the other adult, Inko would have to thank her later for allowing him to work through this on his own. B, but Ochako-chan said her quirk W was 0G gravity. SOTH, that M means. Here it comes, thought Inko, seeing the anticipation on the faces of the other two people watching her boy come to the only possible conclusion at last. This. I did this. I did this. I did this. I did this. I have a quirk. I have a quirk. Mama have a quirky have a quirk, look at sopra time a kirk grutheflowers. Izuku began shouting, rocking back and forth in her arms rapidly enough that she felt safe enough to set him down on his own feet where he stood rooted to the spot, his smile growing to cover nearly all of the space it possibly could on his face, his big eyes growing more and more expressive by the nanosecond. Inko watched as her son's face lit up like the sun, bringing forth a visage of pure and innocent happiness that she hadn't seen him make since before his diagnosis 2 years ago. Eventually she will be following up in any way she could about that untraceable doctor, but she threw that train of thought into the sun for now. She instead reached for her phone and began recording Izuku, unhappy that she didn't think to do so earlier before feeling a tap on her shoulder and moving her gaze to Hoshi, who was already holding her phone up, seemingly having been recording the entire time. How did she miss that? Hoshi herself leaning in to whisper that she would send her the video afterwards. Inko beamed at her new friend before turning to the sound of her son singing to his new friend about his new quirk while holding her hands in his, bringing a giggle up from the depths of her diaphragm on seeing the two children jumping in circles shouting about Izuku's new quirk. This is a good day, she thought, and couldn't wait to watch Izuku when he inevitably remembered that he could now spend time analyzing his own quirk. Speak of the devil, he just started shouting about wanting to know what all he could do, and Inko? Inko was elated. Gonna have to tell Mitsuki about this one. After an eventful afternoon visit from the new friends of the family, the time spent mostly enjoying watching Izuku try to break down what his quirk might be capable of, and Inko having called to make an appointment at the local quirk specialist's clinic, Inko could tell how tired her son was after everything that happened. She got him to go clean up before bed and made sure he was tucked in before she left the room and grabbed her phone, making sure to save the video Hoshi sent to her. She really didn't know how she didn't notice her filming from the moment he showed up at the door frame, before shooting a copy of it over to Mitsuki with the promise of lots of punishment if she said anything about it to Katsuki. She watched as the indicator changed from sent to seen and set her phone aside for the few minutes that she knew her bombastic gal pal would spend watching the short video, waiting for the notification of a reply. She didn't wait long. Me, file, exciting news.mp6 sent. Yappy pom-pom beach, surprised face. Izu got his quirk. OMG, he looks so happy and that little girl is adorable. Me, I know, right? Look at her little cheek blushes. They're permanent. She's also got these little pad things that look a lot like toe beans on her fingertips. Makes things float when she touches them. She's also fiercely protective of Izuku and they've only known each other for a couple of hours. Yappy pom-pom beach, it's great that he's got a friend already in a new place. Have you figured anything out about his quirk or his education? Me, so far we know he can accelerate the growth of plants, don't know the conditions yet, but we have an appointment for the local quirk specialist tomorrow. He'll be starting school in a week. Yappy pom-pom beach, that's a nifty quirk, at least you'll never have to worry about having a nice yard. Do you know if it works on fruit trees or vegetables yet? Would save you a lot of money on food costs. Me, we're going to try it out in the morning. When his quirk activated today, it knocked him out cold. He was out for nearly 20 minutes while we were trying to calm his new friend down. I think maybe his quirk tried to grow too many things at once and it looked like he might use his own stamina as a fuel source to speed up the growth or something similar. Anyway, we'll be planting part of the vegetable garden and some fruit trees we picked out today after breakfast so that if he gets knocked out again we'll have plenty of time for him to wake up and get cleaned up for the appointment at noon. Yappy pom-pom beach, awesome. Hey, if his quirk does work on fruits and veggies, mind sending some to me every once in a while? It'd be nice to get some produce from somewhere I know isn't spraying them down with pesticides. Me, depends on how bad his drawback is. If he knocks himself out growing a few cucumbers, then we're going to be waiting on trying to produce enough food using his quirk for ourselves, let alone anyone else. Might have to wait for him to build up his stamina a bit more. Never thought I'd ever consider Izuku lacking in stamina. That child doesn't stop running around ever. Yappy pom-pom beach, I noticed that too. He might not be the fastest, but he just doesn't stop. Hey, that's something you can bring up to the doc in your visit. If his quirk uses his stamina like you think it does, maybe it also helps him build up his stamina to better utilize the growth aspect of the quirk. I remember one of our clients mentioned her daughter had a similar quirk that used her stamina to produce these spirals energy beams, and she said that as her daughter uses her quirk she increases her overall stamina at the same time. Me, oh, I hope that's how it works. I was thinking I might have to put him into all sorts of sports to build stamina to have a hope of being able to use his quirk the way he wants. He spent all afternoon brainstorming ways to use his quirk for heroics. I know I wasn't entirely supportive of his dream beforehand, but if he can prove to me he can use his quirk to stay safe, I'll be backing him up from now on. Yappy pom-pom beach, hey. Don't blame yourself too much, you were just a worried mother trying to keep your boy safe. It wouldn't have been so bad if the flaming pile of garbage was actually a decent person parent and helped support you two that day. Anyway. Keep me posted with updates on Izu's new quirk. I'm going to head off to watch a show with Masaru since it's quiet in the house now that the brat isn't screaming every 10 seconds. Anger management and therapy have been so good even for the short time he's been forced to take them. He's actually sitting through them? Color me surprised. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach. Well, the first couple sessions he was insufferable, but by the fourth time his therapist managed to break through his thick skull that he was being the opposite of heroic. He has been mellowing out now that we got him to understand that if you had wanted to he'd never have been allowed to pursue the career he wants because of everything he's done so far. I'll be honest, I wanted to. I really wanted to. That's not even the worst thing I wanted to do to him when I first read everything he said and done to Izuku since he was diagnosed quirkless. I won't go into details, but you are perfectly aware of how scarily broad the term small objects is at this point. I'd never physically hurt Katsuki, but the thought did cross my mind. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, thanks for that. I'd like to fix my boy up and not have him turn into whatever would be left over after you got to him. Anyway, the show is starting, I'll talk to you later, okay? Go spend time with that saint of a husband of yours. Still haven't figured out how he has the patience to deal with you and Katsuki. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, har very funny. He is amazing though. Waving emoji. Waving emoji. Setting her phone aside, Inko checked the time, stretched, and got up to prepare some food for the next day. Katsudon was nice every once in a while and Izuku loved it dearly, but you needed more than pork cutlets over rice for a complete diet, something Izuku would probably deny with every fiber of his being. Once she had finished up in the kitchen, she decided to head to bed to get an earlier start in the morning. She too was full to bursting at the seams with curiosity as to what Izuku's quirk was capable of and wanted to get to work helping him figure it out. The next day. Izuku's first coherent thought today was a simple one. Something smells good. Moving more on instinct than anything else, the boy appeared in front of his mother as she was putting the finishing touches on breakfast. A lot of breakfast. Mom? Izuku said, looking at the sheer volume of food on the table. Why is there so much food? Were you expecting someone over for breakfast? Inko chuckled at that. No, sweetie. The food is mostly for you. Izuku balked at that. I know it looks like a lot, but your auntie Mitsuki and I got to talking last night and we had an idea that your quirk might use your own stamina as fuel. So I decided to make you a big breakfast so that we can go out and test it out with the veggies and the fruit trees before we go over to the quirk specialist later today. Izuku didn't know if he could eat all of this, but if his mom said it would help his quirk, then he was going to give it his all. Okay, Mom. I'll eat as much as I can and then we'll go out and see what I can do. He then proceeded to eat far too fast and required the help of his mother to clear his windpipe several times. He wouldn't tell her how many times he felt like throwing up either, but he did manage to cram everything she gave him down his throat. Abe trying to jump out of his chair to run out the door wasn't the best idea after having eaten what felt like half his body weight in just a few minutes, but he was excited. He managed to hobble jog to the back door while his mom put their bowls in the sink and followed him out the door. Okay, Mom, where do I start? He was lightly bouncing on his feet now, full tummy and all. First, we're going to make sure our leafy greens are taken care of. I put the seed pouches at the end of each row for you, and you just need to put the seeds in the holes I left last night. I'm going to plant a few as well so we can tell if your quirk works on things planted near you or if you need to be the one planting them. Inko explained as she walked around the freshly tilled and weeded plot she had readied before bed the night before, pointing out where Izuku would need to pay attention as she went. Okay. I've got this. Izuku shouted before grabbing the bag of what looked like lettuce seeds and began putting a seed in every little mound and covering them as he went, accompanied by the thought that he couldn't wait to taste the super healthy and tasty stuff that grew. This went on until Inko stopped him to plant 3 seeds herself at the very end of the row, and they repeated the process for each different type of seed, until the backyard was nearly entirely planted. They had been taking 10-minute breaks after every 3 rows, trying to find out how often his quirk activated, and had worked a full hour since starting that first row of lettuce when Izuku stumbled. Izuku, honey. What's wrong? Did you trip on something? Inko called out to him when she saw him faceplant in the dirt. Honestly, if she wasn't so worried about him, she could have admitted to herself that it was very funny. He had been walking to the next section, one leg lifted to take his next step but never coming down to catch himself as he continued forward. Underneath all the concern, she had the funny thought come to mind: Izuku.exe has crashed, and it took more effort than she was willing to admit to not immediately break down into giggles after she helped him back to his feet, pleased that he didn't pass out this time. I think I'm fine. I got super tired there for a second and it felt like I just stopped. I feel a lot better now though. Maybe you were right about Thestamina being Gofuel Sorciand. Izuku had started trying to reassure her before launching into an impromptu mutterstorm about what he thought happened. Inko was perfectly content with letting him keep mumbling since he was standing still while doing so and she wasn't worried about another fall. So may by still digesting breakfast and the food is giving memory energy over time. Those are great theories, sweetheart, but are you sure you're okay to continue? We can stop here and go rest before the appointment, there's no rush. We have the whole week to ourselves before you need to start at the new school. Inko said, obviously trying to prevent her boy from overworking. No. I feel fine now, Mom. I want to keep going until we finish what you had planned for testing today before anything else. Izuku rushed to make her understand that he didn't want to stop, he barely felt tired anymore in fact, and he definitely wasn't trying to change the subject away from the new school, definitely not. He ran to the next row and started planting the next type of vegetables, leeks, and got almost to the end of the row before he almost fell again. He managed to catch himself this time though, and he was able to play it off as him just tripping over his own feet in his enthusiasm. The vegetable garden done, they moved to the fruit trees and checked the map again for where they should go, Inko having purchased a lot of land to go with the house since it was quite cheap, and she was already starting to receive payments from the multiple lawsuits she was allowing the least offensive people to settle out of court with her. Those along with the medical malpractice insurance payments she was getting had allowed her to buy out the land around the hill behind the house. It would be useful for tiered fruit tree planting, possibly even some rice if she can convince a few locals to help her prepare the paddy fields. It didn't take long before they'd finished planting the saplings and were back to the chairs set up outside the back door, relaxing for a few minutes and admiring their handiwork. It was a quiet hour or so of relaxing chatter, with Izuku feeling that same moment of weakness several times every few minutes, this time telling his mother about it so that she didn't worry when he suddenly stopped talking back to her a few times. They were getting ready to go back inside to have a bath and get ready to go since he hadn't felt that feeling again for the last 10 minutes or so when it happened. Izuku nearly passed out, the feeling so much stronger now than it had been while they were working, but not as bad as yesterday, so he managed to stay awake. And boy was he glad he got to see this. It was like watching a video of all of the plants growing over the course of weeks in just a few seconds. Sprouts shot up out of the ground, vines crawling up trellises with flowers appearing sporadically across the plants that grew their vegetables from the flower buds, large heads of lettuce, vibrant radish and carrot greens fanning out to take up as much space as was available, the pumpkins starting to grow until they were half as big as he was. Glancing out to the hill, saw trees rocketing up in growth, standing taller than the ones he had seen on the pictures when they were selecting which ones they wanted to plant. Everything they just planted had grown to maturity in just 10 seconds. Everything except what his mother had planted, that is, which seemed to have not grown at all. The two of them watched in fascination as this happened, unable to say anything or look away at all. Once the growth had stopped, they spent the next few minutes staring out over the nearly baseball field-sized garden that looked like it came straight from a gardening book. Inko was the first to say anything though. Wow. That's a lot of vegetables. Inko then started giggling before she shook her head and whipped around to make sure Izuku was alright, fearing he may have been knocked out again like yesterday, but finding him staring out at the field with an awestruck look on his little face that made her want to pinch his cheeks and film the whole thing. She forgot to film this. Izuku seemed to snap out of his trance and tried to stand up from his lawn chair, but was having a lot of trouble getting his legs to hold him up, simply too tired now to do much but unwilling to continue laying back in the admittedly comfy chair when he could be checking out the new plants he just grew with his quirk. He wondered if he'd ever stop feeling so happy about having a quirk of his own. Probably not, but now is definitely not the time to dwell on that happy thought. Mom, can you help me up? I want to go see the plants up close, he asked. Caught between worrying about the obvious trouble he was having with the simple act of getting up out of the chair, exasperation that he wouldn't just sit still and recover a bit, and her own intense curiosity, Inko picked him up and moved the two of them down the rows, stopping to check each plant at the ends of their rows to inspect for problems and finding none as they kept going. Eventually ending up on the hill in front of a large apple tree, its limbs covered in vibrant green leaves and large shiny red apples. Inko picked one and rubbed it on a clean section of her shirt before taking a bite, much to his dismay as he wanted to try it first. His internal complaint stopped as he felt her freeze up mid-chew, then he watched her eyes as they began to sparkle and she continued at a much faster pace until swallowing her first bite. Amazing! It was all she could think to say, and yet it did absolutely no justice to what she had just eaten. She wasn't even paying attention to the apple anymore as she was trying to come up with a way to describe how good that apple was. In her brief PRD of lacking awareness, Izuku grabbed the apple from her hand and took his own bite. Izuku knew he was young. Knew he hadn't experienced all that much in his short life. Knew there were varieties of even his favorite types of food that he'd yet to try. He also knew now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that nothing he had ever eaten could come close to how tasty this apple was. Inko, having noticed Izuku had taken the apple from her, reached up for another one and cleaned it off before joining her son in devouring the best piece of fruit she'd ever tried. They both finished their apples at the same time, each holding a core that they couldn't get any more delicious fruit flesh from when they looked into each other's eyes. Each of their heads creaking comically to look back up at the tree and all of the dozens of apples hanging from its branches. "We tell no one," they both said at the same time, causing each other to break down into uncontrollable laughter for several minutes. Inko managing to collect herself and checked her phone for the time, nodding in satisfaction before addressing her son, Izuku, "It's already almost 10. We need to get cleaned up. Your appointment is in a little over 2 hours and we're sweaty and dirty. Let's go so we can rest for a bit before we need to leave." Izuku nodded, feeling a lot more energetic now that he'd rested a bit after everything had finished growing and having enjoyed that, in his opinion, magical apple. "Sure thing, Mom. I can't wait to try more of the fruits and vegetables when we get back. If the apple was that good, just think of how good everything else is going to be." The two made their way back inside, preparing for the appointment, and headed out with enough time to be 20 minutes early to the clinic, wanting to make a good impression and hoping to have enough time to fill out any paperwork they needed to do as new clients. They once again felt the welcoming atmosphere with everyone greeting them and only a few asking why he wasn't in school, most realizing they were new in town and assuming correctly that he hadn't started school yet. It was a good half-hour walk to get there, neither feeling any fatigue from the trip and just content to enjoy the sights when they found the building in question. "Here it is, Mikumi Quirk Clinic. We made good time a whole 5 minutes earlier than I had planned for us to get here," Inko said when they got close enough to read the sign. They walked in, Izuku having held the door open for her like the gentleman he was, and strolled up to the reception desk, picking up the clipboard offered to them and finding a seat to fill everything out and wait for the doctor to call them in. The paperwork was just basic medical information and family quirk history, Inko absently filling in the blanks while Izuku examined the room. It didn't take too long to finish filling out the forms, and only a couple of minutes after that before they heard someone call their names. They followed the receptionist down the hall to a door with a placard on it indicating a Dr. Akitani Mikumi, where they were let in, the door closing behind them. "Ah, you must be the Midoriyas. Welcome. Welcome. I was very interested in your file when they got sent over from Muzutafu General. It's not very often you get to correct a problem that has been left festering for 2 years. I can't wait to get this all figured out with you both." A tall man with dark hair, yellow eyes with square pupils, clean-shaven face, and a blinding smile, wearing beige khakis, a purple button-up shirt, and a typical white coat addressed them before moving to shake hands. "Hello, doctor. Yes, we're the Midoriyas. We're here to get Izuku's quirk checked out and registered. We've already done some experimenting since it activated yesterday," Inko informed the man. "Oh, it already came in? Great, this makes things so much clearer." Dr. Mikumi laughed boisterously and then continued, "You see, my quirk analysis is a fairly common one. It allows me to analyze the quirks of anyone I touch. The downside being it doesn't give much information at all for an inactive quirk, and even for an active quirk factor I only get basic information if I don't see it being used in front of me. Can you describe what you think Izuku's quirk does for me so I can get as clear a picture as possible?" "Yes, of course. When we were checking out of the hospital, the doctor in charge of Izuku's recovery mentioned that Izuku's quirk was nature-related, so he suggested we go out and do things like taking long walks in the park or hiking through the woods, or, what we tried first after moving here, planting a garden. We planted flowers and bushes yesterday in the front yard, and within a short period of time they all grew to maturity, but when they first started their explosive growth, Izuku passed out while playing in the backyard. So, working on the assumption that his quirk uses his own stamina as a fuel source, I gave him a big breakfast today and we went to work planting the fruit trees and the vegetables in the backyard. We would plant 3 rows then take a 10-minute break. I was hoping to give him time to rest in the hopes of it lessening the effects of what I assumed to be a stamina drain. About an hour into the process he started getting tired briefly every few minutes but seemed to be just fine, and we didn't notice anything going on with what had already been planted yet, so we continued until we got everything we had planned for the day done, including the trees, still taking the 10-minute breaks and Izuku still feeling the draining effect every once in a while. When done we went to relax on some lawn chairs for a little over an hour when he almost passed out again, and we got to watch all of the things we'd planted grow in super speed. Nothing that I personally planted was affected by the quirk though. The apples were delicious, by the way, like, best I've ever tasted. Inko explained as best as she could, the doctor not interrupting her at all, merely typing away taking notes on what she was saying. "Okay, that's fantastic. So, I know a few things already just based on that description before using my quirk. Little Izuku here is able to speed up the growth process for plant life that he personally plants. Needs more testing to see if his quirk continues to affect something that's being repotted or moved to a different location. The plants seem to take up as much space as they can safely take up without encroaching on other plant life in the area. The quirk takes roughly an hour to activate, though it seems like it only partially activates if he is still actively seeding more plants, only using a portion of the energy to offset the total amount required, possibly his body's way to prevent an abrupt shutdown like yesterday. Finally, Izuku is using his stamina to either directly grow the plants or as a fuel source to power their growth along with sunlight, nutrients in the soil, and water. We'll know which it is later, after a few more tests. Dr. Mikumi explained, stretching his fingers after his rapid typing trying to document everything. He then stood and moved to kneel in front of Izuku. Now then, like I mentioned before, my quirk works by touching someone, so with your permission I'll hold your hand for a moment while I get a reading from my quirk to hopefully clear a few things up and get some more information. Then he waited for a response. Izuku was actually surprised he waited for a response before he used his quirk on him. None of the adults he was used to ever asked before using their quirks on him. None of the children did either though. He looked up into the startled eyes of the doctor and the already watering eyes of his mother before realizing, oh. I mumbled that, didn't I? The two adults nodded their heads, sorry. I am trying to stop doing that. You can use your quirk though, I know you're not trying to hurt me. Okay, now the doctor was on board with whatever this child's mother needed from him to help this kid. No one should have to go through whatever he did, especially not at his age. Thoughts of homicide aside, he reached for Izuku's hand and activated his quirk. Then he got some information he wasn't expecting. Okay, good news and strange news. Which would you like first, Izuku? He asked with a perplexed but manic grin plastered on his face. Gee, good? I really want some good news. Came the reply after a moment to consider. Alrighty then. So, we got most of our guesses right. Your quirk is the ability to grow plants to meet your needs when you planted them. You are able to generate your own seeds too. Might eat up a bit of extra stamina, but you can. Just be careful when you're making seeds or growing large numbers of plants, especially right now when you've just started using your quirk. You might use up too much stamina and then you'd need to go back to the hospital, and I don't think you want that now, do you? Dr. Mikumi said with a softer smile now that he had more information on the quirk and knew what to mention next. And no. I don't want Mom to worry about me. I'll be super careful. So, if I can grow plants, does that mean I can control them too? That would be so cool. I heard about a woman whose hair was made of grapevines and she used them to help build shelters for wildlife and assist heroes with rescue and relief work. Could I do something similar? Izuku said, enthusiasm growing the longer he spoke. I'm not sure how much control you have over the plants after they're grown. At the very least my quirk didn't mention anything about controlling them after planting them. Izuku's excitement cooled slightly at that. I'm not saying it's not possible, just that my quirk said nothing about it. And it was back and climbing again. Now about the stuff we've guessed wrong or slightly off. Firstly, while your quirk does use your stamina to fuel the plant growth, it does not use the nutrients in the ground. You might be the most eco-friendly plant quirk user on the planet, little guy. Izukuzmile.exe has expanded in volume. Please install more space on face to display in entirety. Too bright, thought the doctor. Next, you seem to be able to pick and choose if your quirk activates after exactly 1 hour or just whenever you have downtime or are resting. Say you wanted to plant a new flower but didn't have anything else to plant afterwards, you have the ability to speed up its growth instantly as long as you're not still planting more. Dr. Mikumi said, enjoying the expression on Izuku's face while he took in the new information, clearly already wondering how he could work with that. Finally, the stamina use. You convert your stamina to energy for the quirk to utilize, but your quirk also helps you build up your maximum stamina reserves over time. By digesting food, your body takes in whatever it needs to function and grow, but instead of getting rid of the rest as waste, you instead convert it all to energy, which your quirk uses to nourish your body to build you up over time. Kind of like the stockpile type quirks, just not as versatile. Overall, when you use your quirk, you're training your body to be able to use your quirk better in the future. You're like a perpetual motion machine for stamina building. Whoa! That's so cool. That means I'll get tired way slower, right? So I can work longer without having to worry about falling asleep in the middle of a job? I think I know how I can build up stamina quickly. Oh, that will help me train really hard too, want it? Izuku had launched into a spree of questions that he really wasn't expecting anyone to answer, feeling like finding the answers on his own. Doctor, you mentioned some strange news? Inko interjected, hoping to bring Izuku back to the relevant topic, which worked as he was now laser-focused on the doctor again. Yes. So, do either of you know the classification system for quirks? Emitter, transformation, and mutant. Though there's some speculation that there's another type or rather a subtype being called build-up or accumulation quirks. Izuku said before his mother could try to answer, not that she would as she knew he probably knew more about quirks than 90% of the general public. Exactly. So, normally when a person develops a quirk they fall into one of these categories. Sometimes they might have secondary mutations that help deal with the drawbacks of their quirks, like one of my colleagues mentioned he found a child with an acid quirk that turned their skin a different color as a byproduct of raising the skin's resistance to acids. Sometimes you have secondary mutations based on genetics, like another of my colleagues has a patient who's got the head of a bird but their quirk has nothing to do with their appearance or birds in general. Your doctor at Muzutafu General says you and your mother here have vestigial mutations in your tear ducts that allow for excess tear generation and high-speed ejection of said tears. All of these are secondary or tertiary in nature and have little if anything to do with the original quirk, which means almost all quirks fall into one of those three categories. The doctor paused to make sure both Midoriyas were following what he was saying. Yours, however, is one of the very few we have on record that occupy two of these categories at once. His patient and the young mother across the desk from him, now that he had sat back down, were staring at him in shock. The accelerated growth portion of your quirk is obviously in the emitter category. The stamina build-up portion is part of a mutation. You basically have a core in your body right around your diaphragm that does all the nutrient processing I mentioned before. This would normally be considered a secondary mutation, but in your case that mutation is vital to the use and growth of your quirk, so it's considered a primary attribute. The boy and his mother were still processing the information he gave them when he tilted his head to the side. Oh, and I almost forgot. The emitter portion of your quirk has two outlets, I just don't know what the other one is yet. All information now gathered. The Midoriyas bowed to Dr. Mikumi and thanked him for his time by giving him a basket of apples they had picked before leaving. Izuku bouncing ahead of his mother while she was on the phone asking if Hoshi and her family wanted to try the new produce, and receiving a yes in response they hurried home to prepare. The lunch and dinner that night with the Uraraka family, including the husband Taiyu, was quite enjoyable. Everything that came from the garden was very well received and the suggestion was made to try selling the produce. After the Urarakas left and as Izuku was going to bed, he noticed his mother on her phone muttering about sales permits. The next day saw Izuku and Ochako playing on the hill behind the house under the watchful eye of Hoshi while Inko went into town to get a permit to sell her produce. When she returned, she asked for help uprooting all of the vegetables so that they could be planted more efficiently for easier picking, promising a hearty lunch for everyone at the end of it all. Having 4 people working on it had sped up the process considerably, and after following the planting map Inko had given him, everything was in the ground with multiple short breaks in between to allow Izuku to stay awake, and everyone moved inside to rest and start making lunch. There was so much produce they could pick from, and the kids were sitting in the living room with a plate of assorted fruit in front of them, enjoying the huge variety they had access to. Izuku felt the big power drain again roughly an hour after the last seed was planted and was given lunch right after experiencing it, mostly mitigating the tiredness he was struck by, but the kids still fell asleep against each other on the couch, tuckered out until dinner time when Taiyu joined them again. Inko's POV. It was nerve-wracking the next day when she got up bright and early to help the people she hired to load up the truck she rented to take produce over to the stall she got permission to set up yesterday in the market square. Everything was crated up and packing in tight, though, just as Izuku was waking up to join his mother in town. She would never admit to it, but she was hoping to make use of his cuteness to help pull in customers. Once they had arrived, everyone got to work unloading the truck and parking it off in the free parking a few blocks down while the displays were set up. It was only by rushing and tiring herself out that she got everything set up right as the locals started showing up in the square to pick out things for the day's meals. Her totally unplanned weaponization of Izuku's cuteness was working like a charm. They had pulled a large group of locals in who were cooing at the little boy who was fighting hard to stay awake, having been up since 4 with his mother to prepare everything. Eventually a housewife remembered there was produce at the stall too, and she did her shopping before she left, making sure to wave at Izuku on her way back home. This seemed to be a trigger as most of the other people also grabbed a bag of mixed fruits and vegetables. Even with all of the inventory they had brought with them, everything was still gone by the time noon rolled around. Many of the people who had bought something in the early morning had returned for more and cleaned them out. Thanking the ones still hanging around the booth, she told everyone that they would be back in the morning again tomorrow if they wanted to continue doing business with them, and pulled Izuku with her back to the truck, driving it to the rental agency and making sure to request the same people again for the same time tomorrow. This process repeated itself for the remainder of the week, with them accidentally discovering that if they didn't pick the entire plant, the part they harvested would grow back with reduced stamina cost just like normal within an hour. It greatly reduced their workload now that they didn't need to harvest the entire plant and replant everything every day. Izuku even had time to experiment with a tomato plant, seeing if he could grow different color tomatoes. Spoiler alert, he absolutely could, and seeing a rainbow tomato being chopped up and added to the sandwiches they ate for lunch was an interesting experience. The locals had begun talking about their produce now and word had started to spread. Inko was pretty sure that a butler had shown up the day before she had to take a break to bring Izuku to his new school. She felt so lucky that Ochako was going to the same school and could help her look after Izuku and prevent him from being bullied again, that she handed the girl a small bag of mochi when her own mother wasn't looking and held her finger up over her lips to shush the little girl who was gearing up for an appreciative screech. On her way back home she picked up some meat for dinner and was enjoying the peace and tranquility of the countryside when she noticed a very expensive-looking car parked out by her front gate. The same man she thought looked like a butler from the day before, waiting patiently beside the car, giving her a polite bow before opening the door to the back seats. Inko then saw what might be one of the most beautiful women on the planet step out of the vehicle before reaching back in to help a small girl who looked very much like her out as well, and started fretting about what could be going on while the pair made their way over to her. "Hello Mississippi. I am Yayorozu Kao and this is my daughter Momo. We apologize for showing up without notice, but our employee brought us some delightful produce that we just had to get more of if at all possible," the now identified woman said, causing Inko to tilt her head to the side and bring a hand to cup her chin, something she picked up from watching Izuku doing his analysis, as she felt the name was familiar. That shouldn't be a problem. Wait. Yayorozu? The support company Yayorozu? Where are my manners? Please come inside and I'll get you some tea while we chat, Inko said, realizing who exactly she was talking to pretty quickly and defaulting to being a good host. "Oh? That would be lovely, and please, call me Kao. I'm here not as a businesswoman but as a mother trying to get snacks for her family," Kao said with a smile that radiated a kind of motherly love that Inko could get behind. "Follow me then, Kao-san. We may need to wait a short while to pick anything, so I'll get you that tea and explain our operation here, small as it may be," Inko said while leading the two into her home and towards the couches. Putting a kettle on to boil and preparing her preferred tea leaves for the week, it was a green tea variety, and yes, she would freely admit to picking it this week because of Izuku and Ochako-chan's name pun. "It's surprising that you heard about our produce, we've only just started selling it last week." One of our butlers in charge of procuring food supplies said he had heard a rumor about unbelievable fruits and vegetables being sold in a nearby small town. He decided to follow up on it and found your stall yesterday. Said he tried the sample you gave him and brought home a little of everything for us to try. It was all quite delicious. Momo especially loved the peaches. She paused to chuckle. I didn't even realize it before, dear. Momo loves her momos." Kao then cracked up, unable to keep up her posture or manners at her own little joke. Momo's little face growing red as she pouted indignantly at her mother's antics. Several moments later Kao recollected herself. "Apologies, I just caught myself off guard." "No trouble, it's nice to see that you have a funny side to go with the whole rich family persona you've got going on," Inko said as she moved the now steeping teacups onto a tray and brought them back to the living room. "Here you go, it's nothing special but my son made a new friend recently and their names are a pun of green tea and I just had to have some. We might be able to grow our own tea leaves soon if it turns out that's something he can do." Inko began muttering to herself towards the end there, lost in the possibilities of her son's quirk while the two guests watched her, intrigued by her comments. "You want to grow your own tea trees? It might take some time to see any turnover from them, they do take quite a while to establish and begin the process of harvesting," Kao said as she sipped her tea elegantly, Momo mirroring her on her right. "But what's this about it being something your son can do? Is he a gardener?" "Oh. I was muttering, wasn't I?" Inko said bashfully as she rubbed the back of her head, another thing she'd picked up from Izuku. "I guess that's not entirely inaccurate. Izuku's quirk lets him accelerate the growth of plants that he personally plants to suit his needs. He could set up a tea tree grove in a single afternoon and have them reach maturity the same day. I am just not sure how the leaves would turn out as we haven't done much testing with the whole, to suit his needs bit yet. He just manifested his quirk last week after all. The produce we've been selling was just from him testing his new quirk out." "Congratulations are in order then. It's always a happy occasion when a child gets their quirk. So your son must have turned 4 recently? He's not much younger than my little Momo," Kao said with a fond look on her face, obviously remembering either her own quirk manifestation or her daughter's. No. Izuku is 6, he'll be 7 in July. He was misdiagnosed and thought he was quirkless until last week. He had to spend some time in the hospital and the attending physician let us know that he had a quirk dealing with nature, so we moved out here partially to help him figure out his quirk as the hospital's analyst on site was on vacation. We planted a garden and the foliage out front the day after we moved here last week and figured out some things about his quirk on our own before seeing the local quirk specialist here in town yesterday. Inko explained. The Yaoyorozu women happy for her and her son at the good news. So you're saying he needs to be here to grow the vegetables and cause the fruit to mature? Kao asked, happy that she could get more of the incredible produce before the end of the day. No, we could harvest it now. Inko said, causing the other woman to gain a confused look. Izuku's plant growth acceleration is passive, it's always being applied to the things he plants. No, the reason I said we might need to wait until later is because his quirk uses his stamina to speed up the growth rates and he's at school. It's a half day today as it's his first day, so he'll be getting out and walking home with his new friend in a couple of hours. In the meantime, would you like to see the garden? We can pick a couple of peaches or apples and it shouldn't affect him too much. Momo's eyes practically sparkled at this. Yes please. I'd love to see the garden and possibly try a fresh peach, she said, placing the teacup on the tray in front of her and bouncing to her feet. The action causing her mother and Inko to coo at just how cute she was being. It would seem my daughter has spoken for us, please if you wouldn't mind, we'd love to see the garden. Kao said, placing her own empty cup on the tray and standing up to follow Inko with her now very excited daughter in tow. The trio made their way into the backyard through the kitchen and stopped to see a very well-organized garden with row upon row of carefully made lines of different vegetables, including some of colors the Yaoyorozu matriarch was sure didn't occur naturally. They could also make out the hill just outside of the fenced-in area with several fruit trees dotting the incline. Momo was drawn to one of the trees that seemed to have rainbow. Were those pears? Rainbow pears. Hanging from its limbs. Inko took her time, showing the two around the garden, explaining what each of the plants were, and if they came across one that had been changed by Izuku in some way she'd point that out as well. Her guests were so enthralled looking over some of the altered vegetables that it took a full half hour to get through the backyard and onto the hill. Seeing the trees took a lot longer as now Momo was making it very difficult to say no to her and getting one of every fruit on the way up. She took special interest in the aforementioned rainbow pears after Inko explained that they were safe to eat and each color tasted slightly different, and the peaches, of which there were several varieties to choose from. Getting the okay from Kao, Inko took down one of each of the pears, apples, and peaches for Momo and settled for an apple for herself and a mango for Kao. Making the 5-minute trek back to the house and into the kitchen, she prepared the fruits for each of them and they settled down to wait for the last 2 hours for Izuku to be home and had a nice chat, Inko making sure to let her guests know that they were welcome at any time, saying she wanted to find more kids around Izuku's age to hopefully help him make more friends since he hadn't had any in a long time. Time passed by quickly with the good company and they were cut off in the middle of a conversation about the legality of running a food vending service out of a residential home by someone knocking on the front door, opening it gently and then a loud scuffling sound as 2 sets of small feet pattered across the floorboards into the living room. Mom! Miss Inko! We're home here. Izuku and Achiko said, faces covered in bright smiles, before noticing the extra people in the room. Oh, sorry for disturbing you. Chako-chan and IW were going to check the garden. Izuku said, his stutter coming back in the presence of strangers. Yeah Miss Inko, we're gonna go see the plants and see what else he can grow. Achiko said before bowing to the guests and pulling Izuku down with her. My name is Uraraka Achiko Midoriya Izuku. Pleased to meet you. Oh my, what good manners you both have. My name is Yaoyorozu Kao and this is my daughter Momo, she is right around your age. The woman said, prompting the 2 children to turn to her daughter. Yes hello, I am Yaoyorozu Momo and if you wouldn't mind I would like to accompany you. I'd very much like to see your quirk in action. Momo said, and anyone looking at her would swear there were sparkles radiating off of her very being at the thought of spending time with people her own age and possibly making new friends. If it's alright with Inko I don't mind, just don't get hurt and stay nearby. Kao told her girl, content to sit with Inko and talk for a little longer before they would go out and collect some produce with one of their kitchen staff who would be arriving shortly with a van to transport it. Inko watched as all 3 children turned on the puppy dog eyes at her in what could only be described as a critical hit of cuteness before shooing them out the door with a hand wave and turning back to Kao to continue chatting. The kids bolted for the door and made their way to an empty plot. Izuku POV. Okay Chako-chan, what did Kyabakuin say about that plant he wanted to see? Izuku asked, clearing a section of ground before thinking about it again and grabbing a flower pot and filling it with soil and getting some mulch ready to go on top like the worker said at the flower shop to help keep water in. He said it looked like a tulip but it glowed brightly enough to use as a lamp. Achiko said, a bright smile on her face as she recounted what their classmate said about the flower he bet Izuku he couldn't grow. Only, I don't know what a tulip looks like, do you? And no, I don't think I do. Should we go ask Mom for a picture? Izuku said, trying to think about what to do if his mom didn't know what a tulip was either. I think I can be of assistance. Momo said, clearing her throat. She pulled up her sleeve and put on a look of intense concentration, a bit of her tongue sticking out without realizing it. Nothing happened for several seconds, and just as Izuku and Achiko were about to ask her what she was doing, sparks of various colors started blossoming out of Momo's forearm until a photo fell off into her waiting hand, where she looked at it as if to verify something before nodding her head and flipping the photo over for them to see and saying confidently, "This is a tulip. One of the purple ones." "Pretty," both kids said while staring at her with bright eyes and wide smiles and barely looking at the photo. "Was that your quirk? Do you make printouts of anything you've seen before?" Izuku asked, and Achiko continued, "Those lights were so pretty. Do you make them those colors on purpose, or can they only be like that?" Momo seemed momentarily stunned at the reaction before regathering herself and explaining, "Yes, it was my quirk. No, it's not to print out photos, though I can do that as you just saw, and yes, as far as I've been able to do so far, the colors don't change from what you saw just there. My quirk is called creation, and it lets me create anything I want as long as I know its atomic makeup and have enough fat stored up to fuel the process." "That's so cool!" Two of the three present cinnamon rolls shouted, this time causing Momo to step back from their enthusiasm. She barely managed to stop herself from falling over before Izuku was in her face. "Your quirk is so cool. How much can you make at once? How quickly can you make stuff? Can you make things while moving? Can you make things move while being made? How much do you need to eat?" He would have kept going too had Achiko not grabbed his hand and tugged on it gently. "Remember what Mariko-sensei said about asking too many questions at once, Izuku?" she said, pouting a little. "Wait for someone to answer a question before you ask another one," he said, back straightened and clearly reciting something from memory. "I remember. Oh. Sorry Yao. Yoro. Yamakan. I shouldn't have asked so many questions at once. I'm trying to do better with that, but it's a habit I've had for as long as I can remember," Izuku said, bowing at the end to hopefully assure the new girl that he wasn't trying to be rude. "Why Yamakan? Is that a nickname? I've never had a nickname before," Momo exclaimed, her whole face brightening up, before turning contemplative. "But I think I'd prefer you to use my given name, or maybe Yamamo." "Yeah, that could work. Yamamo it is. Please take care of me." The now named Yamamo bowed to the two other children, earning a giggle from them before they all began laughing. The photo landing on the ground mostly forgotten until Izuku leaned forward and grabbed it. "So, this is a tulip? I think I can make this. I mean, it already exists, right? How hard could it be to make something that already exists?" Izuku said, psyching himself up for the coming task. "Oh, right, Kaachan. Could you grab me an apple to eat for when I make the seed and try to grow it?" Achiko nodded, then turned on her heel and started running as fast as her tiny legs could carry her, shouting back at them, "Sure thing, Izuku. Don't start without me, I'll be right back." Izuku and Momo watched her run towards the hill, Izuku knowing that she was going to use her quirk to get the apple, and Momo assuming she knew how to climb trees. Momo turned to look at Izuku and took in everything about him that she could, eager to learn more about her new friend but too shy to start asking him anything. She was still staring at him when he finally turned to her. "Yamamo, what do you want to do when you grow up?" "I want to be a hero just like All Might," Izuku said, determination burning in his eyes as he spoke. Momo had never thought about her future before. She was always so busy with studying everything she'd need to know to use her quirk and making sure that she excelled in all of her private classes that she'd never had time to consider what she'd use all of that knowledge for when she became an adult. She would need to think about it for now, and she told her new friend she had friends now, as such. "That's okay, Yamamo. You don't need to know about it right now. We're 6. We have lots of time to think and plan and get ready for our dreams. Now let's see about this tulip thing," Izuku said, trying to encourage his new friend. He had friends now, and get back to what they came out to do now that he could see Kaachan coming back into the yard waving at them. "Okay. So it's a small, black, oval-shaped seed. It grows up to look like one of these tulips, and it glows bright enough to use as a lantern." He'd had to look up what a lantern was at school. He thought it was really cool that there was a plant that could glow that brightly and wondered where he should place it later. He closed his eyes and searched deep inside himself, feeling around for the core of his quirk like the doctor suggested when he wanted to try to make a seed with his quirk instead of just growing an available seed. He found it nearly instantly. It was a green ball just below his chest that seemed to do the thump-thump thing his heart did. He could feel the energy inside it, waiting to be used, waiting to create something, to grow anything he could want to grow. He gently pulled on the energy, willing it towards his open palm, imagining the seed and the description he was given, and felt the energy being drained. The two girls watched as his chest glowed bright enough to be seen in the midday sun and saw the glow moving up and down his arm towards his hand until it pooled in his palm. The glow grew brighter until they almost had to close their eyes to shield themselves from the light, when suddenly it vanished, replaced by a tiny black seed no bigger than a grain of rice. Izuku opened his eyes and stared at the seed in his hand. He'd be jumping for joy right now at his first ever seed he created on his own if he didn't feel so tired all of a sudden. Luckily for him, Kaachan saw him start to fall and she reached out and grabbed him, her quirk activating and allowing her to hold him over the ground long enough to move him under a tree and lay him against the trunk for support before handing him an apple and taking the seed from him so he didn't drop it. She also handed an apple to Yamamo and brought the one she grabbed for herself to her mouth to take a bite. She'd be happy to tell anyone that these were her second favorite treat after mochi now. Izuku managed to force himself to eat the apple instead of taking a nap like he so desperately wanted. His body refilling with energy as he ate and feeling just about back to full energy when he was left with just an apple core. He stood up and got the seed back from Kaachan and put it in the pot, then sat down beside it and held his hand over it while he reached for his quirk again to speed up the growth process. All three children watched as the new flower sprouted up from the dirt before Izuku remembered to add mulch and got it in just as the stem began to rapidly grow, bud, and then flower right before their eyes. A beautiful turquoise tulip sat in the flower pot now, not glowing just yet, but Izuku could still feel it drawing energy from him. Just when he thought he'd messed up because he was pretty sure one flower shouldn't tire him out so badly, the petals and stamen began glowing, a gentle light that could barely be seen under the sunlight, but it was there nonetheless, and it only grew brighter over the next 5 seconds when his quirk finally stopped feeding the flower energy. He leaned back far enough for the girls to get a closer look at it. Kaachan was staring at it with a big smile and happy eyes while Yamamo was staring at it with wide eyes and an open mouth. Why did she look confused, he wondered. Okay, I'm a little tired after growing that one. It took about as much energy from me as growing a row of normal vegetable plants from their own seeds. Creating the seed for it took almost as much energy as when my quirk first activated and I grew the plants out front all at once though. I need to find a way to build up more stamina. Mibiswimmen go running IV eardmum say thozir good for stamina training. His words became less and less coherent the longer he spoke before he felt Kaachan's hand grab his again and he slowed to a stop. Izuku, we should show your mom the new flower you grew, she's going to love it. It's so pretty. The brunette said as she picked up the flower pot in her other hand and helped Izuku stand up. Yamamo having moved to his other side in case he needed more support walking again like before, and even when he seemed okay to move on his own she still flung his arm over her shoulder and wrapped one of her own around his waist just to be sure. Her personal trainer had said this was the best way to support someone who was still able to stand upright but couldn't walk on their own. She'd remembered it when she watched Kaachan move him earlier and kept it in the foreground of her mind waiting to see if she needed to use it. The trio walked back into the house and came to the living room where the mothers were seated, Hoshi having shown up while they were out back. The adults turned to the kids and Inko nearly panicked when she saw Momo supporting Izuku to get to one of the seats. She was able to rein in her gut reaction to rush to him and hug him as hard as he could stand it while checking him for injuries. He'd told her she didn't need to do that and that sometimes it hurt when she did, so she was trying to take a second to visually assess him from then on before jumping at him in protective mama bear mode. Having seen that he was just tired from using his quirk, she moved her attention to the little girls who came in with him and noticed the flower pot in Achiko's hands. Achiko, dear. Inko said, looking at the flower with surprise and maybe a bit of apprehension, what is that, sweetie? The other adults now had their attention on the girl and she proudly held up the flower for them to see. Izuku made it. Kyabakuin said he didn't believe Izuku could grow it and that it was his favorite flower. He said he liked looking at them when he was playing his games. Well, since he knew what it looked like and what the seed looked like, Izuku asked him for the details and what it was supposed to look like and do, and he made the seed and grew it just now. The brunette said, forcefully stopping herself from jumping around in joy, if only because she didn't want to hurt the flower and hadn't put it down yet or given it to his mom to hold just yet. The adults looked at her incredulously, then as one they all looked at the flower and their eyes started to open wider and wider before all three heads swiveled to Izuku, still leaning back in the chair, obviously tired but not enough that he'd fall asleep. Inko stood up and walked to Achiko and gently took the flower from her, holding it in her hands as though she were afraid it would vanish when she touched it. When it didn't and she could tell it wasn't going to, she sat it on the table in the center of the room. Everyone other than Izuku staring at it, Momo having already been able to tell something was up with it, and Achiko reading the room as well as a 5-year-old could, starting to realize something was wrong. What's wrong? Was he not supposed to grow a plant from a seed he created without you watching? I'm sorry. I'm the one who pushed him to try it. Achiko said, worried that she'd just gotten her friend into trouble. The adults whipped their heads around towards her as Hoshi reached out and rubbed her cheek. No, my little Machi. You didn't do anything wrong and neither did Izuku. Well, Inko? Hoshi decided to put this in the boy's mother's hands. No, little Kaachan, everything is all right, no one is in trouble. We're confused is all. Could you please go grab one of the fruits from the kitchen so that Izuku can recharge real quick? I want to see something about his quirk. Actually make that 2 fruits, sweetie, one for before and one for after. Inko said, watching as the girl nodded with conviction and ran off towards the kitchen to complete her task. She turned back to her boy Izuku, would you mind explaining what you were thinking when you made the seed and when you grew the flower? You're not in trouble, I just want to know what your thought process was so we can narrow down something I think your quirk is capable of. She did her best to make sure he knew he wasn't in any trouble and didn't need to worry. He still did, obviously, but not as badly as he might have otherwise. I keep thinking that I might be going a little too harsh on the bullies and school faculty and then I see him like this. I might need to increase the demands. Oh okay mom. So for the seed. Kyabakuin told me it was a seed about the size of a grain of rice, black, and oval-shaped. He said that the flower looked like a tulip when it was fully grown and it glowed bright enough to be used as a lantern. I thought it was so cool that a flower like that existed, so I said I'd try to grow it when I got home. Anyway, I did what the doctor said and located the core of my quirk and thought about making the seed while I held out my hand, palm up, and sort of pushed the energy towards my palm. There was a bright flash of light and the seed appeared. Then I got really tired. It was almost as bad as the first time I used my quirk. Kaachan gave me an apple and I recharged, then I planted it in the pot and grew it like I've been practicing, adding the mulch like the store clerk said to help with the water. It took about as much energy as one full row of vegetables growing from seed to maturity to grow just the one flower, so I'm really tired now, he said, and grabbed the bowl of mango chunks Kaachan had held out for him and began munching on them to regain his spent energy. He was happy his produce was able to quickly recharge his quirk, it really helped speed up the waiting PRDS. Inko turned her head to the other adults and held up a finger to her lips, getting the message. They nodded at her, each wanting to see what Inko would have him do as a test. Inko took the time Izuku was using to get his energy back to grab a sketch pad from the entertainment center under the television and began to sketch something. She wanted to slap herself, there's no way his quirk could do something like this, absolutely no way. She'd never heard of a quirk being able to do this. But the glow lip. She'd recognize that flower anywhere. She'd been an avid player of the game franchise where it was a staple lighting mechanic. She finished her sketch at roughly the same time Izuku finished off his bowl of mango and was about to stand up off the chair and go wash the bowl, so she took it from his hand and had him sit back again. Izuku, we're going to do a little test, okay? I just want to see if you can make this for me. It's one of my favorite fruits trees in the world, okay? She watched him zero in on her at that, knowing he'd do anything to make her happy brought a smile to her face and made her heart feel so warm. She still wanted to kick herself for thinking something like this would ever be possible, but she had to check it out. Okay, here you go. This is the seed and the mature version of the pawpaw tree and its fruit, the pawpaw fruit. She paused to make sure he was studying the drawing of what was basically a palm tree that had grown almost horizontally before reaching up and growing its fronds and fruit within arm's reach of the average person's height. Do you want to know why this is my favorite fruit tree? Yes. Is it really tasty? Izuku asked while Momo, Achiko, and Kao just sat there confused but curiously. Hoshi was staring at the sketch pad and back to her face over and over again, a look of understanding and then mischief on her face. She leaned over to Kao and whispered what the fruit did into her ear, trying to get her permission beforehand so they weren't overstepping any bounds. Kao's eyes widened to honestly hilarious proportions before her head swung over to her daughter. Momo, sweetie, her daughter looked over to her, have you and these two children become friends already? She watched as her daughter's face lit up with a blush and obvious happiness. Yes, mother. They have already asked me to be their friend and I have accepted. I can't wait to spend more time with them. Momo nodded her head rapidly, trying to make sure her mother knew how happy she was to finally have friends her own age that weren't just trying to get to her parents through her. Kao sighed and nodded resolutely to Inko, who was now sporting a Cheshire grin, and nodded back to her before addressing Izuku again. You see, Izuku, the pawpaw fruit is a special fruit. It's also called the empathy fruit. Anyone who shares one will, if they're willing, have their destinies entwined and remain a part of each other's lives no matter what. It makes it so that you can more easily feel what each other are feeling so that you can have a better relationship after eating it. Some say that if you are able to eat enough of them with the same people, you can even start to read each other's thoughts if they wanted you to. I had one a long time ago with Mitsuki, not a lie per se, but she wasn't going to tell him it was a cake shaped to look like the fruit from her favorite game franchise, and I'd like to have a few more and maybe you can have some to share with your friends. They taste like the best tasting fruit the person chewing them at the time would enjoy, so yours could taste like an apple while Achiko's might taste like a pear or an orange. Yes, I know sweetie, you also love apples the most. She paused to rub the little brunette's hair. I haven't been able to find any more of the fruit, so if you could make us a tree that would be fantastic. Izuku didn't even have to think about it. He would do anything to make his mom happy. So he reached for his quirk again, imagining the star-shaped brown seed about the size of a 10-yen coin. He kept hold of that image and pushed the energy up through his arm and down to his hand again, held palm up and waited while it pooled together just like last time. He felt about the same amount of time and energy be used up when his quirk cut off again, and he opened his eyes and looked down at the seed, exactly as described, sitting in his hand. He gave it to his mother while she helped him lean back to eat some slices of apple this time. Noting that he wasn't as tired this time, but the difference wasn't all that much, still there was a difference, and that meant the quirk specialist was right and his quirk helped him build stamina the more he used it. Inko held the seed up to her eye, going over what she knew about it again in her head. She gained a glint in her eye as she showed off the seed to the two other adults and their kids. She struck a victory pose with the happiest smile she had worn since Izuku had discovered his quirk last week. Her baby was going to have friends for life. No more chances for him to be betrayed by the people he trusted most. No more Katsuki situations. The other mothers, now in on her plan, were also happy that their daughters were going to become good friends for life. They wouldn't have to worry about either of the kids hurting the other on purpose, and if they did they'd know and feel compelled to fix it. Something none of them could have known, however, was that Izuku took his mother's words literally, as he usually did. They wouldn't find this out until about a week later though. Izuku had finished off his apple slices now and was back to full energy again. He hopped down from his chair and brought his 2 bowls to the kitchen to be cleaned and headed over to his mother to get her attention. "Now what, mommy? Did you want to plant it?" he asked, trying to finish helping his mom get the fruit she wanted so badly that she would ask him to make it for her. "Oh, yes sweetie, let's go find a special place for this one, okay? Would you all like to come with us?" It was a silly question. There's no way children were going to say no to playing outside, and there's no way Hoshi and Ko were going to ignore their curiosity at this time. The nods of affirmation she received had her leading the group outside again. The adults walked in silence while the children laughed and ran around to play, Izuku doing slightly less than normal because he wanted to save his energy for growing the tree. Inko found a spot, hidden in a thicket and between 2 boulders, still giving the tree ample sunlight if it needed it. It wouldn't, but it never hurts to be kind to your plants, but hiding it from anyone who wasn't actively searching for it. She dug a hole and had Izuku plant the seed, telling him which direction it should grow in to keep it well hidden, and then stepped back with everyone else to watch the show. They watched as the spot just below his chest began to glow and he sat down and put his hand on the ground nearby. The glow then began traveling up and down his arm, coursing towards his hand again before seeming to pool there, not moving towards the seed they planted but also not being reabsorbed back to his core. Just when Inko was going to step forward, assuming the seed was a dud and had already begun chastising herself for thinking it was possible, the energy pulsed down towards the seed buried underground. Izuku sitting back now to support himself as Achiko handed him another apple which he gratefully started chowing down on. Nothing changed for several seconds, Inko becoming depressed again. Maybe she should go see a therapist at this rate, this can't be healthy. And then everyone's attention was caught as a small sapling broke ground and started growing up and towards the direction they had been hoping for. They watched as what looked like a nearly horizontal palm tree grew in a matter of seconds, the fronds splaying out in every direction before noticing small protrusions just below the bottom layer of leaves. The protrusions grew quickly, turning from the same brown color of the tree bark to a rapidly lightening green color until finally turning a bright yellow-orange mixture and forming into a star shape. Izuku had a triumphant look on his face while Achiko just looked at the tree like it was the coolest thing she'd ever seen, and Momo had joined the adults in marveling the strange plant. Inko reached forward and plucked a single palpo fruit that had fully matured, seeing the protrusion already growing a new one in its place. Obviously Izuku was making sure they had enough in case she wanted more. She led everyone back inside once Izuku had finished his apple and tossed the core into the underbrush. She took to opening the fruit and chopping it up for the kids to share, then sat a bowl in between them and plunked herself back into her own chair while the adults watched their kids take the first bite. The week that followed was eventful to say the least. Inko hadn't let Izuku tell his classmates about the glowing flower or the palpo tree, and it had taken several minutes to explain exactly why it should be kept a secret. She couldn't have it be known that Izuku could grow plants that don't naturally exist. The best case scenario is him getting taken for a government program, the worst being kidnapped and forced to use his quirk by villains. Once all three of the children agreed and understood that they couldn't tell anyone who wasn't already good friends with them, the message seemed to stick. Then Momo called with a surprise for them, asking if they'd like to join her and Achiko for a concert being held by a group her family sponsors. Izuku seemed excited about it, and Inko, after much needling, was told they wouldn't be a bother, agreed that it would be a nice way to have fun together, so she agreed, and Momo and her mother came to pick them as well as Achiko and Hoshi up for the drive over to the venue. The gig was for a group called Deep Dope, and because of the Yaoyorozu family name they were all seated in the booth overlooking the stage that was set up for family and friends but was empty aside from a little girl roughly Izuku's age with purple hair and little string-like things hanging from her ears. Inko had decided that she was adorable. She also decided to find her parents, as she shouldn't be left alone with all the people around here. She was just about to ask the little one where her parents were when Ko beat her to the punch. "Hello Kyoka, how are you and your parents doing?" she asked with a motherly smile. "Oh, Auntie Ko. We're doing great. Mom said that she really likes the studio and I finally get to watch another concert they're playing," the little girl said, face lighting up when she recognized someone before taking in the others entering the booth. "Hi Mama-can. I've missed you," she said while glomping the ravinette. "It's good to see you again as well Kayaka-can. I can't wait to watch your parents perform again, it's always a pleasure," Momo said while returning the hug. She then introduced the other two children and their parents and got everyone seated. The show was phenomenal, a mix of hard rock, punk, and a bit of pop that you couldn't resist moving to. Kyoka became fast friends with everyone, and when the show was over she made sure to introduce her parents to the group as well. Needless to say, they received an invite over to the Midoriya household anytime they wanted with the promise of good food and another couple of friends her own age. Inko had also noticed that little Kyoka had a sarcastic streak already developing, and she knew a developing tsundere when she saw one. Better to cement the friendship before that attitude takes over and Izuku thinks she doesn't like him. She made sure to hide from everyone when she cut up another paopu fruit to feed to the kids when all four were over at once a few days later. She was leaving nothing to chance with Izuku's road to recovery and making new friends, who all just so happened to be adorable girls his own age. The grandbabies would give her diabetes from the sweetness. It was when the gyrus were leaving that she, Hoshi, and Ko noticed the issue. "Bye Izuku. Bye Chaka-can. Bye Yamamo. I love you all." Kaachan, Izuku gave her the nickname and she loved it, and Inko wouldn't let anyone say he had no naming originality, squealed before she gave each one of the others a kiss on the cheek. Something her parents clearly weren't expecting if the flabbergasted looks on their faces were anything to go by. "Psst, Gyru-san." Inko whispered and waved her hand at Kyoka's mother to get her attention before leaning in. "Is little Kyoka usually this affectionate? I've never seen Kyoka behave this way with anyone. She doesn't even have that level of enthusiasm when she's greeting or saying goodbye to us." Her mother, Gyru Mika, whispered in reply. She hadn't taken her eyes off her daughter, who was still giggling and hugging the other children. "I don't know what's going on. I'm not really upset about it, but it's confusing." Inko was trying to think things through when she heard the other kids say almost the exact same things to Kyoka and give her a hug and a kiss as well. She was totally going to squeal when she had a moment to herself later. That was just too cute. But now was the time to figure out what was going on, and she would figure this out. She had started forming a couple of guesses when Ko tapped her shoulder and looked into her eyes with an expression that said she knew what happened and she was already enjoying every second of it. "Inko, you fed Kyoka-chan a paopu fruit in that bowl of fruits you gave the kids earlier, didn't you?" she said, eyes gleaming in barely contained glee that Inko just knew was the look of a mother getting excited for grandbabies. "How did she know, you ask?" "Simple. She was making the same face herself." "Izuku," Inko called out, getting his attention and causing the kids to quiet down and look at her. "Izuku, do you remember what you were thinking when you created the seed for the tree you made last week?" She watched as her son nodded his head at a speed that really shouldn't be possible, and she'd have to get him to stop that or risk hurting his neck. He opened his mouth and the three adults in the know instantly figured out what happened. "Yes. You told me that it binds people together by destiny if they're willing and improves their relationships while letting them feel each other's emotions and eventually hear each other's thoughts. So that's what I told the seed to do." Izuku answered with a bright smile on his face, knowing that he'd done exactly as she'd asked and not seeing the problem. Mika and Kyotoku now had incredulous expressions on their faces. No doubt wondering what was going on and not knowing what to think about a child saying those things. Inko decided to head off any potential problems right here, right now. "Mr. and Mrs. Gyru, how about I explain what just happened to you in the kitchen? Let the kids play for a few more minutes." Inko said while leading the two, still very confused parents, into the other room while being watched by the other moms with picture-perfect sheet-eating grins on their faces. This was prime teasing material for decades to come and they all knew it and were ready for it. It didn't take long, not even 5 minutes later Ko and Hoshi heard a groan and a squeal coming from the kitchen where Mika came barreling out and gathered all of the kids into a group hug. The other moms saw no reason to not be a part of this, so they wrapped themselves around the little bundle of arms and torsos as well, shortly followed by Inko, who made sure to take several pictures of the activity first. I can't believe my daughter is basically married already and I didn't even get to do the protective dad bit to scare her boyfriend or girlfriend. I was looking forward to that. Kyotoku wailed, snapping the group out of their happy hug time. Inko was going to copyright that name, and prompting the children, sans Momo, to ask what married meant as they'd only ever heard that their parents were married but had never had it explained to them before. Being married means you love each other and will be spending the rest of your lives together as a family. Inko said, consequences be demanded in regards to teaching 6-year-olds what it meant and basically confirming that they were in a relationship with each other now. By the way Izuku, we need to make a new Paupu seed later. This one isn't what I was talking about when I explained it to you. What do you mean Mom? I thought I made it the way you all wanted. Izuku said with tears already falling from his eyes. No sweetheart, you did great. You made it exactly as I said to make it. The problem is that I worded it wrong and you didn't know any better. You see, the Paupu fruit can create relationships like the one you four have now, but it is primarily used to help make friends for life. I should have explained that part better and it's my fault, Inko said, while squeezing her baby and trying to fill him up with all the love she could muster. It seemed to be working as he was calming down. Well, no use crying over spilled tea. Hoshi joked, getting a chuckle out of a few of those present. Achiko could certainly have done worse for herself, that's for sure. The adults laughed and the kids collectively tilted their heads to the side, each donning the same look of confusion. Oh God, it's too adorable, the mothers cried in unison. The teasing material was growing by the second and every mother was totally unwilling to ever let go of a single piece of cutesy blackmail material for the future. The 6-year-old group of future spouses, Inko was thrilled, were back again playing around in the backyard while Inko was entertaining Hoshi and Ko, Mika having been on tour and left little Kyoko with the Yaoyorises for the next month so that she didn't have to be away from her partners, again, thrilled. They had planted a new Paupu tree on the hill that specifically elevated friendly relationships less than a day after the prior debacle. The kids vehemently denied it when Kyotoku demanded Izuku make a new plant to reverse the effects of the original Paupu fruit, none of them wanting anything to do with the notion that their newfound connection with each other would ever be anything less than what they already shared. Kyoka being the staunchest defender actually, she had been moving around so much with her parents that she had no real friends and the only constants in her young life were her parents. Her mother had to slap her father to get him to stop and think about the fact that he was yelling at 4 6-year-olds about something they couldn't possibly understand the negatives of. Inko would swear there were none, Ko would agree with her. Life went on though, the 4 kids playing around, having fun and testing out Izuku's quirk some more with the random ideas they had floating around in their little noggins. Each child having agreed that any ideas had to be written down and approved by at least 2 parents from different families before they tried making it. The results ranging from useless trinkets like the glow lip that could never see the light of day, to a particularly ingenious type of grass that caused anyone with malicious intent to get lost until someone came to help them leave. They had planted the grass all over the yard and the rest of the property that the Midoriyas owned. It hadn't, thankfully, come in handy yet, but they had peace of mind that at least there was a front-line defense against intruders and villains. Inko having told the town authorities that a family friend had stopped by to apply their quirk to the property as a precaution due to there being just a single mother and a young boy living all alone. There were a few problematic plants though, ones that couldn't be found out by the general public or hopefully anyone at all if it could be helped. Such as the plant whose leaf could be ground into a paste and applied to any external wound to heal it rapidly, or another similar to an aloe vera plant whose fluid could be safely ingested to cure infections, colds, flus, and several other common illnesses. If any of those plants were made known, Inko didn't know what they would do. Of course there were other plants that had been 100% a-okay to modify and sell or just to have around the home. Inko decided to plant a tea tree grove as she had mentioned to Ko, and the tea made from the leaves was already gaining a following in the tea circles. They had done plenty of brainstorming and figured that people knowing Izuku could slightly alter real plants as they were growing would be fine for anyone to know since it wasn't an ability that would get them in trouble, further backed by the Yayorozu group's legal team if need be. Safety secured, the tea was named Izuku and it paired very well with either peaches or flour-based foods or simply consumed on its own. It was noted to calm the nerves and provide a lasting energy boost to the drinker that wasn't noticeable to most but definitely had an effect if you paid attention. The success of the Izuku tea line prompted Inko to enlist the Uraraka's help with building large greenhouses for cold weather planting and harvesting. The project netting the family a hefty sum, along with Izuku giving each of the girls an equal share of his portion of the profits, nearly instantly wiping out the Uraraka company's money issues that Inko had heard Achiko mention one day, Hoshi and Taiyu having kept the information from her for several months. The tea, fruits, and vegetables they sold each day garnered so much acclaim in their small town that Inko had foregone the stall in the Market Street area and had started selling out of a newly constructed storefront, once again built by the Urarakas, to handle the daily sales. This had the fortunate side effect of having Izuku's quirk build up his stamina at a brisk but gradual pace, though it wasn't immediately apparent because of the constant increase in stamina drain when their customer base began to include several nearby towns and even a few cities in the area. Less than 6 months after moving to the Mie Prefecture, the Midoriyas, Urarakas, and Gyrus were financially stable and only becoming more secure as time went on. Momo had said that the monthly income she got from the tea sales from Izuku was good pocket change for her, which would have sounded conceited if it hadn't come from Momo, who didn't understand the notion that people would treat others differently based on how much money they had passed the business deals her parents took part in. The problem started, however, when Izuku gave Kyoka a flower for her 7th birthday. By itself it was just a very pretty flower that smelled good and most people would leave it at that without thinking any further into it. When in close proximity to the one he gave Momo for her birthday just a little later, however, the plants gave off a calming pink glow the closer they got to each other. Izuku hadn't told the girls about the effect, intending to give another to Achiko on her birthday before he showed them what they did, especially when the 3rd flower would have made the group of flowers radiate a healing aura around themselves that could treat minor cuts and bruises. This wouldn't have been a big deal as the number of times the flowers would have come in contact with each other while the kids were young and lived apart from each other would be near if not zero, Izuku had confessed later to believing. What he hadn't counted on, however, was for Momo to bring her birthday flower with her to see Kyoka a couple of days later during one of the Gyru's concerts, nor had Momo planned for anyone else to be in the booth with Kyoka when she and her parents arrived. Thankfully, the only people who were present to see the peculiarity of the flowers were a family of legacy heroes, the Idas. The matriarch of the Ida family, her eldest son, and the youngest son being enamored with the flowers when Momo had come running into the booth to show hers off to Kyoka. The good thing that came from the encounter had been the youngest son, being the same age as their group, had become fast friends with them. Izuku and Achiko finding his rule-stickler attitude hilarious, Kyoka enjoying teasing him, and Momo finding little Tenya to be an excellent reading buddy. By the time Achiko's birthday had rolled around, Tenya had shared a V2 Paupu fruit with the group and they were basically inseparable as friends. Inko had taken Tenya's mother and father aside the week prior to explain the differences between the two versions, and the Ida parents had discussed it with the previous generation for several days before allowing their youngest to share in the friendship bond. The empathy link they formed had the unintended side effect of mellowing out little Tenya's strict personality once he understood how it was making his friends feel when he would lecture them about admittedly small or nonsensical issues. His parents had been delighted, having not known why he was so stiff as a 6-year-old in the first place. Of course, with the increase in sales and customer base, came the more frequent home visits from potential business partners. All of the extra people being at the house on a regular basis meant that Izuku and Inko had had to remove all of the obviously strange plants, much to the chagrin of Momo, who wanted her rainbow pears back, and Tenya, who had taken a liking to the tomatoes of the same description. Today was one of those days where Inko was sitting down in their living room with a group of potential business partners. Thankfully Ko had stopped by to help her with one of her best negotiators. This was also a day where all 5 kids were present at the Midoriya residence and were currently holed up in Izuku's room since they couldn't play outside or experiment with his quirk for fear of interrupting the meeting or having his quirk be found out. This SCKS. Kaachan groaned, having plopped boneless across one of the beanbag chairs in Izuku's room. The annoyed look on her face, something that she rarely ever showed on her face when she was together with those she was linked to. I know. Chorused Izuku and Kaachan, both slumped against each other back to back. Each having come up with a parent-approved plan to try out today but being unable to test it out because of a group of pushy businessmen who had spent nearly 2 whole hours trying to force Inko into signing a blatantly one-sided contract with their supermarket chain. Ko had had to call for her bodyguards she had left in the cars outside to remove the men after they refused to leave if Inko hadn't signed with them. The police were very interested in watching the effects of the labyrinth grass when the men had stepped outside and attempted to force their way back into the house. It had been entertaining for the kids to watch out Izuku's window while the men in suits tripped over their own feet trying to walk in several different directions at once for 5 minutes while the police were snickering, and Inko had recorded the whole ordeal, from the time they arrived to when their impromptu dance-off started right as the cops were walking up to arrest them. Be that as it may, we were instructed to remain here, in Izuku's room, until one of our parents came to get us. We need to follow what we were told, Tenya said, his arms chopping the air robotically as he spoke. The rest of the group having already gotten used to the motion, though it did still bring a chuckle to their lips whenever they saw it, and Tenya would readily admit that it was the only reason he still did it in their presence. I know, Tenya, but I just wish we had somewhere private we could go to play around with my quirk, especially for the stuff Mom says we can't let anyone know about. I know you miss the tomatoes almost as much as Yamamo misses the rainbow pears. Izuku countered, having gotten up mid-rant to reach for his closet to grab his learning guitar that Kaachan was helping him learn. He stopped with his hands outstretched, the doors just barely parted as he stared forward. That would be fantastic actually. Somewhere we could all gather to experiment with our quirks while you grew whatever came to mind. I could ask Father to prepare us a building on the estate for that, but it wouldn't help us unless we spent our time at my home instead of Izuku's, and his is closer to everyone's homes. Yeah. Also, I feel funny walking up to those big gates at your house, Yamamo. Not that there's anything wrong with your home. It's a very nice house. I'm just not used to such a big house, and you have several buildings to go with it. It's still strange to me now that I know my family was struggling more than they told me with money before Izuku helped us out. I just can't wrap my head around needing all those rooms. Kaachan said, waving her arms around wildly as she spoke, desperately trying to reassure Yamamo that she didn't have a problem with spending time at her house with her. The young heiress picking up her intentions and panic through their bond and giving the girl a reassuring smile to let her know she understood. You okay there, Izuku? You've just been standing there staring into your closet for a minute, need help finding anything? Kaachan asked, a frown on her face as she began to get up out of her beanbag prison. She had noticed that his heart had started beating faster and he had started breathing heavily but still wasn't moving, so she became worried. Her question had gotten the rest of the room's occupants' attention, and each of them were now watching Izuku as he stood frozen, just staring at the small gap between the doors. Kaachan made her way over to him and tapped him on the cheek with her ear jacks, causing him to jump and realize he'd been standing there unaware of what his friends had been saying for a while now. What? Oh yeah, I'm fine. I think. Izuku said, his head tilted to the side, expressing his confusion at what he was looking at. Just remind me guys, what was in this closet last time we opened it to get the chairs out? Extra chairs, futons, blankets, towels, and board games. Yamamo recited, Kaachan nodding vigorously at her words, having helped Izuku pull out the beanbag chair for Kaachan earlier. Right. That's what I though. So it's not supposed to have a sunny field in it, right? Izuku asked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Izuku? Are you alright? Should I go get your mother so she can take you to the doctor? You sound unwell. Tenya said, concern evident on his face, having heard the nonsense his friend had spouted. Oh. He's not fibbing. I mean, the bond said he wasn't, but... Kaachan couldn't find the words to express what she was seeing between the doors that were still just cracked open. Yamamo moved to see what was going on, the bond giving her confusing information, and neither of her partners were making any sense to her 7-year-old brain. She moved to Izuku's side and grabbed one of the doors, throwing it wide open for the rest of the room to see. What she saw caused her to pause as well. What? Smooth Yamamo. Wow. There really is a field in your closet, Izuku. Kaachan yelled, eyes glinting with barely suppressed glee. She was already moving to run into the field when she was caught by the arm by Tenya, who had resumed his chopping motions. Friends, we should inform Miss Inko at once. We cannot go through this door without an adult going with us. He shouted in his attempt to grab his friend's attention before they did something they weren't allowed to do. He couldn't remember being told not to play in a field in Izuku's closet, but he also couldn't remember an adult saying they could either. Why yeah. That's a good idea, Tenya. Let me call Mom so we can see what's going on. Izuku said as he went to the comms console on his dresser and pressed the non-emergency button. He'd managed to convince his mom that she didn't need to come running every time he called for her like he had been injured, getting her to install 3 different options on the console. Emergency call, non-emergency call, and Hi Mom. Each one sent a different notification to his mom's phone so that she could tell when he needed help or just wanted to say hello from his room. The rest of the group was still speechless, staring through the door into the field beyond. They heard Inko coming down the hallway just a minute or two later, possibly. They might have been staring longer. Izuku honey, I'm here. What did you need sweetie? The meeting is on hold now for the new hires. Izuku. What is that? Inko's greeting ground to a halt the moment she laid eyes on the scene in her son's closet. Unable to process what she was seeing. Yeah. I don't know. We were just sitting here thinking about where we could practice with our quirks or try out new plants and I wanted to get out my guitar and I opened the closetan through a safe field and I didn't know what's going on but I didn't think. Izuku began muttering while his friends continued staring at the field, the sound of his mumbling and the confused ramblings coming through the bond drawing their attention to him again. Oh. Have either of you tried going in yet? Inko said, leveling a stern gaze at the 5 children, knowing just how curious they all were, even if they wanted to seem more mature. No ma'am Miss Inko. We decided to call you shortly after we found this. Whatever this is. Tenya said, both arms now chopping in different directions. Good. Izuku please close the doors for now, I need to finish the interview and I'll bring Ko up here to discuss what to do about this. Inko said, already turning away from what she could only assume would be a headache later in the day. Wait mom. Izuku called out, prompting his mother to turn back to him with a questioning look on her face. Let me try throwing something in real quick. Like. Yamamo, what were those things that pull metal to you? Izuku asked as he turned to his raven-haired bonded. Magnets Izukin, I just learned how to make them last month. She replied instantly, already seeing what he wanted and making 2 magnets and a ball of string to test his theory. Alright, one test then. Inko relented, her own curiosity piqued. Toss in a magnet and then see if you can bring it back out. Then close the door until I finish with business for the day. Yes ma'am. Came the replies as Yamamo handed a magnet to Izuku while she tied one end of the yarn to the other magnet as he threw the other through the doorway. Everyone watching as it bounced a few times before stopping a few meters into the field. Yamamo coming to stand next to him as she chucked the other magnet in after the first, getting it close enough to attract the first one to itself to pull them back in. Magnets successfully retrieved. The doors to the closet were closed and the kids went back to their seats as Inko trotted back downstairs, decidedly not thinking about what she just saw. That was an issue for future Inko. Who was she kidding? She wasn't going to be able to stop thinking about that. Was it some sort of warp quirk set up to steal her baby away? Was someone using a very elaborate illusion quirk to play a prank on them? Was there someone in the house doing this right now? No. No Inko. Think. What do you know about illusion quirks? The user almost always needs to be nearby to catch someone in an illusion and that kind of thing would obviously be stopped by the grass outside. So possibly a warp quirk. She didn't know how to combat a warp quirk or how to defend against them. But it begs the question. Why wouldn't the user just warp the kids away directly instead of putting an entrance to a field in a child's closet and hope curiosity gets the better of them? Scratch that. This is definitely a future Inko problem. Possibly a future Inko with help from a trusted employee of Ko's. Maybe a quirk specialist they can trust to not spread information? Inko did seem to recall the local specialist saying Izuku's quirk had another facet to it that he couldn't identify just yet. That's more than likely what's going on here. But why would his quirk put a field in his closet? Sometimes Inko feels like an idiot. Why else would a plant growth quirk give its user access to a field? His quirk provided him a garden. Okay, that's huge. And powerful. This needs testing. Maybe see if her phone's GPS works in there? Oh right, the interview, that's still happening. Inko finished off the interviews and hired a couple of workers for the greenhouses that are feeding the storefront now, the workload having gotten too big for just herself and Izuku on the weekends. Having some extra hands there just to harvest and transport to and from the store and the growing areas would save so much time and effort. Not to mention her back. She isn't getting any younger. Business done, she brought Ko up to Izuku's room to try to help sort out what was going on, giving her gal pal the short description of what they were dealing with on the way up. I'm back. Interviews are done so we can try to figure this out. Inko said as she pushed open the door to find the kids still basically where she left them, chatting away together about new things Yamamo could make or if Tenya could get different effects from different types of orange juice. Is the field still there? Izuku got up to open his closet door, showing the room's occupants that the field was, indeed, still in his closet. He giggled at the thought. Nothing had changed as far as anyone could tell, there was still the trail on the ground from where the magnets were dragged out, curiously though there was no dirt past the threshold. Inko walked over to the closet explaining as she walked her theory of this being Izuku's quirk and that she herself would test if the field was safe before any child would be allowed in. She tentatively reached her hand out to see if she could feel any sort of barrier. She was surprised when she noticed there was one, effectively preventing her from entering. Izuku honey, can you see if you can allow me access to the field? If this is your quirk, maybe it only lets in people you allow to enter. It was her only option after a brief consideration. If it didn't work, she couldn't allow her son to try entering the place before getting checked over by a quirk specialist they could trust to keep quiet. Sure. I think I can do that. It feels like, you know, when we go to the bathrooms at the train station and they have the red and green thing that you flip to show you're in the stall? It feels like one of those is next to your face in my head. You should be able to go in now. Izuku rattled off, growing more excited as he realized his quirk was more than he thought. He had so many ideas if the place was safe. Inko pushed again where the barrier was, noticing that her hand passed right through it, though it felt like she was pushing through a sheet as she made her way slowly through the door. Not noticing any trouble with her breath, nor was there anything else here that she could see, Inko brought her phone out, noting the lack of service. Her theory rang true when she saw that her GPS was saying she was out of the service area. Okay. This is huge. If my theory is right, my baby has a safe place to make new plants that no one else can access unless he lets them. Need to find out if he can move the doorway though. I'd rather it be in an unused linen closet rather than the one holding all of the extra bed supplies and his toys for the kids, she thought. She made her way back into Izuku's room, noting that the feeling of pushing through a bed sheet was present going both ways. She nodded to Ko to reassure her that it seemed safe before turning to Izuku. Do you think you can move the doorway? It would be more convenient if you could move the entrance to another door in the house that we don't use. Actually, wait a second. Put something inside before you do that to see if it stays if the entrance moves. Izuku put one of the magnets from earlier inside before looking at the door again, his hand reaching up to hold up his chin as he considered how to do what his mom asked of him. He eventually had a look come across his face like he'd had an idea and closed the doors to the closet, his eyes closed in concentration. He opened his eyes at the same time as he opened the closet doors again, allowing everyone to see that the field was no longer there and all of his stuff was back. The look of wonder on his face made Inko feel like someone was squeezing her heart and her ovaries, but she'd already decided not to have another child, mostly because she wasn't sure she wanted another relationship. Inko led the group to a spare linen closet, removing the extra towels from the shelves before closing the door again, moving aside as Izuku reached forward and opened the door, the field coming back into view, the magnet in roughly the same place relative to where they were now. This was fantastic. She asked Izuku to try to reopen the door in his closet again while this one was still open, hoping that he could open multiple doors into the field so that they could test what happens when someone is in the field when a door closes. Izuku runs off with her hot on his heels, making sure the others stayed at the primary entrance to watch what happened. Long story short, he could open another door. It looked like an exact replica of the door he created the portal with got spawned in the field next to the already open one. Inko walked in while everyone else watched and had Izuku close the portal in his bedroom closet, watching with everyone else as the door faded from view from within the field space as she moved back through the door into the hallway. There's one more thing I want to check, but we need to be at one of your homes to try it out. How about tomorrow we go visit Kaachan at her house and see if we can open another door for her at her place? If it works, we try again at the Yaoyorozu estate, Kaachan's house and Tenya's house. Actually, are all of the kids able to go inside, and did you have to set it that way or were they automatically allowed? Inko addressed the group before looking at her son as she finished speaking, asking for the information. They were all allowed from the beginning. I think maybe because of the empathy link, he said, unsure of his guess. Inko nodded. Yes, that's what I thought too. It seems you might be able to manually add people to the allowed list like you did for me, but anyone linked to you through your links or bonds will be able to access the field regardless. That is fantastic. It's like you have a safe house you can access anywhere you can find an unlocked door. Happiness now radiated off of Inko. If there was no limit to the number of doors he could have access points in, then he could potentially carry around a collapsible doorway in his hero gear that would give him a safe place to hide during missions. Plans made for the next day, the kids were allowed outside to play again, Inko having asked them to hold off on exploring the field for the night to give her time to plan for contingencies. The next day saw a new portal open at the Uraraka's home with her and her parents gaining access to the safe space and a quick ride to the Yaoyorozu estate to do the same there. The following day saw portals being opened in the Jairu abode and the Ida home, all family members having access granted to them on the stipulation that no harm be done to the plants that would inevitably fill most of the area and to abide by any signage for restricted areas in the case of potentially harmful plants. Izuku had been watching a pre-Quirk era cartoon with his friends and bonded about a team of heroes called the Justice League, and he had been interested in a plant he saw in the show but said it was way too dangerous for anyone to go near as is, and he didn't have the stamina to make the seed yet anyway, but wanted to warn people that it was going to show up in the future. Something interesting Inko noted was that the area in the field seemed to be growing, the sunny sky and rich earth growing to cover more of the void as the days went on. Presumably the size of his garden was tied to his stamina as well. They would have to operate on that theory, as all of the adults agreed bringing any quirk specialist anywhere near Izuku was a bad idea. As a byproduct of Izuku constantly feeding stamina to the plants that were harvested several times a day for the store, he had figured out how to stagger stamina usage when creating seeds, making it far safer to make new seeds when he had to operate at roughly 50% stamina for most of the day, his teachers being made aware that he would be a little tired for a while as his quirk was being used at home until he built up his stamina reserves to a point where the drain wasn't noticeable or posed a danger of sending him to the hospital again from overuse. Another month passed like this as Izuku was allowed to experiment more liberally now that he had a safe place that wasn't accessible by any prying eyes when the group found a new friend. Or rather, a new friend was hoisted upon them by some mildly unpleasant parents. Inko didn't like the feeling they gave her. They had shown up at the door to buy tea leaves directly from her and had gently nudged their daughter to go play with the kids in the backyard while the adults talked. The poor little girl had such a confused look on her face as she made her way into the yard to introduce herself. The kids had adopted her into their circle almost immediately, Izuku having asked about her quirk, and when the girl flinched away before giving them an obviously fake answer while cowering away from them, that was all it took for her to be brought into a hug pile. Izuku ran into the house to ask his mom to help him grab something from his room. Inko getting his message instantly and asking for forgiveness from her guests as she followed her son upstairs and into the garden so they could chat. Izuku filled her in on what had happened and asked if they could share a V2 Paupo fruit with her to see if it can help them find out why she was so scared. Inko agreed without too many extra questions, not allowing herself to let a child possibly go back to an abusive home if she can help it, especially not if it's a quirk issue. She made her way back downstairs where she cut up one of the V2 Paupo fruits for the kids to share and sent Izuku back outside while she distracted the girl's parents. Himiko, I brought us some fruit to share, it tastes really good, Izuku yelled as he ran back outside, carefully holding the bowl of fruit while sending a message along the telepathy network they'd recently established that he'd brought out a V2 fruit to see what's wrong. His bonded antenna nodded, which came off to Himiko as them agreeing the fruit was tasty, though she knew it wasn't going to be what she wanted most. She wanted these people to like her, so she played along, putting on the mask she had been wearing for 3 years now. Himiko took back everything she thought about the fruit from before. It was amazing. She couldn't quite place the taste, but she knew she wanted it every day from now on. The kids around her were giving her indulgent looks as she snacked on the fruit in the bowl. She knew she'd have to beg her parents to get some of this fruit for her, even if it'd never happen. She noticed the kids around her stiffen as her mood dropped. She seemed to feel like they were upset at something? She'd never been good at reading normal people's moods. Her parents said it was because she was a cursed villain that would never be able to fit in with others normally. Why did they seem angry now? She could feel the childlike rage wafting off of them all, each with a pout on their faces as they attempted to keep chatting with her. She couldn't help but feel confused. Why were they mad? Was it something she'd done? She had tried so hard to seem normal though? Well, I guess I really can't have normal friends, just like Mom and Dad said. Monsters don't have friends. Himiko, you are not a monster. WWW, what was that? Your mom and dad are bad people. Yeah, super bad people. I should tell Mother about this. She can call our detective friend to check this out. Yeah, I can call our detective friend too. His name was Tsukachi? Yeah, Tsukachi. What was going on? Had she actually gone crazy? How was she hearing voices in her head? Relax, Himiko. You've joined our empathy link. Yes, welcome to the group. Please take note that you cannot tell anyone not in the group about the group. Somehow she felt someone making robotic motions with their arm when she heard that one. Looking up, she saw the blue-haired boy chopping his arms up and down repeatedly while looking at her. Wait. The voices in her head. It was them. Yeah. It's us, Himiko. We added you to our link because you seemed upset earlier and we wanted to know why. Your parents are super bad, the brown-haired girl said while waving her arms over her head. Himiko thought it was cute. Okay, now that you know about the link, you can just think what you want to say to us and we'll hear it. Can you please tell us what scared you so bad earlier? We promise not to think badly of you. Quirks are weird, but there's no such thing as a cursed quirk, the green-haired boy thought. To her, his emerald eyes boring into her own amber eyes with a deep sincerity that she'd rarely seen on adults, never on a child her age. Why, you promise? She didn't know why she thought she could tell them about her quirk. What made her a monster? But she felt like they wouldn't turn on her like all of the others. Himiko, I was treated really badly by everyone around me too when people thought I was quirkless. Everyone around you right now only wants to help you, but we need to know what's wrong first. The boy said, his eyes still showing deep concern. I like blood. It looks super cute and tastes so good. My Quirk lets me look like other people if I drink their blood. My mom and dad said I was a monster the first time I saw blood when a little birdie got hurt, and I brought it to them to see how cute it was. I just wanted to help the bird and clean all the blood off of it. Himiko said as she began crying. The group instantly moved in to hug her from all sides. So, your quirk lets you transform into others when you drink their blood, right? The green-haired boy asked. Himiko nodded in response, still crying too hard to vocalize anything and unable to string together enough words in her head to respond there either. Okay. I got it. Wait here, the boy said, smiling from ear to ear before running off to a little shed in the corner of the backyard. Himiko thought he was super cute too. The others laughed a bit at that. Himiko pouted at them. What? It was super cute. We're not laughing at you, Himiko. Izuku is super cute, the girl with the stringy ears thought to her. Yeah, we're not going to make fun of you for telling the truth, the cute brown-haired girl explained. While I am not a part of their deeper bond, one can agree that most of the things Izuku does are cute, the blue-haired boy added. Very cute. The black-haired girl heaped on at the end, her face turning a bit pink. Oh no. They're all super cute. Himiko thought to herself. Wait, no, they're all blushing. She thought it to them too. The blonde girl plopped down onto the ground and began twirling her finger in the dirt so that she wouldn't have to look at everyone. The purple-haired girl rubbed her back in calming circles, it helped a lot. Himiko heard footsteps coming closer and raised her head as Izuku made it back to the circle holding what looked like an orange. Why do you have an orange? Oh. My quirk is weird too. I can grow plants really fast. Any plant. Don't tell anyone about that last part. He looked super serious for the last part there. How does that look super cute too? Himiko thought. And they heard that too. Izuku blushed before continuing. Anyway. When we figured out what my quirk did, one of my first experiments made these. He gestured to the orange in his hands, blood oranges. I thought that meant they were filled with blood instead of orange juice like normal oranges. He turned his head away while blushing harder, obviously embarrassed about the memory. Wait. Himiko thought, why you made a fruit filled with blood? This was too good to be true. She needed to know if it was real. She reached her hand out and Izuku placed the orange in her palm. She studied it closely before moving to puncture it with her thumbnail. Be careful. Remember that it's filled with blood instead of orange juice, so it might make a mess. Here, let's go into the shed, it has a sink. Izuku thought to her as the group moved her into the shed to try the orange out of sight of her parents if they happened to look out the door. Now that they were hidden away and Tenya had placed a step stool so that she could stand over the sink, Himiko peeled open the orange, watching with wide fascinated eyes as blood began leaking out around her nails. Not wanting to waste a drop, she brought the orange up to her mouth and began to suck on it, the blood gushing out over her tongue making her feel so cute. The others watched her as she got tucked into the orange, happy now that the link was telling them she was super happy. Like really happy. They grew a little concerned when they felt just how happy the blood made her, so Izuku decided to ask her a question. Himiko. When was the last time you had blood? You look like you haven't had any in several days. If you have to drink it for your quirk to work, then you probably need to drink it to stay healthy too. It's not good for your body if you don't have at least a little every day or almost every day. He thought to her as she was still drinking up the blood from the orange, nearly having finished the fruit as she stopped to look at him, confused at what he asked. Mom and Dad haven't let me drink blood since my quirk came in. She responded before she thought about what he said afterwards. Wait. Do you mean I actually need to drink blood? I really am a monster, she conveyed, probably accidentally, as she fell to her knees and started crying again. What? No. Himiko, you aren't a monster. She wasn't sure which one said that, but she was too upset to pay attention. Her parents were right, she was cursed to become a villain who hurt people. She was hugged again from all sides by crying kids. Himiko, I may not be the best at figuring out social interactions, but I do know that parents should never say that to their children. Tenya said, hands chopping erratically as he continued to cry. Yes, Himiko. Your parents are hurting you. They're also wrong. Yamamo said to her as she moved a strand of hair out of the blonde's eyes. Himiko, I said before that no quirk is cursed and there's no such thing as a villainous quirk. Your quirk has dietary needs that you aren't being allowed to meet. That's going to hurt you a lot if it keeps happening. Having a blood quirk isn't even all that rare. Izuku shouted before he patted her on the head and thought to the group that he'd be right back again. He ran out of the shed and back into the house as the others kept comforting her. He made his way back into the shed a couple minutes later holding a notebook in his hands, treating it like one of his prized possessions. He opened it and turned the pages until he found what he was looking for as he turned it around and showed Himiko what looked like a large young man with fangs poking out pointed upwards from his mouth wearing a crimson-red costume with white hair. This is a new hero that just debuted. His hero name is Vlad King, and he has a quirk that lets him use his blood to make armor and weapons or tie up his targets. He also has to drink blood every day. Izuku explained to her, before turning to another page and showing her a woman in a dark red dress. Her hair was deep black and her eyes were colored red, her nails extended from her fingertips in a thinking pose. This is a hero from a while back. Her hero name was Lady Vampiria, and she could make people freeze up and obey an order from her for a short time if she drank their blood. She made a charity? Yeah, a charity. To help teach people about blood quirks. She said it was bad for a blood quirk user to not drink blood, it messed with their heads if they went too long without blood. Himiko hadn't been so confused in a very long time. Here was Izuku showing her 2 examples of heroes who were like her. People didn't call them monsters for having to drink blood. No, they were celebrated. Could her parents really have been wrong? All this time she wasn't a monster? She just needed blood to be healthy? The kids around her nodded vigorously at her, having obviously heard her talking to herself in her head. That's right, Himiko. Kaachan spoke through the link. Izuku showed us a few others too who had blood quirks that went on to be heroes or doctors. He knows a whole lot about quirks. I sometimes forget that we're the same age. Kaachan explained, looking at Izuku with a small smile as he turned away blushing again while trying to stutter out that he wasn't all that smart, to the surprise of no one in the shed other than Himiko. Yamamo pulled away eventually once Himiko had finished crying. So, what do we do now? We have to help Himiko. Right, the others agreed. Why you'll help me? She stuttered out, tears threatening to fall again. Of course we will. We're going to be heroes. What kind of hero lets someone suffer when they can do something about it? Kaachan yelled while pumping her fist, everyone else nodding resolutely. Yamamo, maybe you can talk to your mom and tell her what's going on? She would know what to do better than us for stuff like this. Kaachan said, giving out an option. Right, let me make a call. Yamamo said as she separated from the group, moving to the corner while pulling a phone from her bag. The others decided to let her speak in private and left the shed to wander the garden, showing Himiko around. The mood lightening as they walked around. Yamamo having joined the group again eventually as they were passing by the fruit trees, commenting on how she missed being able to come out here for a fresh rainbow pear whenever she wanted. Rainbow pear? Himiko thought. The group pausing and giggling again. She really needed to figure out how to stop thinking everything out loud. Don't worry about it, Himiko, it took us days to get used to it and we still sometimes mess up. Kaachan said, trying to make her feel better. It just take practice. We had to get used to it as quickly as possible to not have to hear Izuku's mental mutterstorms. She laughed when he covered his head and apologized repeatedly. Don't worry about it, Izuku, it's just you being you and we love you. She patted his back, joined by the others moments later. Himiko also patted his head, marveling at how fluffy his hair was. The group wandered the tree grove for a few more minutes, Yamamo getting a call from her mother during the walk and stepped away to talk to her again. She caught up with the group later to explain the plan, which unfortunately included Himiko going back with her parents today, but the police were already investigating her parents. She would be getting the help she needed very soon. Several minutes later and another good cry behind them, the group made their way back to the shed to wash away their tears, Izuku stepping through a door in the back and returning with another blood orange which Himiko made short work of. They spent the rest of the afternoon together before Himiko had to leave with her parents. Inko standing with the kids watching until they pulled away in their car, having made sure to make it clear that Himiko was welcome at their house any time. She turned to the group when they could no longer see the car with a questioning gaze. All right, spill it, what's going on with Himiko? The group filled Inko in on what they had learned, including that Yamamo had already told her parents about Himiko's circumstances. Inko had begun crying at first out of pity but very quickly morphing into tears of rage. How could parents treat their own child that way? She picked up her phone and dialed up Ko, trying to find out what she had gotten in motion so far to see if she could help in some way. A long phone call and one crazy idea later and Inko was out the door with Hoshi having come over to watch the kids for a while. Himiko had come visiting 2 days later, running to Izuku and Kaachan, the other kids not there that day. The three shared a hug and moved to the shed again where Izuku had given her a little basket filled with blood oranges to snack on as they talked. She told them her parents actually wanted her to come and play because it would get them a better deal on produce and tea if the kids were good friends. They ordered her to be useful for once instead of just being a monster. Himiko only teared up a bit when she said this, knowing they were already working to help her. The three spent a whole hour just talking, getting to know each other better before Himiko had to leave again. Izuku having promised her more blood oranges any time she came over, earning the biggest hug she could give him. She stopped by for an hour or so every few days from then on until a month later Inko brought the girl to Izuku's room where he was playing guitar with Kaachan, surprising him with the good news. Himiko's parents have been arrested. Her sister has been picked up by their grandparents who didn't want to take in Himiko due to financial constraints. You're free to visit them if you like, sweetheart, but that is actually better. You're looking at the newest member of our family. Inko cheered, watching as the kids ran to each other to hug one another tightly. She let them continue for a minute or two before adding, Himiko's birth parents gave up all custody rights for her and said they didn't want her near them anymore, which is fine by me. They didn't deserve her in the first place. I have finished all of the adoption procedures and she will be living with us from now on. The kids ran to hug Inko, who had knelt down to properly enjoy the group hug, not caring about the tears and snot now covering her blouse. She left the kids to themselves to prepare dinner, having enjoyed the look on Himiko's face as she surprised her with the last bit of news. She'd only told her that she would be looking after her for a while earlier. Her smile turned a little sinister as she remembered the girl's biological parents and what they were likely to get punished with, knowing they would never bother with Himiko again. It wasn't even a full day before Himiko asked to change her name to Midoriya, something Inko had absolutely no trouble granting. It was 3 days later when Himiko walked into the kitchen for breakfast with dark green hair and eyes, Izuku having grown hair and eye color, changing spinach the night before without informing his mother, who was now breaking down in tears looking at the girl who could very easily have passed as her biological daughter and smothering her in the best hugs she could manage. Pulling Izuku in and half-heartedly scolding him for growing something without getting her okay before smothering him with Himiko with all of her love and affection. Several days later Himiko had pestered Inko into allowing her to share a V1 Paupu fruit with Izuku and the other bonded, wanting nothing more than to join their group, already declaring that she would marry them all, minus Tenya, who respectfully declined while explaining that he wasn't allowed to join the bonded group as per his parents, and giving no quarter when Inko tried to explain how big of a decision this was and that she could always choose to make it later in life, in case she finds someone new. This only served to upset Himiko, who tearfully explained that she could never possibly love someone more than she loved the group who saved her and gave her a future away from people who would have tortured her all her life. After discussing it with the other parents and the bonded group, a sliced-up fruit was shared between the kids, their bond growing stronger. Tsukachi POV. Naomasa was having a good day. He'd recently finished working a case for an abused little girl who was being starved of what her quirk required by parents who wanted to put forth a facade of normalcy. The parents had gotten off lightly in his opinion, each of them landing in prison for a minimum of 10 years without the chance of parole and a further 10 years with the possibility of being out early if they were proven to be reformed. They would never be able to be a part of the abused girl's life again, which they were currently happy with, but if they changed into decent human beings in prison over the next decade, it would weigh heavily on them for the rest of their lives. He walked briskly through the halls of the illustrious UA University, heading towards the dean's office to visit his friend and deliver a gift for his help gathering evidence against the togas. He made it to the door, which swung inwards as he raised his hand to knock. Not breaking stride, he walked over to the sofa and joined the peculiar dean, who he was proud to call a friend and colleague. The white-furred mammal having already sat down reading through a stack of papers, dressed in his typical double-breasted three-piece suit without the jacket and wearing his custom orange sneakers. "Good morning, Dean Nizu. I hope you're well today, your fur is looking amazing," Naomasa said as he sat down, putting a brown paper bag on the table in front of his friend, who set aside his papers to chat and reached for the bag. "Good morning, detective. Thank you for the compliment, it's the keratin. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, and what I can smell appears to be a particularly fragrant pack of tea leaves?" Nizu asked as he opened the bag and took a deep sniff of the contents of the bag, his pupils dilating and a grin spreading on his face. He hopped out of his chair and walked over to the tea set to begin preparing the tea for the two of them, returning shortly with a pot of freshly brewed tea as Naomasa took the time to relax and close his eyes for a minute. "I came by to thank you for your help on the toga case and bring you a gift from the family who took the girl in. A family I was already familiar with, actually, having assisted them with a few dozen lawsuits against discrimination, hate crimes, and medical malpractice. They were so happy to have taken in the little girl the togas were abusing that they sent over a little something that they had been working on. I'd explain more, but I promised to keep anything further a secret to protect their safety," he said as he gestured to the tea now placed before him and Nizu, the dean having already taken his first sip of the brew. "This is a delectable green tea." He noted how Naomasa snorted at that comment, the detective having been told the history behind the name pun. "Could you tell me the name of the producers? I simply must purchase more of this, it seems to be calming my nerves and, ironically, subtly boosting my energy levels. Fascinating. Nizu exclaimed, his eyes glinting as he continued to enjoy the tea. Sure. It's called Izuku tea, it's grown by a small family operation out in the Mie Prefecture, then processed by a group of master tea preparers under the employ of the Yayorozu group. I'm told it goes well with peaches and flour-based pastries and confections. He laughed again, fondly recalling the group of children he'd spoken with as they explained the tea to him when he last left the home after checking on little Himiko, or Himikan as she now preferred. Is that so? Give me a moment, I need to find out if that claim has any validity to it. Nizu said as he paged the cafeteria to request a small plate of peaches and their own recommendation for a flour-based confection. They chatted for a few minutes before the door was opened and a tray of food was wheeled in by one of the cafeteria staff, a plate of sliced peaches and finger-sized chrysanthemum tea cakes set in front of each of them. The dean made appreciative hums as he tried the combinations, enjoying the contrast in flavors that meshed surprisingly well. He resolved himself to finding out more about the tea and the ones who produced it. Himikan had now been living with Izuku and his mother now for almost 2 months. Both children were incredibly happy, Himikan suddenly finding herself in a loving home surrounded by friends, and the other bonded was causing her to wake up every morning with a huge smile on her face, no mask in sight. Izuku on the other hand was waking up a little more tired than usual. Both his mother and those linked to him could see it plain as day, but he waved off the questions and said he was working on a surprise. Figuring out how to partition off stamina usage for certain plants had been confusing. Izuku had accidentally knocked himself out with fatigue 4 times, his mother had been seconds from rushing him to the hospital each time and would have if Himikan hadn't assured her that he was fine, just tired. A couple of fruits were plenty to get him up and moving around good as new again, but Inko had taken him in for a checkup. The doctor affirmed that people whose quirks ran off their stamina were notorious for this sort of thing when they were getting used to their quirks in the beginning. He calmed the stressed-out mother down and explained that he wasn't sick, malnourished, or hurting himself at this time, but if he didn't spend the time now to figure out how to regulate his expenditure, then it could cause problems later in life. Inko had given him space and made sure that he always had some sort of fruit available from the extra-dimensional garden to reinvigorate himself for every meal. The preparation had helped, and he did eventually figure out how to section off chunks of stamina for certain purposes so that he didn't overtax himself on things that didn't need as much of his stamina all the time. The plants being harvested in the greenhouses for sale now that it was the dead of winter did eat up a considerable portion of his overall stamina reserves, roughly half if he was feeling it right, but the amount had stabilized and it seemed like his maximum stamina was growing quickly enough to equalize the drain they were causing. He had been working on a special something for over a month after figuring that out. Using 10% of his stamina each day to gradually form a special kind of seed over and over again. Kaachan had shown the group a game that she had found called Monster Hunter and had them all hooked on it just a couple of days after Himikan had moved in. He had been fascinated by the plants in the game and had secretly decided to try growing 4 of them in particular. His current experiment had proven successful and he was now replicating the seed, wanting to stock up on them just in case their friend group grew larger in the future. He had a small box filled with 48 bracelets and he would be done with the last 2 he had planned to make today. He wanted to give them out as a gift as soon as the last seeds were done, and he'd figured out a way to hold them together without someone else figuring out that they were special. He flopped tiredly into his chair at the table, too tired to offer his mom any help this morning with breakfast, and reached for the bowl of fruit chunks, apple this morning, and began to eat and regenerate a bit of stamina. Inko had noticed his lethargy and worried silently about him again and hoped that whatever he was making was worth all of the stress it had caused. She brought over a plate of grilled fish and rice and a bowl of miso soup for him and returned to the stove to get plates and bowls ready for herself and Himikan. The girl having appeared in the stairway just moments ago, as tired as Izuku but only because she was a terrible early riser. She made her way to her chair and reached for her own bowl of fruit, pears and a blood orange still in its skin, and started her own process of waking up. Inko finished setting the table and sat down herself after making sure that both children were settled in and eating, clearing her throat to get their attention. Izuku, I know you said we didn't need to worry about why you've been so tired, but I just want to check in with you again. Is the produce for the store causing you to use up too much stamina? She knew it was very likely not the stuff being picked for sale that was doing this to her son, but he wouldn't admit to anything else, so she would poke for answers any way she could. Oh? No, Mom. The stuff for the store only uses up about half of my stamina every day. Thanks to my quirk building up my stamina reserves, that's down to about 30% now. I have plenty left over for everything else. It's just... Izuku hesitated, not sure if he wanted to reveal everything just yet but not wanting to lie to his mom either. I've been working on something for a while now, and if everything goes well today I'll be done creating the seeds for it in a few hours. I still have a bit more work to do on it, but I shouldn't be so tired anymore because of it after today, or maybe a couple of days from now depending on the next step. I have been using about 10% of my stamina every day for a month making this, and I'm excited to show you what I've come up with," he said, mustering up a bit more energy now that he'd eaten most of his apple and started on his breakfast. Inko frowned a bit before sighing exasperatedly and let a smile form on her face. "Izuku, I am happy you're having so much fun with your quirk. I just wish you'd give me more information so that I could be certain you were being safe with it. I know you cleared what you are working on with Taiyu, Kyotoku, and Inazuki, but I don't want to be kept in the dark for stuff like these long-term experiments in the future." She took in his guilty look and tousled his hair a little as she turned back to her breakfast. "I just hope that whatever you're making is everything you hoped for." He flashed her a radiant smile at that. "Oh, I've already tested them. They work just fine. The only thing taking so long is making copies of them. I wanted to make sure I could give everyone something really special and useful without showing off my quirk to anyone who doesn't know about it. You'll be the first person to get one when I finish putting it all together." He was more than a little happy about the mirrored smile his mom flashed him at that as he reached over and rubbed Himiko's back to help her stay awake so she didn't faceplant into her soup bowl. I'm awake, Izuku. Thank you though." Himiko mumbled as she finally finished her pear and moved to the fish. "I also want to know what you've been making. You won't even give the bonded a hint." She pouted at him. He had the decency to look sheepish at that. Sorry, Himiko. It's just something I'm making for you and the others. I want it to be a surprise," he squeaked out as he turned back to his food. He knew it was getting close to the time to leave for school and he wanted to get going before everyone pestered him anymore. The rest of breakfast was uneventful. Inko and Himiko had decided to let the topic drop now that they'd gotten more information than he'd been willing to share for the last month. Besides, she and the other parents had been teasing him a lot recently after he started showing up at breakfast in the other children's homes. None of the parents had a problem with it and the rest of the kids started doing the same, but it was just too funny to see a mostly still asleep Izuku show up at your dinner table being led by your child looking around for breakfast. The first time he had shown up with Himiko attached to his back like a koala to the Uraraka's table had been so cute the poor woman had nearly had a heart attack. Inko caught the two of them as they were leaving and asked Izuku to grab some eggs on his way home. He shouted that he heard her and doubled back to grab something Yamamo had given him last week to get around quicker before running out the door with Himiko to meet up with Kaachan to go to school. The children had been in contact with one another since they had woken up, their telepathic link having finally extended to include their homes in the last few days. School was the usual fare for the trio and they made their way to the grocery store on the way home, chatting animatedly out loud as they had learned most adults thought they were weird when they spoke only in their heads. The conversation stopped when a small girl crashed into Izuku as she was running out of an alleyway. "Oof," he grunted, being held up by his bonded as he took in the sight of the little girl in his arms. "Hello, are you okay?" The girl was crying desperately, her eyes scanning all around her over and over as she tried to pick herself back up and finally turned her attention on the other kids in front of her. "You have to run. He's following me. He's going to kill you if he finds you with me." All three children instantly went on high alert. Izuku reached into the space between his back and backpack for the item Yamamo had given him as he split his concentration to flip the switch by the little girl's face in his head to get his quirk to allow her into the garden. "Kaachan, take this and press the button on the side while you hold it up against the wall," Izuku said, hoping she felt the urgency through his voice and their bond. "Got it, Izuku." She grabbed the box from him and did as she was told, stepping to the side of the alleyway and holding up the rapidly expanding flat device. She watched out of the side of her eye as the others stepped towards her and out of the line of sight of the alley. Within 2 seconds there was a small door in front of the four of them and Izuku reached out to grab the handle and yank it open, pushing the little girl through even as Kaachan and Himiko lined up to enter. All of them got through the door and closed it just as they saw the fingertips of a white-gloved hand come around the corner of the building. The door snapped shut and Izuku quickly disabled it as a portal and touched the button on the side and they watched as it shrank back into the small flat box it had been before. "We made it," Himiko shouted, breathing heavily as she felt herself calming down from the tense situation. She reached forward to help Kaachan up from where she had fallen on her hands and knees when she rushed in. "Why yeah," Kaachan panted, "we got away from whoever that was." Izuku, having seen that his bonded were fine, physically moved to the smaller girl's side and rubbed soft circles into her back, taking in more details now that they were out of immediate danger. He noted how her dress was old and dirty and her arms and legs were covered in bandages. Alarm bells were ringing in his head and he went into hero mode. Himiko, Go into our home and use the comms to send Mom an emergency notification. She seems like she's hurt or has been mistreated." He passed the order through their link and watched as she jumped up and ran through the familiar linen closet door. "Hey, I don't know your name but you're safe now," he said as he continued rubbing circles into the small girl's back, hoping to get her to a point where she could at least give him a name to refer to her as. "Can you tell me your name?" "Huff huff Eri, huff huff, we need to run. He's going to catch us," the now named Eri said, clearly still terrified and not processing what was being said to her. "Eri-chan, huh? Okay Eri, you can calm down. Whoever you were running from can't get to us in here. Take a look around and catch your breath," Izuku said, still doing the best he could to relax the younger girl. She couldn't have been more than 5 at the oldest based on her height. "Oh, Overhaul can't get in here?" Eri asked. She whipped her head up and stared at Izuku, clearly not believing him. "No one can come in here that I don't let come in," he said, staring directly into her red eyes, profusely thanking himself for all of the videos he'd watched on how to comfort abuse victims after learning about Himiken's home life. Eri finally calmed down enough to take in her surroundings and was more than a little confused at what she was seeing. Where she expected a street or another alleyway or the inside of the building they were standing by just moments ago, she was now in she didn't know the name of it. There were flowers and trees everywhere and lots of plants she had never seen before with colorful things on them. She turned around and saw a series of doors standing in the middle of more grass and dirt, nothing holding them up. She found the boy again with her eyes and tried to ask him about the place. He answered before she started speaking. "We're in my garden. My quirk lets me grow plants and it gave me a garden to grow plants where no one but the people I let in can bother me or the plants I create," he said, speaking in a calm, level tone. He wished he was a bit older so he looked more reliable. "Like All Might, the greatest hero in the world. One of my best friends gave me a portable door that I can use to make a portal to the garden anywhere, at any time. So we put up a door, I made the portal, then we jumped in and I got rid of the entrance." Eri's eyes widened. If this boy was tell her the truth then she could stay here and Overhaul would never find her. Can I stay here? If I stay here I can't hurt anyone with my curse and Overhaul can't find me to keep hurting me," she begged, tears streaming from her eyes as she bowed to the boy who might be her key to safety. "I don't know about staying here," she flinched as he responded. "We've never tried spending a long time in here before. What we can do though is bring you to one of our houses and get help. We can call the detective. He would help us." One of the girls from before ran over to our house to get my mom so that she can come in here and tell us where we should start. Eri looked both relieved and terrified that she wouldn't be able to stay in the safe place forever, but now there was someone who could help her. "Kaachan, can you go grab her an apple or something from one of the trees?" Izuku asked through the link while verbally, "Eri-chan, what kind of fruit do you like?" "What's a fruit?" the girl asked, head tilted to the side in confusion. "Oh, that's not good. Like an apple or an orange or maybe a peach or a pear." He started naming some of the fruits he had trees for in here, hoping she recognized the name of one of them. "Apples? You have apples? One of Overhaul's men gave me a bite of an apple once. I liked it a lot," Eri said, her eyes lighting up a little while she thought about the red mushy thing she tried once. She hadn't been aware that it was a nearly rotten apple that the thug had found on the kitchen counter that the cook had set aside for the rats to kill them with the poison he'd left coating it. Eri would have died if Overhaul hadn't chosen to perform one of his experiments on her that day and thoughtlessly removed the rat poison from her system when he reconstructed her. "Sure, you can have an apple or two. My friend Kaachan here is going to go pick one for you, okay?" he said, hoping to distract her from the lingering fear and negative emotions she might still be feeling. Turning her attention to Kaachan as she walked over to the apple tree and floated herself up to the closest fruit. He watched Eri's eye widen again when she saw Kaachan fly. "She can fly," Eri said, wonder evident in her voice. "Kind of, yeah. Kaachan can remove gravity from anything she touches. So when she touches herself she starts to float upwards. She uses her quirk to get fruits that are too high up for the rest of us. She has to be careful though, her quirk makes her sick if she tries to float too much or uses it on herself for too long." Izuku explained, his quirk nerdiness shining through. "What's a quirk?" Eri asked, unfamiliar with the word though she thinks she might remember hearing it from one of the Yakuza thugs. You don't know what quirks are?" Izuku asked, stunned at the concept of someone not knowing what a quirk is. "Quirks are special abilities that almost everyone has. Like you have a horn, right? You might have that as a secondary mutation to make using your quirk easier. Can you do anything that someone else can't?" he asked, thinking that maybe teaching her about quirks would raise her spirits or distract her long enough for his mom to get there. I have a curse," Eri whispered, tears beginning to flow down her cheeks again. "A curse?" Izuku tilted his head. I don't think you have a curse, Eri-chan, and if someone has told you that your quirk is a curse then they're wrong and are lying to you. He said with finality in his voice. But I am cursed. I made my daddy disappear and my mommy left and I got given to Overhaul. He told me that I couldn't be around people or I'd hurt them and that he was the only one who could stop me. Eri screamed at him, obviously becoming more distressed. Her horn began to glow a little, the light becoming steadily brighter. Izuku's instincts kicked into overdrive and he ran over to one of his recent creations, a modified Dragonfell berry from Monster Hunter. It had the ability to temporarily cancel quirks if you got any of its juice on you. He picked one off the stem and lobbed it at Eri, where it splattered on her shoulder and the juice soaked into whatever she was wearing almost instantly, causing her horn to stop glowing immediately. Eri made a confused sound and fell down backwards, all of her energy gone. Sorry for throwing that at you, Eri. It was the only thing I could think of to stop your quirk from activating. Izuku yelled as he ran back towards her to make sure she was okay and didn't hurt herself by falling. Why you can stop my curse? Eri stammered out, shock clearly painted all over her face. But, Overhaul said. Only he could stop it. He was wrong? Of course he was wrong. Eri, your quirk looks like an emitter quirk, which means the berry I just splattered you with and anyone who has the ability to cancel quirks could stop it and anyone using a non-physical quirk could interact with you while it was active. You said you made your daddy disappear, right? She nodded, still not quite able to believe what she was hearing, so that means your quirk only works on living objects or people. Quirk suppression cuffs would work on you, Eraserhead's quirk would work on you, there was a cop in the local police force who could cancel the quirk of anyone he was touching, so his would work on you. Izuku began to list off all the ways he knew to safely stop Eri's quirk without causing harm to her or those around her. Besides, what happened to your daddy was an accident, right? You didn't mean to make him disappear, did you? Eri shook her head violently side to side before he closed the distance and hugged her head to his chest, knowing that the juice would have already dried by now and he wasn't in any danger of having his quirk disabled, something they didn't know how his garden would react to while he was inside. Eri melted into the boy's arms. For the first time since her father disappeared she felt safe. Right, I forgot to mention before, but my name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm happy we got you away from whoever this Overhaul guy is. He smiled at Eri as she burrowed deeper into his arms for comfort and safety. Kaachan walked up to the two now that she felt the danger had passed and Izuku had given her the all-clear through the bond. She handed the younger girl a bright red apple and she looked at it strangely before taking a small bite. The change was instantaneous. Eri's entire being seemed to shine with happiness as she enjoyed devouring the apple. The group of three sat there while Eri ate for several more minutes until the linen closet door swung open and Himiko ran back in with Inko right behind her. Eri shrank away from the older woman and the one she had seen before because they startled her, but Izuku just held onto her and held his free hand up to stop the two from running straight at them. Slow down. She's still terrified of almost everything and she has the ability to make living material disappear when she's upset, he warned, rubbing the younger girl's head gently as he did so. Himiko froze in her tracks as Inko slowed down and made her way cautiously to the three of them. She noted the state of her clothes and the bandages as well as the dried berry juice from one of Izuku's quirk-canceling berries. Satisfied now that everyone was safe and the little girl's quirk was effectively nullified for as long as the dried juice was on her skin, she knelt down to the child and put her hand out. Hello. My name is Midoriya Inko, I'm Izuku's mother. Would you please tell me if you're injured right now? She asked while trying to radiate all of the motherly energy she could. I am Eri and no, I'm not injured, alright and now. Eri said, comforted as long as Izuku was still holding her. Inko sighed in relief and smiled again, hoping to keep Eri calm. Okay little Eri, how about you come to our house and we can see about getting you a bath and some new clothes. Then we can talk about what to do from now on, alright? Eri looked to Izuku and found him nodding his head to her with the same smile the new lady had. Emboldened by Izuku's encouragement, she reached out and took Inko's hand and let herself be led through the linen closet along with the other children. Sorry Mom, Izuku said, scratching the back of his head, we didn't manage to get those eggs you wanted. He laughed a little. Eri here was running from someone who she said would kill us if he found us, so I brought her to the garden to escape. He lowered his head and shuffled his feet, hoping that he didn't upset his mom too much by not getting what she wanted and by breaking the rule she set. Sweetie, I'm not mad at you for that. If there was really someone trying to hurt you, then you absolutely did the right thing. I can call one of the workers and ask them to drop off a carton of eggs while we get Eri here all cleaned up and you can tell me everything. I'll call Tsukachi real quick so he can come by tonight or tomorrow and verify everything. Tsukachi POV. Naomasa was enjoying a bit of a nap while he was visiting Nizu again, the dean having stepped out for a quick meeting and letting the detective rest for the duration. The two were going to have some tea and chat about anything the precinct might need Nizu's input on. He was awoken by the door opening and his personal phone ringing. He bowed to Nizu in a quick apology before he picked up the line, Tsukachi speaking. His face went from fond remembrance to confusion to anger to pure hatred. I understand, Miss Midoriya. I'll be there as soon as I can. Please keep her nearby in the meantime. I suggest staying indoors until I arrive, as the man in question might have gotten a view of your son or the girls before they got away. Please remain calm and we'll sort this out as soon as we can. Naomasa hung up the line and sighed, looking up to see Nizu watching him with curiosity, prompting him for an explanation if possible. The family that took in the toga girl I mentioned about a month ago. Her 7-year-old son and his friends had a run-in with someone incredibly dangerous. He said, then continued when Nizu nodded in understanding. How much do you know about Overhaul? Nizu bristled. Tsukachi-kun, Overhaul, or Chisaki Kai, is one of the few truly dangerous villains active today in Japan. If her son, who you mentioned was 7 last time we spoke, escaped from him with his friends uninjured, then he might be one of the luckiest people in the country. You mentioned the family was the one who grew the tea you brought last time, right? They're located in the Mie Prefecture. That's nearly 4 hours away by train. Allow me to call in a favor and I shall join you. Naomasa nodded, glad for the backup from one of the most intelligent beings on the planet. He had already been thinking of calling Toshinori to ask for a lift. Nizu moved to his desk and popped open a hidden panel to press a button. The office filled with the sound of a dial tone which rang only once before a booming voice responded. Hello, Dean Nizu. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call? The man on the other end of the line said in greeting. Toshinori-kun, I am contacting you for business. Nizu started. The man on the line grunted to acknowledge that this was a serious conversation. I need to know how long it would take you to get to UA and then take myself and 2 other people to the Mie Prefecture. I can be there in 3 minutes if I hurry, and I can get us all to Mie in another 5 or 6 as long as you all wear wind-resistant clothing. The man, now identified as Toshinori, responded, already angling himself to make the leap over to the grounds of UA University. Please do. I will make sure we're all prepared. There shouldn't be any combat, but please note that is it a possibility, as we might be dealing with someone with a touch-based disassembly and reassembly quirk. Nizu said and waited to hear another grunt before he ended the call and pressed a button on the PA system. Recovery girl, you are needed for an emergency. Please make your way to my office as quickly as you can without endangering any patients you may be tending to. Thank you. The dean got out of his chair and made his way over to the door, joined by Naomasa, and closed the door behind them while they waited for Recovery girl to show up. She came around the corner held in the arms of one of the first-year students with a speed quirk, a fascinating one really. He had mufflers of all things on his arms. Thank you, Ida-kun. Please make your way back to the nurse's office so your friend doesn't worry when he wakes up. He just got knocked out by a sleeping gas quirk, so he shouldn't be in any danger, but if he yells and breaks anything in my office I will take out his shins. The elderly nurse told the young man kindly before shooing him away and making her way towards the 2 waiting for her. All right, Dean, where's the emergency? In the Mie Prefecture. Nizu said, a grin splitting his face. In the Mie Prefecture? How do you expect me to get there in time to deal with a medical emergency? Recovery girl shouted. I have called in Toshinori-kun for a lift. We'll all be joining you on our way there. A group of children aged roughly 7 had a run-in with an S-rank villain and may need medical attention. Getting you there is faster and safer, as I trust you more than the doctors in a small town that far out. Nizu explained to the rapidly angering medical staff. Oh great, the buffoon is going to take us. I guess that means you have already prepared the wind resistance gear, she asked, clearly upset with her boss. The clothing will be waiting for us in the staff lounge. Come, we'll take the elevator. Nizu explained while moving towards the hidden elevator and motioning for them to follow him. Toshinori-kun will be ready for us at the gate by the time we arrive there. The trio made it down to the gates fully dressed for high winds and moved towards a giant of a man standing by the entrance holding a large metal basket. They all nodded towards the man, Naomasa waving at him, as they all stepped into the basket and sealed it from the inside. Naomasa relayed the address and the man took off while holding them. Talking would be impossible, so they remained silent for the 6 minutes it took to land on the road facing a home with a very well-planted front yard. Naomasa unlocked their support belts and the door, and the 3 stepped out onto the road, Recovery girl taking a moment to regain her bearings and let her heartbeat normalize before they made their way to the front door. Naomasa knocked on the door and waited politely for a moment as they heard shuffling, and the door was opened by a young green-haired woman who looked both remarkably put together and greatly disturbed. The detective nodded to the woman and introduced the people who came with him. Hello, Miss Midoriya. Inko, please detective, we've gotten past surnames at this point. Very well, Inko-san. I got here as fast as I could with the help of a few heroes, namely Nizu, Recovery Girl, and I am here, Toshinori said as a greeting. Coming from anyone else this would have meant almost nothing, but anyone in Japan would have been able to tell you who he was from those 3 words. All Might. What are you doing here? The young mother said, stunned at the appearance of the number 1 hero. I am here as backup on request of Dean Nizu, young lady. The man boomed before he took a cane to the back of his knee from Recovery Girl. Will you stop shouting, you oaf? We were warned of a possible S-rank villain and you're shouting in the open, she scolded the man, clearly unimpressed by his rank and accolades. Right. All Might said sheepishly, sorry about that, I will keep my noise levels down. Quite right, All Might. Now what say you to allowing us in so that we can get caught up on what has happened and render any necessary aid, Miss Midoriya? Nizu said, clearly trying to stop wasting time, much to the appreciation of the medical staff currently tapping her syringe-shaped walking cane on the cobblestone. Please, call me Inko, everyone. Come in, come in. I'm not all that worried about a villain showing up near the house or anywhere on the property, to be honest. Inko said, leading the guests into her home and towards the living room. Naomasa felt his quirk tell him she was telling the truth here, and he adopted a confused expression but flashed Nizu a thumbs up, which he knew the dean saw. He decided to probe for more information. Excuse me, Inko-san, but why aren't you worried about a villain coming onto the property? Oh. Well. I guess it'd be alright to tell you all. She stopped in her tracks to consider her answer for a moment and turned to face the guests. It's because of Izuku's quirk. Another truth. Naomasa was left even more confused now but gave Nizu another thumbs up. Nizu was now interested. What kind of quirk could make this young woman feel that a villain wouldn't show up on her property? Izuku was your son, correct, Miss Inko? Yes, Nizu, sir. He has a quirk that lets him grow plants at an accelerated rate, she answered with the description on his quirk registration. Yes, I've read his quirk registration forms, but I mean, why would that give you peace of mind against villain presence? The dean probed further. Well, we may have left off a bit of information for his own safety, Inko said, looking a little guilty now. The 4 guests were now far more interested in the conversation. His quirk is called Fantastical Botany. It allows him to grow any plant that he personally plants at an accelerated pace. He can create the seed he needs if he doesn't have it on hand, and his quirk gives him the ability to grow plants away from prying eyes. Inko finished, not giving all of the information, but it was enough for Nizu after getting another thumbs up from the detective. Any plant, you say? Nizu said, a gleam already in his eye, and Inko nodded a little sheepishly. Incredible. I think I understand how you've gained this peace of mind, but please, lead the way to the children. We need to make sure they're physically well. Inko nodded and resumed the walk into the living room, where the adults came across a group of 4 children, 3 noticeably older than the 4th, who was wearing what could best be described as a very old and worn-out medical gown and had bandages lining her arms and legs. Her hair was a mess of white and grime, and she had clearly been without a bath or shower in quite a while. Recovery Girl moved towards the girl at a calm but brisk pace and noted how the little one flinched away from her and tried to hide behind the young boy sitting beside her, who was currently frozen and staring at the largest person in the room. Someone should really get the boy to take a breath. He seemed to get a hold of himself, though everyone present could tell he wanted almost nothing more than to scream and run at the man currently standing in the doorway to his living room. He turned to the younger girl and hugged her tightly for a second and lifted her head up. It's okay, Eri, these people would never hurt you. Look, that's Recovery Girl. She's a medical hero who has saved tens of thousands of lives over her career. Behind her is the hero Nizu, currently acting as the Dean of Ultra Academy, the best heroic school in the country, maybe the world. Beside him is Detective Tsukachi, he's the one I mentioned before who could help you, remember? And finally, the boy choked up here, but only Nizu paid any sort of attention to that, everyone else stunned that he had recognized everyone who had arrived. That Eri. That is the number 1 hero in Japan. Very possibly the world's best hero, All Might. He's my absolute favorite hero and the reason I want to be a hero when I grow up. Eri followed along with his introduction, needing to know that she could trust the people in the room with her and trusting that if Izuku said they were safe, then there was no reason for her to worry otherwise. She slowly peeled herself out of his side and stood up to move towards the elderly woman to let her look her over. Hello dearie, Eri was it? Eri nodded, shaking a little. Everything is going to be fine, sweetie. Inko dear, is there a room I can give her a quick exam in? It shouldn't take very long and we'll be back here with the boy so you can feel secure again, all right? Eri nodded and took Inko's hand to let her lead them into one of the rooms on the ground floor to stay near Izuku in case Eri needed him again. Nizu was fixated on the boy who was currently staring at All Might, unable to look away or say anything else. He was very impressed at the boy's knowledge about the people after just glancing at them once as they came in. He was also absolutely taken in by the sheer possibility the boy's quirk allowed him and could very much so understand his mother's choice to leave his quirk registration vague. If his registration reflected his actual ability, he would have already been taken from her, either by the government or any number of villains. Young Midoriya, if you wouldn't mind, could you answer a few questions I have about your quirk while we wait? Nizu prompted, getting the boy to finally turn his attention onto something other than the man still standing in the door frame watching out the windows to check for anyone coming near the house. Why yeah. I mean yes. Yes sir. I'll do my best, the boy responded. His two friends giggling a little at his enthusiasm? No, it seemed they were amused by something else, but he got no other clues. Unless. Maybe a telepathy quirk is at work? Excellent. Your mother said that your quirk was the reason she wasn't worried about the presence of any villains coming onto the property. Would you mind explaining why? She also gave me a more in-depth rundown of your quirk, so you don't need to worry about keeping anything hidden. I swear to you that I will never put you in danger with the knowledge you share with me. Nizu said, eager to see if his guess was correct. Oh, that. Right, he hesitated and the little girl with green hair made a face at him while the brunette patted his shoulder. Neither made a sound, but it nearly confirmed the presence of a telepath quirk or something similar. Yeah, okay, I can tell you. Do you see the grass all over the property? He paused to allow the adults to glance outside and nod at him again. Well, I replaced all of the grass with a type that I created called labyrinth grass, and it does absolutely nothing to you unless you hold malicious intent towards anyone or anything on the land the grass inhabits. That includes all of the property we own here. It makes it so that if you do hold malicious intent, you get lost and unable to find your way, turning in circles unless someone else helps you off of the property. It would alert someone to something being on the property if they were cautious and brought an accomplice who remained off the property and didn't hold any malice towards the people and objects covered by the effects of the grass, and could therefore lead them away and report to someone else that the property was suspicious. We told the local police force that we asked a family friend to use their quirk to do the same thing so that no one suspected my quirk, the boy finished, and Naomasa confirmed everything he said for Nizu. All Might finally took his eyes off the window after hearing that and made his way to the couch to sit down. The boy's eyes tracked the man the entire time. Nizu watched as the boy's hands clenched and looked like he wanted to be holding a pen and notepad to take notes or possibly ask for an autograph. Incredible, young Midoriya. That was an ingenious method to keep people away from the property. Have you had to use it yet? Nizu asked, once more getting the boy's attention. Once. About 2 months ago now. There were some shady businessmen who came here hoping to trick Mom into signing a really one-sided contract. Luckily we had Miss Ko here with her bodyguards that day, and they were removed from the house, and when they became angry and tried to threaten us, the grass activated and they were unable to move more than a meter in any direction. The cops came and grabbed them while laughing. Izuku explained, the girls behind him laughing at the memory. Kaachan having told Himiko about it on one of her return trips before she moved in. Excellent. You have proof that it works. That's fantastic. Would you mind telling me about any other precautions you've taken to stay safe? Nizu asked, hoping to learn more and to see just how well the boy had prepared. Izuku looked down, muttering to himself for a full minute, the two girls nearby grimacing a bit until the brunette tapped his shoulder again. His head shot up and he gave both of them an apologetic look as he turned back to the hero in front of him. It was supposed to be a surprise for everyone, but I can show you, sure. I'll be right back. He bowed before trotting up the stairs for less than a minute, giving Naomasa time to check in on Himiko to make sure she was well and happy. On his return, Izuku was holding a small wooden box that he set down on the table, opened it just far enough to reach his own hand in, and grabbed something that he pulled out and snapped the lid shut. He then looked at the two girls on the couch beside him who were both giving him unimpressed looks and had a short starring contest. The boy apparently won or convinced them otherwise as they sighed and left the room, heading up the stairs. This is it. He held out what looked like a bracelet to Nizu, who took it gingerly in his paws to examine it closely. The dean managed to find 2 seeds of different color, 2 vines traveling different directions across the wooden bracelet in an intricate pattern, and a single flower that, if his nose was working correctly, was still alive. What is this, young Midoriya? Nizu asked, unashamed to show a look of wonder on his face, the 2 other occupants of the room now looking at the boy like he'd performed a miracle. It's a gift. I'm making 50 of them and giving them to my friends and family to keep them safe. Each one takes me a collective 14 hours to make right now. Let me show you what it does, he said, grabbing another, identical bracelet from the box and pointing out what Nizu had already noticed. These 2 seeds and these 2 vines are special, but the real kicker is the flower here in the center. I call this the Band of Living Protection. The whole thing is alive and is kept alive by my quirk. The drain on my stamina is negligible, no need to worry. Let's start with the seeds. The brown one here is called an armor seed. It raises all defensive traits by 20%. He paused as the heroes and the detective stared open-mouthed at the thing. It was worth a fortune with just the first seed. Nizu would be willing to dip into his own personal savings to purchase one if possible. Next is the red seed here. He turned the bracelet over to the other side. This is a power seed, and it raises all offensive traits by 20%. The bracelet was now out of the price range of 95% of all pro heroes by Nizu's estimate. The first vine here, the one with the bluish fibers, is called an energetic vine, and it increases your natural stamina regeneration by 20%. That number was now 98%. The second vine here is the sturdy vine, and it's a little weird. It reduces the impact your body feels from physical attacks by 20%. I based it on a quirk I read about called shock absorption a while back. Nizu could now name the people in the heroics industry that could possibly afford this thing. And lastly, the flower. This is a flower of rejuvenation, and it can be complicated, but in essence it detects when its wearer has taken damage and waits exactly 5 minutes if it's a minor injury before it begins soaking up the stamina of its wearer to heal them of any minor wounds, and will slowly mend broken bones and torn muscles. If it detects a life-threatening injury, it overclocks the rest of the components of the band and heals the wearer back to full health at the cost of killing off the bracelet in its entirety. I cannot revive the bracelet if that happens, it's just gone. The room was now silent. Every eye was trained onto the 2 bracelets currently being held outside of the wooden box. Izuku very politely took the one Nizu was holding and placed them both back inside the wooden box and moved to place it back where he had it before. He made his way back down the stairs with the 2 girls from before who were still pouting at him for keeping the contents of the box a secret from them. They were joined just as they were walking back into the room by Inko, Recovery Girl, and Eri, who instantly latched onto Izuku's side as they sat back down on the couch. Recovery Girl cleared her throat to get the attention of the other adults in the room. Little Eri is fine, she frowned, for now at least. She is malnourished and has signs of surgical experimentation. She stopped as the room was now filled with an aura of bloodlust coming from Nizu for a moment. He seemed to snap himself out of it and cleared his throat while waving to the nurse indicating she could continue. She has several concerning issues that I could detect with her bones and muscles, but without my scanning equipment I cannot tell you anything more concrete. If we could get her to the university, I could do a full scan and we could start work on fixing any issues she might have as a result of what I could feel by hand. Other than that, she is heavily scarred and has very clear signs of abuse and mental trauma. Just about the one good thing I learned while examining the poor girl is that she can give ample evidence to have Overhaul taken into police custody and tried for his crimes. Nizu relaxed a bit at the end but was still clearly riled up. He moved his eyes from Recovery Girl to Eri and finally to Izuku, a glint reappearing in his eyes that the old lady caught and made her sigh. Young Midoriya, would you happen to have a way to return home quickly if we asked you to come with us to the university to give Eri a checkup with proper medical equipment? Nizu asked, clearly already expecting a certain answer. The boy jumped a bit in his seat and looked to his mother, who deliberated, her eyes narrowed and moving from one adult to another before stopping on the detective. Naomasa-san, could you verify for me that Eri and my son will remain safe and not be held against their or my will during this trip? Oh, he obviously gets his mind from his mother. Nizu was even more entertained. Certainly, Inko-san, I understand your reluctance on this one. Naomasa said as he asked each of the heroes individually to ensure Inko's peace of mind and confirming for the young mother that there were no lies in the responses. Inko nodded to Izuku and he stood up. Follow me, please. It's easier to show you, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, he said as he moved up the stairs, Recovery Girl being held respectfully by All Might as they ascended to the second floor. Izuku moved to an unassuming linen closet and made sure everyone was nearby and had a clear view before opening the door and showing them a sunny field, filled with a wide assortment of flowers, vegetables, and fruit trees. My quirk, as I said before, gives me a way to grow things away from prying eyes. This is my garden. It doesn't exist on Earth as far as we can tell. GPS doesn't work inside, there's no phone signal, nothing. No one can enter the garden unless I give you permission. However, once you are in the garden, he stepped through the doorway and motioned for them to follow, each person noting the feeling of stepping through a thin bed sheet. You can access any of the other portals to the garden from the inside, he said as he brought their attention to the 4 other doors lined up next to the one they just entered through, each one a different style to the others and a placard at the top with a different name engraved on it. Uraraka, Yayorozu, Jairu, Ida. I can use these portals to return home or travel to any of the places these doors are located at. If I opened a portal on university grounds, then I could return home quite quickly, he finished explaining, sighing to himself. Fascinating. This is a wonderful quirk, young Midoriya. Would you be willing to travel with All Might and myself back to UA and set up a portal so that we can bring Recovery Girl and Eri to the medical wing? Nizu asked, still searching the space with his eyes, trying to guess what some of the plants in the garden might be capable of. Izuku checked with his mom again. Upon receiving a nod he agreed to go with them and they made their way back outside and climbed into the basket. Izuku wearing Recovery Girl's wind-resistant attire for the trip and loving absolutely every second of what was, for all intents and purposes, flying at several times faster than sound. They arrived back on university grounds and Nizu produced a guest pass for both Izuku and All Might as he hadn't had his own on his person when he answered his phone and they traveled the halls. Izuku was unable to stop looking all around, eyes shining with curiosity, until the group ended up at an empty classroom that had an attached teacher's office and Nizu instructed Izuku to open a portal with the door separating the two rooms inside. Izuku bade farewell to the unfortunate bathroom en suite and opened a door to his garden where everyone was waiting. Inko having kept Recovery Girl and Eri away from the plants inside for their own safety since Izuku had told her there were several potentially dangerous plants inside for anyone who wasn't him. Now joined by everyone, Eri was taken to the nurse's office for a full scan and everyone else waited in Nizu's office where he poured tea for his guests, Izuku giggling when he tasted his own tea leaves. First order of business, Nizu said, excited to have the time to get more answers now. I'll come up with a better place for your doorway later, but for now please remember that you cannot come onto school grounds without that guest pass I gave you. If you tried, the automated security system would view you as a threat to neutralize. Inko blanched at the notion that her baby might be in danger just because he forgot to hold a sheet of plastic. Then she realized an inconsistency in Nizu's statement and went to question him about it but was cut off with a paw held up towards her as the chimera faced her. Unless you're with me. Anyone traveling on the campus without a pass but in my vicinity would be safe, he said, greatly reducing Inko's stress levels now that she understood the rules and limitations. Nizu nodded at her again. She's very logical under the layers of overprotective motherly instincts and hair-trigger anxiety, he thought before turning to the group at large again. Second item on the docket. Midoriya-kun, I would like to ask you a few more questions about your quirk and make you an offer after I get a few answers. I would like to teach you for an hour a day 3 days a week after your normal school lessons. You have a very developed level of intelligence for your age and I would like to cultivate your mental abilities. You have my word that I will make sure you will be challenged academically, unlike what I assume you are experiencing at your current level in school. He watched as the boy's first response was to deny the compliment and then paused as his eyes flickered to the two girls and then sighed before giving Nizu a resolute nod of affirmation. If it's okay with Mom, I would be happy to learn from you, Nizu, sir. I'd be missing out if I were to turn down private lessons from one of the smartest beings on the planet after all. The boy said with a grin, his mother reaching over to run her fingers through his curls and nodding towards the dean as well. Stupendous. Finally, and possibly the most important thing for us to discuss today. Young Eri. I have been doing a search on her background since we got here and I regret to inform you all that she has no records of her existence. She hasn't given us a family name or any names of any family members, so I have little to go off of. Based on what I've found so far, though, she would normally be handed over to police custody so they could search for any living relatives and, if none were found, she'd be entered into the foster care system. Everyone frowned at this, having clearly seen how attached the girl was to Izuku and how she only tolerated trusting her safety to Inko when Izuku wasn't around. Yes, you can all see how that would be a bad idea. I can offer an alternative. UA has the legal right to handle the children of kidnapping and abuse cases, which little Eri most certainly falls under, and can assign guardians for these children for the duration of the search for next of kin. If we are unable to track down any next of kin, we may set her up in the foster care system as per the usual course of action, or allow trustworthy and licensed heads of houses to adopt directly through us as opposed to her going through the normal government channels. He finished, noting the determined looks he was getting from the Midoriyas and, curiously, the little brunette as well. Uraraka was her name if he remembered correctly. He began to take an interest in her as well. I am already fully licensed as a foster parent, I had to be to take in Himiko here. Inko informed the hero as she gently ran her fingers through the girl's hair. I also have lots of experience caring for multiple children thanks to Izuku's quirk. Even if they aren't my children. She added, only serving to give Nizu another set of questions he'd be asking in a few minutes. Fantastic. The paperwork should only take about an hour and we'll have little Eri's examination results at approximately the same time. So, what is your favorite thing you've grown so far? Naomasa could tell this was going to be a long afternoon and possibly evening. He checked his watch. Just after 5. Definitely a long evening. At least there was good tea. And my favorite? The green-haired boy repeated, well. There's the normal plants and the special plants. And while the special plants are all really cool, I also really like the normal plants because they risotasti and they fill you up with good vita. Vitamins? Yes mom, call it them vitamin san de herd that children need vitamins to grow and mutter. Everyone in the room sat entranced by the absolute word storm that was occurring next to them, only Inko and Nizu being able to follow what was being said, Inko because she was prone to the same types of mutterstorms and Nizu because he was Nizu. Everyone else had varying reactions. The detective was sitting in his chair, mouth hanging open, unable to really parse what was being said but still getting near constant pings from his quirk telling him that whatever the child was saying was true. All Might, despite having increased cognitive functions and sensory input reading from his quirk, was forced to stare wide-eyed at the boy in disbelief, catching maybe half of what the child was saying and marveling at the thought this 7-year-old was putting into such a simple question. Himiko and Kaachan were just sighing exasperatedly and leaning into Izuku's shoulder as he worked through his thoughts on the matter. But if I had to pick just I'd pick the first tree. Izuku finished and jerked his head back up to face Nizu with a bright smile on his face and taking deep breaths in through his nose, jerking the rest of the room's occupants back to lucidity now that they realized he hadn't taken a breath the entire time. Oh. Sorry, I am trying really hard to stop muttering. I know it's not fun to hear. Sorry. Nonsense young. Midoriya. Nizu piped up, it was very informative. Some of the plants you've come up with alongside your bonded and linked are truly ingenious. I am honestly pleasantly surprised at your entire group's level of mental development. My assumption is that you did some research on the effects of the fruits and vegetables you intended to plant at some point and found that certain plants increased mental acuity and subconsciously your quirk added that effect to those and possibly other plants without you even realizing it, the Chimera explained, displaying clear and visual signs of elation at what the adults recognized as him finding something he found absolutely inspiring to look into. But please, elaborate on your choice for me. What makes the first paopo tree your favorite thing you've grown to date? He asked as he leaned in, obviously intent to hang on the boy in front of him's every word of response. Oh. Well, you see, the child surprised most of the occupants of the room by suddenly becoming much more timid. It was kind of a mistake, the boy said, his tone suggesting that he wasn't entirely sure how to describe what happened. Inko decided to verbally step in here to explain, sorry. He thinks that he made a mistake when he created the tree, and no matter how many times I try to assure him that he didn't do anything wrong, he still feels responsible. She said as she ran her fingers through her son's hair. You see, the paopo tree was the second time he had ever created a seed that doesn't conventionally exist in our world, and he wasn't aware of that until after he made it. Nizu found himself growing more excited by the moment with the revelations. He was going to enjoy himself with this one. You see, growing up I was a very avid player and fan of the old pre-Quirk video game series, Kingdom Hearts. Inko continued her explanation, the paopo tree and the fruit that grows from it are from that franchise. She kept threading her fingers through Izuku's hair to calm him down while she waited for the rest of the room's occupants to process that information. Nizu took a moment to bring up a search bar on the database he had open at all times and ran a search for the tree and fruit in question, his beady eyes scanning the page of information very quickly and his grin stretching even more across his face with every word he read. Tsukachi and All Might were now becoming very nervous as they took in the dean's reaction to whatever he was reading until the mammal of unknown origin turned on a hologram projection in front of the two men so they could see what he had found. Both becoming more confused as they read further. I don't understand, the detective said, his head tilted and his hand on his chin, clearly trying his hardest to think something through. Why would this be your favorite and why do you think you made a mistake? He finished, turning towards the boy again, only to see him fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. That was my fault, Naomasa-san. Inko answered, the man's quirk ringing true again in response. I told him what the fruit was supposed to do and drew him a picture of the tree and the fruit itself without telling him it didn't really exist, and unfortunately I wasn't looking at the description of the thing at the time and was pulling from my own memory. Izuku made it exactly as I described it, which wouldn't have been an issue if he'd be older and understood what I was describing to him and what it would mean if he created it literally exactly as I described it. But he's 7 and didn't know what having your destinies intertwined and having a better relationship meant in the context of friendships because he hadn't really had any friends before that for a few years. So he compared it to the only other relationship he was aware of at the time that would have people remain together forever, the whole destinies intertwined thing, which was love, the young mother said, her cheeks now a dark rosy red, and she had finally removed her hand from her son's head to poke her index fingers together and was unable to look at any of the other adults in the room. I don't All Might began, still not following until the proverbial light bulb not only lit up but caused the whole factory of light bulbs to fire all at once. You can't mean. Who did he eat the fruit with? Calm down, All Might. Nizu shouted, leveling a glare at the man before turning back to the children in the room. I think it's safe to assume that the children shared a fruit or two together. Am I correct, Miss Midoriya? He said in a much calmer voice, trying to bring the children back into better spirits after the number one hero shouted at them. Really, Toshinori-kun was such an intelligent man once he had time to sort his thoughts out, but sometimes his mouth started moving before his brain could tell it to stop. Actually. Izuku started, now becoming more embarrassed and making the three out of the loop more confused. We shared a fruit between Kaachan, the girl in question waved, Yamamo, and myself at first. The boy was now putting together an incredibly accurate rendition of his mother's display of poking his fingers together, avoiding eye contact, and having all of the blood in his body rushing to his face. He resembled his mother mixed with a tomato at the moment. At first? Nizu prompted, hoping that the story would get better. He was already enjoying himself immensely with what he was watching and hearing. The possibilities. Why yeah, the boy said, somehow becoming even more red. Kaachan shared one with us a little later. His mother began waving her hands around frantically at the incredulous look she was getting from the detective and the mountain of a man sitting on the couch across from her. Hey, wait. No, it's not what you think, she pleaded with the men, unknowingly earning her a slightly less judgmental stare from the detective, who was able to see that she was telling the truth and offhandedly flashed a thumbs up at All Might, who calmed down at the signal. We didn't realize there was a problem until after little Kyoka shared a fruit with them. Another thumbs up blew away the rest of the sudden tension. You see, the little girl was showing obvious signs of becoming a tsundere who really wanted to make friends but wasn't sure how to express herself without shutting down from embarrassment and resorting to insults and pushing people away to avoid having to think about it. I wanted to avoid the misunderstandings that I knew Izuku would be having if she started doing that because of how he's been treated in the past, so I chopped up a fruit and had them share it to avoid that sort of thing happening. Inko took a deep breath, having not taken one during her explanation and mentally thanking herself for going through all that practice to stop her muttering from taking over. We found out about the issue when she became affectionate with the other children as they were getting ready to leave for the evening, and it confused myself and the girls' parents. Luckily Kaio-san was there to explain to me what she thought was happening, and after agreeing I took the girls' parents to a different room to tell them what we thought had happened. And well, Kyotoku-san was on the fence for a few minutes, but Mika-san was over the moon. She convinced her husband that this was not a bad thing, and here we are. Nizu was now very entertained. He had a feeling that the two other adults in the room were having difficulty accepting the situation, knowing how much most humans cared about monogamy for whatever unfathomable reason. If the genes were good and the participants willing, why not spread them around? Though he did note that the other little girl was left out of the explanation so far, and raised his brow at the boy and gestured to said girl with his paw once he'd gotten the child's attention again. Himiko shared one of the version 2 fruits with us at first. After she was adopted she asked to have one of the original ones, and I don't know if it's possible for anyone to say no to Himiko when she asks for something with that much. What's the word for it? Izuku explained and tapped his chin again in thought, reaching for the word. Sincerity, sweetie. And yes, this little one declared her undying love for the ones who rescued her from her biological parents' clutches and wore down my defenses for weeks until I gave in and prepared a first-generation fruit for them. Inko said, still blushing heavily from admitting to being unable to say no to a child in need. So, have you taken down the tree yet, or are you planning on keeping it around to add to the group of future mates? Nizu teased, unable to control his giggles now that they were escaping at a low volume. No. Yes. Maybe. Izuku, Himiko, and Kaachan declared simultaneously. The boy and the brunette blushing heavily, and the recently adopted showing absolutely no shame in declaring that she intended to add to the number of bonded in the future. Inko now resorting to holding her head in her hands in shame. There was no stopping the dean's laughter now. He let it explode forth for several seconds before he managed to get a hold of himself again and cleared his throat. Right. Well, you'll find no judgment from me for it. I've never understood monogamy personally, it's not part of my instincts, and I have never been able to figure out why humans would limit themselves to a single mate for life, the Chimera stated, making his support for the bonded clear. That said, you've mentioned a second-generation fruit which I assume had been changed to specify friendly relations. He got a nod from the boy and his mother and gave them one in return. And have you used one yet other than with young Himiko? Yes, sir. Our friend Tenyuku shared one with us. He found out about Izuku's quirk by accident during one of Kaachan's parents' concerts, and his parents allowed him to share one of the V2 fruits with us. Himiko butted into the conversation now, very willing to share what she knew about her friends now that the conversation had steered in that direction. Tenyakuin is so fun to watch, he's like a robot, she said, her grin never fading as she giggled with the other two children while Inko tried her hardest not to laugh at the description of the boy. Good. It's great that everything worked out for you all. That kind of effect could easily have backfired without proper communication, and I am proud to say that you five who are already bonded are able to communicate better with each other than many people who are already married. All Might boomed, now having had time to consider everything, finding the whole scenario kind of adorable. Oh, that's the fruit helping us, All Might sir, the boy said, causing the adults to become confused again. The fruit helps you maintain communication? Tsukachi repeated, having gotten a truth ping from the statement. Yes? Haven't you read what it does? Izuku said, clearly confused as to why they were confused again and missing his mother turning her head away from everyone again. Nizu did not miss that detail however, and he discovered the possibility of more entertaining information. Miss Midoriya, would you happen to know anything about this? Well. Maybe? I might have a didanothere effect when I wash describing Fanfics the first time iso thought though suhasheria fruit develop an empathic link between Hemsel vest hat canturn and telepathically, she said, practically throwing the words out into the room. The children turning to her with looks of confusion, having thought that was part of the original fruit and not understanding why it would be an issue. Nizu found himself letting loose with more cackling while the other adults stared at the young mother in disbelief again. The laughter settled after another 5 minutes and Nizu wiped his mouth with his handkerchief while regaining his composure. I commend your devotion to keeping your son happy, Miss Midoriya. Nizu stated, earning a grateful smile from the woman in question, but I must caution you to keep things in moderation in the future. His sudden change in mood caught the rest of them off guard, Inko recovering first and nodding, certainly. I don't want anyone finding out about what Izuku can really do and having him become a target of the government and or the villains. Quite. Nizu simply responded, nodding to her again and looking to the boy now. Young Izuku, do you understand why you need to keep the finer details of your quirk a secret? The boy nodded hurriedly, possibly too quickly to be healthy. Actually, that's good. I am happy that you understand just how badly that could end for you and your loved ones. Now, care to explain any of the other interesting plants you've made? The Chimera said, swapping once again to his eager-to-learn persona. Half an hour later. The discussion was going quite well in Nizu's opinion, so much so that he almost missed the LTRSND alarm that he set up to announce when someone came close to his office so that he could indulge in one of his daily pastimes where he opens his door the moment someone lifted their hand to knock. It always did throw people off and was worth a small chuckle each time. This time, however, Nizu simply opened the door when the alarm sounded and he saw Recovery Girl and young Eri exiting his personal elevator. But didn't notify the others in his office. He felt like more chaos was needed. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed when the young girl made a frantic rush to the boy's side and latched onto him, clearly intending to never let go. His surprise seed of chaos smothered before it could even germinate, but unwilling to be upset at an obviously tortured child, Nizu elected to address the elderly nurse for the information they'd all been waiting for the last hour. Chio-san, what's the situation with little Eri here? Better than I expected when I first examined her, worse than any child should have had to deal with, the clearly upset woman responded. She has no broken bones, her organs are functioning, and her malnourished state is easy enough to fix. But, she paused and looked at the other children in the room, not willing to tell them how bad the girl's condition really was. Nizu, noticing her hesitation, probed for information. Is the situation life-threatening? Not right now, no. Recovery Girl stated, the kids letting out a sigh of relief while the adults tensed at the implication. Miss Midoriya, would you mind taking the children down the hall to the staff room? They look like they could use a snack and some refreshments. Nizu said, giving the young mother a look that said she would be told the details later. Inko nodded after knowing she'd be filled in afterwards and ushered the kids out and over to the staff room, distributing guest passes for each of them. She allowed Izuku to open a portal to the garden with his portable door so that Kaachan could go grab a few fruits to snack on for everyone, and they sat, waiting for someone to come collect them and tell them what would be happening next. It didn't take long, all things considered, for Nizu to ask them to return via the intercom in the room, so they washed up and made their way back, Inko noticing Eri and Izuku yawning and hoped the meeting wouldn't take much longer. The poor little girl had been through a lot and needed to rest, and her son needed to recharge his stamina more than the apple he ate during the break time. You'll be happy to know that Eri's paperwork has been completed and needs only to be signed. We were able to get clearance for her this quickly because while her quirk is dangerous according to Recovery Girl, your son has a means of stopping it from harming anyone in a way that is far better than just having her wear or consume quirk suppressants until she is able to control it on her own. When you leave here today she will be Midoriya Eri and will be legally under your care. If you need any assistance with her expenses please feel free to contact myself or the detective here as there is a fund set up for abandoned or abused children. If you remember your way back to the room your portal is set up and you may head back home now. We will see about putting up a plaque denoting the door as an entrance to UA from your side so that no one attempts to enter the university on accident without having a guest pass. Nizu informed them as they entered the room again, then waited as the entire group gave relieved sighs and Inko filled in her signatures where required. He finished their interaction with a smile and informed Inko that his contact information was already uploaded to her phone, something that she was only slightly freaked out by having never taken her phone out while they were dealing with everything. The group of 5 made their way back to the garden dimension and ran into Kyoka who was staring at the new door in interest and decided to notify the rest of their group and the parents about what happened all at the same time rather than have to repeat it again. Inko sent Kaachan and Himiko to the Yaoyorosis and the Idas respectively to ask for 10 minutes of their time for an important debriefing before ushering Kaachan to do the same for her parents and shuffling her son and newest daughter back to their own home and letting them sit on the couch while they waited for everyone to arrive. The adults, after being told about Eri's circumstances, were understandably shocked and livid that someone would treat what they now knew was a 5-year-old child the way she had been treated. Inko had gotten a text from Nizu during the retelling of the story and she was careful to show the adults the girl's medical complications while making sure no one spoke up. While it was horrifying, they were all aware that Izuku could heal the girl and remove the problem so that she wouldn't suffer for the rest of her life because a monster decided to screw with her body for his insane experiments. Nizu gave Inko a bit of homework for Izuku in the form of a picture of a strange bean and a paragraph under the photo detailing its effects, the senzu bean being the choice to heal the girl, along with a bit of an added effects of curing diseases and removing scar tissue so that she wouldn't have to live with the hundreds of surgical scars littering her body. She handed the photo to Izuku and he told her that based on the feeling he was getting, if he fed 20% of his maximum stamina to the seed creation process he would have a seed in 2 weeks and then he could check how long a bean would take to grow. The adults were pleased with this information, some of them already knowing what a senzu bean was and the others appreciating just how useful having a stock of beans on hand that would heal all wounds, regrow lost or damaged limbs and organs, feed you for a full day, restore all of your stamina, and now would remove scars and cure all diseases. It made them all feel much more secure with their children's choice of career now that there was a way to keep them from getting injured. The Idas having known full well how dangerous the job could be as they were a family of 4 generations of heroes. Eri was taken up to Izuku's room as she had fallen asleep and Izuku decided that he would sleep next to her for as long as she needed to feel safe again but had Himiko crush a dragonfell berry and apply the juice to the freshly bathed Eri to make sure she didn't accidentally activate her quirk in her sleep if she had a nightmare. It would continue working as long as the juice, dried or not, remained on her skin, so it was a very effective way to keep everyone safe, simply by applying a bit of juice to the girl's back and applying a waterproof adhesive over top to keep her from wiping away the juice while she slept. He was right to assume she'd have nightmares. The girl woke up screaming about not wanting to be taken apart again several times over the course of the night, and Izuku not able to rest properly meant that he didn't have nearly enough stamina for the rest of his normal day, so he was excused from school for the day because of a quirk accident. He still started the process of making the seed for the senzu tree, it just meant that he had to be brought food and helped to the restroom all day. Eri was more than happy to spend the day laying down attached to her new brother, and when everyone stopped by after school she took the time to share a second-generation paupo fruit with the group, becoming the newest linked. Inko had decided not to allow her to have the first-generation fruit unless she really wanted one after turning 16 at the earliest. The child had gone through too much to make a decision that would affect her future so totally at any younger of an age. Over the next couple of days, which Izuku also had to miss school for, it was decided that Eri would use the disguise produce, the same that Himiko had used, so that she wouldn't have to worry about being recognized by any of Overhaul's men for the foreseeable future, until he was put away behind bars, that is. Detective Tsukachi had informed Inko that there was an arrest warrant out for the man and that other than himself and the chief of police that he personally answered to, no one knew where Eri was or who had taken her in. This way they could avoid a mole in the police slipping the information to the man and having him make any attempts to get her back from them. Finally, 2.5 weeks later, because of unexpected fatigue build-up due to Eri's nightmares waking him up a few times every night and his own produce not keeping up with his daily stamina usage, the seed was created and planted in the garden dimension. Izuku was surrounded by parents and Nizu recovery girl, who Izuku had finally gotten an autograph from, when he planted the seed and started to feel around for the estimated growth rate. "Okay, I think I've got it now," the boy said, his face scrunched up and sweat running down his brow as he still wasn't used to figuring out growth rates yet. The good news is that it won't take long for the tree to grow. Only a few days if I fed it the same amount of stamina I've been feeding it while making the seed. This was met with a general uptick in everyone's mood until he started talking again. The bad news. Each bean is going to take a month to grow after the tree finishes growing using the same amount of stamina. I might be able to speed it up a little later, if my quirk builds up enough extra stamina for me to feed it, but for now that's what I think it will take, he said as he stood back up and stepped away from the mound where he planted the seed, already calling on his quirk to start feeding the seed power and sighing when he felt the now familiar drain on his energy. He was steadied by his friends who helped him back into his room while the adults stood around the area where the tree would soon grow. Only a month for a bean that can save a life no matter what. Does he not know how amazing that is yet? Why did he seem like he was beating himself up over the time? Kyotoku said, honestly not expecting an answer and not really fully realizing he had spoken out loud in the first place. You know how Izuku is, Jiru-san. He's still recovering from 2 years of everyone around him calling him useless and putting him down all day every day unless he was with me. I don't think he understands that only having to wait a month for something like this is actually really amazing. I'm tempted to tell him not to speed it up, let his quirk boost his stamina reserves over time to the point where the drain from this is negligible like the normal plants for the store. Inko said, getting nods and grunts of agreement from those around her. Quite right Miss Midoriya, Nizu agreed, having him build himself up so that growing these beans doesn't impact his day-to-day life is for the best. Maybe at some point in the future a few years down the line when he can afford to feed this tree more power without putting any strain on himself it could be an option, but for now getting to save 12 lives a year is more than enough. I have to remind myself that the boy is still only 7 years old when I see some of the things he has made and will contribute to society someday after he's able to protect himself from those who'd wish to abuse his abilities. Tell me about it, those bracelets are nutty. I've gotten a few strange looks from my workers on the job sites, but I've gotten around any questioning by saying it was a gift from a family member and that I refuse to not wear it. No one has been any the wiser and it's been great not waking up with the usual muscle and back pain. Really need to come up with a way to thank the boy for that. Taiyu said, staring at the bracelet in question that the boy had given out to his friends and family a few days after he had originally intended. No one had believed the effects of the thing until they had worn it for a day or two themselves. Now they couldn't imagine living without it again. Yes, the berries. Dragonfell berries I believe he calls them. They have been a godsend while working on some of my patients at the university. Not having to worry about accidental quirk activations during treatments has made my job so much easier. I can't wait to study some of the other medicinal plants he's got growing in here, so nice of him to keep everything organized and labeled too. If he hadn't I would probably have tried examining that black lotus flower looking plant in the corner and gotten in some major trouble. Side note, please make sure to give that flower a wide berth everyone. It's easily the most dangerous thing in here. Recovery girl said, making sure to warn the ones who hadn't been informed of the dangers of the Black Mercy. She didn't want anyone to go through what getting tangled up with that thing would cause. I'm not sure it was the right thing to do to let Izuku grow that. But it is a non-lethal way to stop basically anyone or anything from endangering him or anyone else. I won't let him use that unless it's a very last resort, but still. It's such a dangerous plant. I worry that the kids will ignore the signs and the barricades surrounding it one day and we'll have to spend a very long time helping them recover from its effects. Inko told them, both soothing the other parents and frightening the ones who were unaware of the dangers of the unassuming and genuinely beautiful plant sitting behind 3 rows of fencing and police tape. Well, now that this is done I have to get back to the university and work with Night Eye on his investigation into Overhaul's whereabouts. It's very difficult to track someone down when a single touch removes all evidence they were there in the first place. The one thing I have to say is for those in the Mie area, please be on the lookout for a man with yellow eyes, brown hair, and likely wearing either a surgical mask or a plague doctor mask. Chisaki Kai is a major germaphobe and is always covering his hands, mouth, and nose. If you see him, call the police or a hero, do not engage or get close to him in any way. If he does notice you, do your absolute best to avoid contact with his bare hands. Thank you for your time and keeping myself and Recovery Girl updated on the Senzu Beans Miss Midoriya, and tell little Izuku that I will be happy to start seeing him for lessons after he manages to build up enough stamina to see me after a day of school. Nizu relayed before bowing and walking through the door back to the grounds of UA. They had moved the entrance several days ago to an unmarked underground bunker that exited out in one of the lesser-used testing cities to avoid people stumbling upon the doorway by accident. The parents bid each other farewell and returned to their homes with some extra produce for their time, and Inko went to make sure her children were resting properly. She walked into Izuku's room to see all of the kids playing a game on the console that Yamamoto had suggested to Izuku one day, Inko having never taken the girl to be a gamer like herself when she was growing up. The girl had given her the rundown that she had originally started playing games to be able to suggest ideas for new plants and had gotten hooked on them in no time at all. It was a similar story for the others as well, and Inko wasn't going to tell them to stop having fun together, so long as they still did their schoolwork and spent time outside. The kids were still planning to be heroes after all, aside from Eri, who still didn't know what she wanted to do or be, which was fine as she was only 5 after all, so they needed to stay in shape but were not allowed to do anything other than cardio until they turned 12 so as not to stunt their growth. 3 months later. It had taken a long time to convince Eri that it was safe to go out in public now that she didn't look anything like what she used to look like, having the same black hair with green highlights as her brother with the straight hair she always had, pulled and tied in a ponytail like Yamamoto had taught her, and the same emerald green eyes as her new brother. Her horn was moved to the center of her forehead and she had even gotten the same diamond-shaped patches of freckles as Izuku. Overall, she now looked like a younger female unicorn version of Izuku, and everyone decided that she was the most precious thing they'd ever seen. Now though, having gotten the girl out of the house and into town, even if she was still attached to her brother's side, they had taken the portal to the Ida household over in Tokyo and were making a day of a theme park visit, and she was finally relearning how to smile. That had been a really sad story when they'd heard the girl say she couldn't remember how to smile, while they enjoyed the rides and the food. They had brought all the kids along and made sure that Eri had her patch covering the bit of dragonfell berry juice on her back to avoid any accidents, and everyone had been having a blast. They'd even possibly made a few new friends. It had turned out to be quite the coincidental meeting, really. A small group of similarly aged children attending various school trips to the park to celebrate the end-of-semester exams, and a small family with an adorably blunt girl with a hard time conveying meanings through facial expressions. Oh, and a girl who ate her own mushrooms when she thought no one was watching. They met up by complete surprise. A group of 3 exiting a roller coaster themed around the pro-hero Edshot and laughing excitedly grabbed the attention of Himiko, and she ran over to talk to them about the ride. The 3 introduced themselves as Ashido Mina, Kaminari Denki, and Kirishima Ijiro, and they were subsumed by the rest of the group, with no heed paid to the chaperones of the 3 new friends as they ran off to find more rides to try. Finding another 2 guys making their way out of a haunted house themed after one of the darker pro-heroes, Ghostface, they were introduced to Shouta Nirenjiki and Kaibara-sen, who were also consumed by the squad. Once again the chaperones were ignored as they ran off for more rides and attractions to try out. It wasn't until Mina-chan, as she insisted on being called, almost literally ran into a girl with frog mutations that they finally slowed down long enough while being scolded by a now named Azui Tsuyu's parents that the chaperones for the various children finally caught up. Tenya had nearly gone catatonic after realizing he had gotten caught up in the excitement and set such a horrible example for his friends and his friend's new younger sister. Now that they were all standing around looking sheepish, they had time to chat some and decided to stick together for lunch and continue searching for rides together. They had actually met up with another new friend in the food court, the girl having been secretly growing mushrooms to munch on while her mother pretended not to notice, hiding a doting smile behind her hand she had raised to cover a yawn. Komori Kanoko joined the group for the remainder of the day. All in all, it was a very enjoyable day, a new experience for everyone other than Mina-chan and Denki, who were frequent visitors to the park. Yamamoto and Eri in particular had looks of wonder plastered on their faces at everything they were getting to do and try now that they'd never even thought about trying before. Numbers were exchanged and promises to hang out when possible made when the sun had started to set and the park was swapping to nighttime rides. They would have stayed, but Izuku had noticed that Eri was starting to get very tired, so he discreetly motioned to the rest of the group, and they had a quick mental conversation where they decided to call it a day and head back over to Tenya's house. Mina-chan and Himiko were crying over having to leave each other, claiming they'd be together forever. It truly would have brought a tear to Izuku's eye if he hadn't watched Himiko do the same thing to Kaachan, Yamamoto, and Kaachan the first 10 times they'd had to leave to go home. Still, it was nice to make new friends even if they were all spread out in the area and several hours away by train. They'd figure something out. The kids were only mildly told off by Ida's parents, his mother home from the agency for the day to watch over the kids at home, and his father having finished his patrol for the afternoon and come home for dinner before leaving for the evening patrol. Tensei had gotten a verbal lashing as well, since he, Hisashi, Namuri, and Shoyuta had lost track of the kids at the park for a short time. The young adults having been sufficiently yelled at and the children having been sufficiently scolded, they had dinner together before everyone returned to their own homes. Tensei had mentioned a surprise for Izuku that he should find out about tomorrow in the morning as they were saying goodbye, 3 of the 4 university students escorting the children to their doors and heading back to the school afterwards. It had been hilarious how quickly Tensei had let slip to his friends about Izuku's method of travel. Watching his parents tear into him for not being able to withhold confidential information had been something to take note of, though, since the older Idas had made it clear that heroes were expected to guard secrets all the time. Izuku just hoped that they would be able to keep their new friends from finding out about his quirk before they really got to trust them. The upside, though, was that all 6 of the new people for the group had the Eri seal of approval, trademark pending, which was just about as good a backing as you could have for the original 6 friends who had all basically adopted Eri as a sister, even if she was legally Izuku's sister. Speaking of Eri, trying to pry her off of Izuku long enough for him to go to school had been a chore. She hadn't ever heard of school other than preschool since she was taken to the Yakuza right after her quirk manifested over a year ago. She did eventually let him go while she spent the day with Inko at the store, something she thought would terrify her, but when the first old lady gave her an apple she had just purchased, she had decided that the store was one of her favorite places and the customers loved her. It had taken her a while to get used to answering to Rina-chan since Inko had decided that out in public she would need a fake name, and Inko had laughed so hard at the idea of calling her Green that she just had to do it. She never did explain the name or why she was laughing so hard, but Eri could tell the name made her new mom happy, so she stuck with it and told Inko that she'd be her little Rina-chan for as long as necessary. When Inko had told everyone else about the story behind the name, she got laughs from the adults and confused stares from the children until Yamamo pulled out a dictionary from her school bag and told everyone, other than Eri, what the name meant, and then the kids joined the adults in laughing at the new name. Eri had pouted super hard at them all with puffed out cheeks which, other than being devastatingly cute, only earned her hugs from everyone who assured her that they weren't laughing at her and that the name wasn't bad, it was just a funny coincidence. Then they explained what a coincidence was. Eri was placated afterwards and went to practice with the other kids to make sure she would respond to the fake name whenever she went out in public. Things were looking up. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, Inko. Sob, I miss you, you beautiful beach. Me, I miss you too, sweaty beach. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, rude. Me, wink with tongue sticking out. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, you're lucky you're cute. Me, beach, I'm adorable. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, whatever. So what's new wherever you are? Me, Izuku made some new friends over the break. He's setting up his special base for the sleepover tonight. I'm so happy that he's got so many friends now. I was so worried he wouldn't have any for a long time, and now he's got so many little friends. I need to get a new box of tissues. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, stay hydrated. How many friends are we talking here? My brat, even if he is improving, never has anyone over. Me, well, there was just the 7 of them originally, but after the break when we took them to Hero Land, they doubled their little group. I'm going to take so many pictures of them tonight. So cool. What? Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, I really hope my brat finishes getting his head out of his butt soon and realizes that he can't go through life alone. I want to see him happy and making friends his own age too. His therapist says he's starting to make some headway finally. Said something about a log over a creek that he was going to talk to me about next week. Me, well, at least he's getting help. Maybe, sometime in the distant future, I could possibly stand to see him again. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, Haya, Masaru and I are trying. We moved him to a new school district, one approved by the detective you put us in contact with. He says there's no red flags in the new place and that the teachers there have been told not to feed his ego. He's got to learn he's not king sheet of PSS Mountain sooner rather than later. Me, that reminds me. Evil grinning.gif. I have some court dates set now for the Aldera District School Board. They have been trying to sandbag me and make me waste my time and resources while held up in litigation. Joke's on them. Izuku is basically married to the heir to the Yayorozu group. Even if he wasn't, I have plenty of money from the business and the payouts from the medical malpractice cases to play this little game with them. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, kick their butts inky. Wait. What's this about marriage? Last I checked Izuku was 7 Inko. This better not be one of those quirk marriages or an arranged marriage. I thought you were better than that. Me, relax, it's not an arranged marriage, nor is it a quirk marriage. Well, it wasn't an intentional quirk marriage and not the kind you're thinking of. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, you've lost me there. Did the other kids quirk bind them in a legal contract? Me, no. I don't know if I should explain this to you yet. Screw it, Katsuki is getting the help he needs to not be a flaming pile of shit later in life. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, amen to that. Me, Izuku's quirk kind of accidentally enforced marriage on a few of the kids. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach. What? Wasn't his quirk growing plants? How did this happen? Me, yes, that's his quirk. Fantastical botany allows him to grow any plant he personally plants. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, so how did that end up in a multi-type marriage proposal? I don't see the connection. Me, good. That means other people won't see what's so special about it either. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, would you stop teasing me, Inky? I haven't had enough sake to handle the word games yet. Me, right. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, just for that I'm not sending you that new cardigan I was saving for you. Me, Mitzi. Baby. Love of my life, some HMO. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, you're goddamn right it won't. So? Out with it. Me, the key here is the word any in the quirk description. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, right, so he can grow stuff from other parts of the world that wouldn't normally be able to grow here, yeah? Me, I mean yeah, sure, we have a few trees in the grove that shouldn't be able to grow here. But that's not what I meant. Any plant, Mitzi. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, you can repeat that all you want, it doesn't explain anything. It's not like he's pulling video game plants out of thin air or something, right? Right. Me, heh. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, no way. NOF way. That's the coolest F quirk I've ever heard of. Me, yeah it is. My baby is so cool. I'm gonna have so many grandbabies. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, you've lost me again, and I still don't know how he's married at 7 yet. Me, you remember that old RPG we used to play together after school? Kingdom Hearts? Yappy Pom Pom Beach, yeah? What about it? Me, Paupo Fruit. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, Paupo Fruit? Hang on, I need to go look it up, it doesn't ring a bell. So it makes them friends for life? That's not marriage, Inko. Me, you're right. The original fruit wouldn't have done that. But what if a 6-year-old tried to recreate it from a second-hand description given by someone who didn't remember the exact wording? Yappy Pom Pom Beach, what did you do? Me, hee. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, are the Yaoyorosis after you? You did essentially trap the heir in an arranged marriage without consent. Me, oh please, Inasuke and Ko love Izuku. No. I described the effects of the fruit as best as I could remember, which was something along the lines of: anyone who shares one will, if they're willing, have their destinies entwined and remain a part of each other's lives no matter what. It makes it so that you can more easily feel what each other are feeling so that you can have a better relationship after eating it. Some say that if you are able to eat enough of them with the same people you can even start to read each other's thoughts if they wanted you to. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, okay, that's a little more than friends but still not marriage level stuff. What am I missing here? Me, to you and me and any other adult or teenager, sure, that is just a really deep friendship. To a 6-year-old who had never been taught what different types of relationships were out there. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, oh. He must have been devastated when he found out about that, poor little green bean. Me, he was very upset when little Kyoka's father demanded that a way to reverse the effects be given to his daughter. Not that that ever happened. Kyoka and her mother yelled at him so much he might still be sleeping on the couch for trying to ruin his daughter's happiness. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, that's rich. So who all is part of their little spousal network? Me, at this moment? Achiko, Momo, Kyoka, and Himiko. Izuku of course as well. Don't know if anyone else is going to want in later in life though. There's also the V2 fruit that just creates unbreakable lifelong friendships, which would include Tenya and Eri, goes by Rina in public for her own safety. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, Himiko? Isn't that the little girl you adopted? How is that going to work out later for when they actually do get married? Me, legally, she's my ward, not my daughter. We changed her family name to Midoriya and helped her change her appearance to seem more like my daughter at her own request. Something she admitted she would probably change in the future, once she started getting strange looks from the parents of the other kids at school when they overheard her calling Izuku her future husband while sharing the same family name and looking so similar. She said she plans to stick with the eyes and only change the hair color though. In any terms other than legally? She's absolutely my daughter and I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. I love Himiko so much. She's the daughter I never had. Though now I guess I have 5 daughters and a boy that Izuku treats as a brother. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, that's a lot. Me, it is, but I'm loving it. Himiko is such a tease already too. Once she found out about why the adults were giving her strange looks, she hooked Izuku's and Achiko's arms in her own and proudly said that she loved them so much she was getting a head start on the name change for when they were older. I cried so hard. I think she also playfully teased the other girls about being the first one with Izuku's name. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, she's a real little vixen, isn't she? I love her already. Me, Himiko is more of a cat than a fox really. She even has the fangs and mannerisms. I caught her purring the day after I showed her the adoption guardianship papers. Yappy Pom Pom Beach, that's adorable. I know you won't let the brat near you and Izuku yet, but can I meet the kids sometime soon? I still consider Izuku my nephew and I want to keep up with his life and friends too. Me, maybe soon. They've got another week or so of school until summer vacation. If you can get time off I wouldn't mind you visiting us. I'll send you the address if you can make it. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, I'll make time. Masaru and I will drop Katsuki off with his grandparents and we'll both come visit you guys. Me, good, truthfully Izuku misses you too very much. He has mentioned wanting to see you again to his friends but didn't know I was listening. I think part of him still blames himself for us leaving and you guys not being able to spend time with us anymore. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, why would he think it's his fault? Never mind, managed to forget the trauma Izuku had already gone through for a second there. Me, yeah. He's getting better now with all of his friends supporting him, especially when he's mentally connected to half of them and sometimes forgets to not broadcast his thoughts to the others when he gets into a sad mood. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, he's gonna get over this, I believe in him. Speaking of mentally connected, how connected are we talking? Me, they are telepathically and empathically linked to each other. They can chat with each other if they're close enough to one another, within about half an hour by train, and they constantly get updates on how each other are feeling which has made it so that they hardly ever argue. Most of the fights have been because Tenya's follow the rules no matter what attitude clashed so hard with Himiko, Kyoka, and Achiko for a while there until he mellowed out a bit with the help of the empathy link letting him know how his antics were upsetting his friends. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, that sounds super useful. Any chance of those fruits seeing the light of day? Me, absolutely not. Very, very few people know what Izuku is really capable of and I plan to keep it that way for as long as possible. I will not allow my baby to be taken by some shady government officials or a crazy villain group of villains. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, oh. Yeah, that makes sense. I have wondered sometimes whether Katsuki might be taken for the same reason. Being able to cause explosions at will is something that would be super tempting to try to get control of. Me, it would be yes. God damn it. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, what, something wrong over there? Me, no. You just made me feel sorry for the nitrogremlin you call a son. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, oh, you don't have to feel sorry for him. If anything you should feel sorry for anyone that tries to take him. Can you imagine having to deal with an explosive child-sized ball of anger and explosions that you aren't biologically driven to love unconditionally? Me. Cammy, no. You can keep the explosive Pomeranian to yourself. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, rude. I thought you loved me Inky. Me, maybe I do. That doesn't mean I have to tolerate the person, yeah let's go with person for now, who hasn't grown enough to apologize yet, and mean it, for tormenting my baby and putting him in the hospital because of something he couldn't control. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, point taken. Also, that and the comment earlier are making me think you have some less than platonic feelings for me my girl. Me, I'm still coming to terms with it but have you seen you? You're you. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, Inky. You were a model for me for years. Me, I didn't say I wasn't hot. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, fair. I'm going to have to contemplate this. You do know that Masaru and I are a package deal, right? Me, oh no, I'd have to show love and affection for two incredibly hot and loving people. What will I ever do? Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, sassy beach. More than that though. I want abandon Katsuki. Me, if the little a-hole can stop being such an a-hole I could get over my anger with him. I know he was being manipulated into becoming that monster we saw in the video by the adults who were supposed to be looking after and teaching him. He just needs to get over himself and figure out how to appreciate others again. Though I think Izuku would forgive him at the first mention of an apology. Even if he didn't mean it. Which is why I need to be sure he is improving before even thinking about seeing him or letting him anywhere near Izuku again. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, fair. So, I'm going to chat with Masaru about you. Me, you better. I'm not getting any younger. Wait. Maybe Izuku could grow something for that? Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, maybe don't have him turn you into a forever young immortal hottie just yet Inky. Would make it kind of hard to hide what he can do if you never age. Me, fair. Doesn't mean it has to be off the table for the future though. Just imagine 18-year-old me in your arms Mitzi. What would you ever do about the crush you had on me back then? Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, I'm going to talk to Masaru damn it. Me, bye-bye sweaty beach. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach, F, you magnetic midget. Me, maybe later. Depends on how your chat with Masaru goes. Yappy Pom-Pom Beach. I walked right into that one. Me, wink with tongue sticking out. Inko put her phone down beside her, blushing but with the smuggiest of grins on her face at teasing her best friend and maybe something more. Just in time too as she heard Izuku running down the stairs towards her. Smashing the knee JRK reaction to panic and the instant thoughts of, protect my baby. She was improving damn it, she waited for him to come to her and saw the absolutely blinding smile on his face. Mom. I got the base ready. Thank you for letting me bring my new friends over and letting me bring them into the group. Izuku said, bouncing rapidly in front of her with the cutest face on the planet. Wait, is that Eri behind him making the same face? Oh god, the cuteness is lethal. Inko playfully put her hand over her heart and scrunched her face up and whispered just loud enough for the kids to hear her when she muttered, "Too bright. Too cute. My heart can't take it," earning giggles from both of her kids while she put on her serious but proud face again. "It's been a few months now. Cammy knows you need to spend more time with the ones who live further away. I'm still not sure about bringing nearly 24 more people into the secret of your quirk, but I know how much they mean to you, so we'll give them a chance." Her babies were jumping for joy and somehow had the exact same smile plastered onto both of their faces. It was still such a treat to see Eri smiling. She watched as they ran at her and leaped into a big hug before running back upstairs to find Himiko, who must have been in the garden dimension. "Bring Himiko back down with you in a few minutes, you two. We need to be ready to greet everyone soon." "Yes, Mom," was all she heard over the sounds of tiny socked feet on the hardwood. Now sitting in relative silence, she found herself overthinking the fact that there was only a short time until 7 kids and their parents would be arriving and would be read into Izuku's confidences. Luckily Nizu had worked with her to come up with something that would ensure their safety. It did take a bit of explaining, but eventually Izuku understood enough of what they were saying to be able to grow a small tree in the corner of the garden dimension that grew rolled up NDA clauses that would prevent people who signed it from giving out any information about Izuku or his family and friends without his permission. She had made sure to pick off a box of 50 to hold on to just in case they needed more later. Nizu had been a blessing, really. Inko was intelligent, sure, having a mental quirk like her limited telekinesis did improve brain function a bit, and the food Izuku was growing improved it further, but Nizu regularly outthought supercomputers. There weren't many people on the planet that could keep up with the Chimera when it came to planning, and he had freely given his time and assistance to making sure Izuku and everyone he cared for were safe. Inko knew that a lot of his willingness to help them stemmed from just how interesting her son's quirk was, but she also knew that Nizu really cared for the kids. She suspected he saw them all as his own kits at this point. It was something that she commented on in passing once that Nizu had laughed at but not said anything about or changed his expression other than a little more pronounced gleam in his eyes for a few seconds. Anyway, Nizu had helped them by brainstorming ideas to keep them safe that Izuku could provide, similar to the labyrinth grass. The new additions around the house that prevented spying, teleporting into or out of the property, or projectiles from flying into the area had been very much appreciated. The aromatic which she now kept in every room of the house that removed all forms of mental manipulation from those who smelled it was added only a week later when the two were trying to think of any other ways someone might be able to sneak onto the premises. She was preparing more of the wood for everyone to put in their own homes too. After all, Izuku's friends needed to be protected too. Izuku had already planted the protective grass, trees, and flowers around all of the other homes and around the campus of UA2 just to be sure. Her musings were cut short when she heard the knock on the front door and the pitter-patter of her kids' feet as they ran back into the living room. She stood up and made her way to the front door to welcome the new people into her home while the kids plopped down onto their couch, Eri, Rina until after the forms were signed, being kept between the other two so that she would feel safe. Upon reaching the door she was greeted by a family that resembled. Were they frogs or toads? She'd ask little Tsuyu about it tonight. Biology research later, inviting Izuku's friend and her parents in now. "Welcome to our home, we're all excited to properly meet you both," and the kids are bouncing off the walls while thinking about the sleepover. "The others should be arriving soon so I can have the conversation that I need to have with you all and won't have to keep you for long," Inko told the family in her doorway, waving them into the house and closing the door while they removed their footwear. She was leading them to the living room when the door was knocked on again, so she gave an apologetic bow which was good-naturedly waved off by the two adults who followed their daughter into the room where the other kids were waiting, seeing as she had been over a couple of times already and knew the way. Inko opened the door again to see 3 kids and 5 adults. The children she recognized as Denki, Mina, and Ijiro, so she gave them all the same greeting as the Azuis and introducing herself to the parents, noting the lack of one but holding on to the question for later. She was going to close the door but noticed 2 more cars pulling up to the side of the road, so she asked the kids to bring everyone into the living room while she waited. The kids wasting absolutely no time as they grabbed their respective adults and tried to bolt down the hallway, much to the chagrin of said adults who tried to give polite apologies to Inko that she just waved off with a smile. She turned back to see her favorite little mushroom girl and her mother walking down the pathway alongside little Sen and his parents. She ushered them in and led them down the hallway just as she heard what should be the last knock on the door. She pointed out the directions for the adults and turned around to open the door for the only child that could rival Izuku, Momo, and Tenya in manners, Nirenjiki and his father. Now that everyone had finally arrived and were seated in the living room, she could finally have this chat. "Welcome again to our home, we're all happy to see you again or formally meet you in the case of some of the parents. I'm grateful that you could all find time in your schedules to have a quick chat today. It's very necessary considering what your children might see or hear tonight or in the near future. Inko began as she noted the reactions of the parents in the room with her. As many of you know, I am Midoriya Inko, mother to Izuku and Rina and guardian of Himiko. She pointed at 3 of the green-haired children in the room as she spoke. The reason for the chat is Izuku's quirk. Myself, the authorities in the know, and several professional heroes have all agreed to keep his real abilities a secret for his safety, but seeing as the kids have become such good friends, it was inevitable that one of your children would have eventually seen or heard someone slipping up and mentioning what he could do. She took a small break to take a sip of tea and monitored the room while she did. Croak. If it's for the safety of the children, then I have no objections to the secrecy. I couldn't imagine telling Tsu that she couldn't see her friends anymore, so I'm all in, said the woman sitting beside the adorable little girl who had taken to calling Inko Midoriya after she'd heard Mina say it once and decided it was the best name for her. Inko gave the woman a smile and a nod, which was returned by both of the parents on their love seat. Boy, was she happy the house was so big and she had the funds for all the seating. I agree, the kids should be kept safe and there's no way I'd hear the end of it if I tried to keep Mina away from these rascals, came the response of one of the 2 women sitting next to the pink-skinned girl who was kicking her legs in front of her off the couch. Inko noted a lack of the same pigment in either woman's skin and raised an eyebrow at this, which they caught, and the same woman explained, yeah, I gave birth to Mina, but she gets her pigmentation from her donor who we've met a few times, nice guy. That makes much more sense, so she gave an understanding nod and smile to the women. I see no issue either. If his quirk would put himself and his loved ones in any danger should the real details be made public, then I can understand the subterfuge, a portly man said from his seat next to Nirenjiki. She had spoken with Mr. Shota a couple of times before and always enjoyed their polite conversations. She gave an apologetic bow to him from her position while seated, which he graciously accepted. While I don't like being lied to, I appreciate the sentiment and am grateful to you for bringing our family into your confidences. It couldn't have been an easy decision, came a feminine voice sitting behind Ijiro. The man on the other side of the little boy nodding along with his wife's words with a firm look on his face. The 2 were clearly very earnest people, and Inko could already tell from the few times their son had visited that he took after them in that respect as well, if a bit meeker. She had no problem with this type of people. Here. Denki has been talking about his new friends for weeks now. I don't know how I'd ever be able to keep him away when he's been friends with Mina and Ijiro for years now, said a bubbly blonde sitting behind the named child. Inko had already met and bonded with the woman over a shared bad luck with ex-husbands and would happily introduce the woman to Mitsuki at some point. I'd never let someone do anything to endanger my little son, so I can understand your caution. I look forward to doing what's necessary to keep the kids happy and safe, a tall, obviously good-looking man said while playfully ruffling his son's hair. His wife settled for stroking the boy's shoulder and giving Inko a smile only found on the most doting of mothers. I'd do anything to keep Kanoko happy and her friends make her happy. Keeping her and her friends safe means she stays happy longer. This was a no-brainer for me, and watching my little mushroom light up the room for the last few weeks has been wonderful, said the last parent-child representative. Another woman Inko was happy to chat with, once again because of a horrible marriage partner though, while Akatsuji Denryuko, formerly Kaminari Denryuko, and herself had to deal with infidelity. Komori Aoi definitely had it worse when dealing with her ex's abuse. She had the man locked up eventually when he started threatening her daughter, and she had Kanoko's family name legally changed to her own right after the man was put away. Fantastic. Unfortunately, due to the nature of Izuku's quirk and the potential risks of his full ability set getting out, I need to ask you all to sign these kendas. They were compiled and vetted by Dean Nizu from UA University and a team of lawyers associated with Might Tower. We also had them looked over by a trusted member of the police force, one Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Feel free to read them over on your own as well. We have time and they aren't long. The main point is that after signing them you will be unable to tell anyone about Izuku's quirk without his permission. He gives blanket rights to inform people that his quirk allows him to grow any plant he personally plants. It's the other stuff that the kenda covers. Inko said, while passing out the forms to the other people in the room, along with asking if anyone wanted tea. Izuku had already gotten up to get the tea for the adults. She'd thank him afterwards. Ribbit. Quirk enforced non-disclosure agreements? Are these really necessary? Came the expected question, though not from the expected parent. Inko had expected one of Sen's parents to object as they were the ones she knew the least about, but this time it was Tsuyu's father. Ah, right, he ran a law firm. He would understand why these would typically not be used for something so domestic seeming as details of a child's quirk. I'm afraid so. Izuku's quirk makes it imperative. All Might and Nizu actually suggested we use them at the same time. It was funny watching the two stare blankly at each other out of confusion. Inko explained. I'll take a minute to read it then. For those that don't know, I run a law firm. Give me a minute to make sure there are no loopholes or hidden clauses. Ribbit, the man offered to the others in the room, having caught Kanoko's mother already reaching to sign it without reading it. Please take a minute to enjoy our host's tea. Kendas are not typically used for anything short of closely guarded business deals in the hundreds of millions of yen or international secrets. That got the rest of the room to hold off and let the expert do his thing. Izuku arrived just as they were looking around to start conversing with each other and began handing out cups to those who wanted it. Roughly 5 minutes later the man sat back up and found his pen before signing his name on his form. His wife took the hint and signed hers as well before he spoke. They are safe to sign so long as you have no intentions of breaking the contract. They prevent you from speaking out the information verbally or writing it down or using any other form of information transmission capable of explaining the intricacies of one Midoriya Izuku's quirk and its possible applications. It stipulates that the contracts will remain in effect until such a time as Mr. Midoriya has reached the age of adulthood as dictated by the country of Japan and willingly divulges the details of his quirk to the public at large. Relatively tame in comparison to others I have read, and the only real retaliation you would face would be spending 5 years deaf, blind, and mute. I've seen a lot worse, varying from methods of torture banned in most first and second world countries or just outright killing the offending party. While the last bit did trouble everyone else in the room other than Inko and the kids who didn't quite understand everything being said, the rest of the declaration cleared a lot of their concerns and the rest were superficial at best. So before long the contracts were back in Inko's possession and placed in a black box sitting beside her chair. It's basically an indestructible box. After we finish our discussion I'll be sending it to Nizu to hold on to the documents, earning nods from everyone in the room, including the kids who mostly just nodded because everyone else was. So, Izuku's quirk is called Fantastical Botany, or on his quirk registration form it's called Accelerated Plant Growth. The description on his form states that he can rapidly grow any plant that he personally plants. She paused to make sure the others were paying attention, and once she confirmed it she continued with a smirk on her face. That isn't an inaccurate description, it's just woefully underrepresenting what exactly it means. She gave a small giggle at that. Well, don't keep us waiting. I've seen the boy use his quirk to grow vegetables when Denki and I stopped by a few weeks ago, but I didn't notice anything special other than the taste of the produce being phenomenal. Akatsuji-san said in a tone of mild annoyance, mostly because she was a little impatient when it came to interesting news. Right. What his quirk actually does is grow any plant that he plants rapidly. Inko put as much emphasis on the word any as possible, and by the looks she was starting to see on some of the adults' faces they were getting some idea of where she was going. Some of you look like you're getting it. Izuku can grow any plant he can think of, even if it doesn't exist. Every adult I was now the size of a dinner plate. Silence reigned in the room for a good 20 seconds. That's crazy. There's no way a quirk like that exists. Holy sure smack sorry holy crap, that's insane. Wait, does that mean he can grow stuff from books? Please calm down. I'll try to answer your questions and concerns. First, yes, it is a crazy quirk, insanely powerful depending on how it's used. Second, I assure you it does exist. Izuku, can you grab one of the rainbow fruits? Any variety would work. She watched him run back into the kitchen and come back with a peach that gleamed with the light of 7 different colors and show it off to the adults who remained speechless at the spectacle. Thank you, sweetie. If you could bring me a fruit knife I'll cut it up for you kids to enjoy. He was off before she even finished explaining why she needed the knife, but she was happy to see him walk calmly back into the room to avoid injuring himself or anyone else with the knife. Third, he can grow things from books, movies, games, and his own or others' imagination so long as he knows what the plant is supposed to do and has an idea of what it should look like, even if the appearance has never been fully explained before in the case of written media. Izuku's only limit is that creating the seeds and speeding up the growth of the subsequent plant takes his own stamina. The first time his quirk activated he knocked himself out, and there was some worry at the hospital that it could cause health problems if it happened too often. Thankfully his quirk passively builds his stamina as he uses it, which gave me another reason to sell the normal produce in town here. She made quick work of the peach, handing the kids a bowl of small chunks to enjoy. By the way, the peach is delicious. The only thing altered is the color and the luminescence of the peel and flesh of the fruit, she assured the parents who were eyeing the peach like it was a biohazard. They seemed to mostly relax, and after trying a chunk their child gave them relaxed fully and appreciated the taste. That's not the only function of his quirk though, Inko said, earning the attention of the room again. In fact, if it was just that there would be no need for the kendas, as Izuku could just not show off his plants from fiction. This statement got a nod from Mr. Azui, who had been giving her odd looks since the first revelation. The second thing his quirk does is easier to show you than to explain to you. Please, follow me. Izuku, make sure they're all added please. Yes mom, the little man said, standing straight and giving her a totally inaccurate American military salute. He looked at each of the people in the room for a moment and then gave her a thumbs up to let her know he was done. Thank you baby. It's time to show off a bit huh? Izuku didn't even bother verbally responding, he just grabbed Eri's hand and led the kids up the stairs first, followed shortly by Inko and the other adults until everyone was standing outside a closet door, looking around with a totally understandable mixture of nervousness and confusion. After all, why were they standing in the second floor of a house looking at a closet door when they were talking about an agricultural quirk? The answer came shortly after Izuku had made sure everyone was there and shouted, "Tada," while throwing the door open and letting everyone see inside. To say that this was one of Inko's favorite moments when telling someone new about Izuku's quirk would be a huge understatement. Inko loved the dumbfounded look that always popped up when the door was opened, and instead of the linens everyone expected, they were met with a sunny field and lots of different plants everywhere. It was compounded now thanks to the huge treehouse sitting in the largest tree that had been specially grown near the door portals. Taiyu had finally figured out how he was going to repay Izuku for the bracelets and built him a treehouse for all his friends to spend time together in one place so that the adults didn't have to worry about which house they were at any given time. Sure, there was no way to get internet into the dimension, but through a clever use of Izuku's quirk there was plenty of power, running water, and waste disposal. The kids had everything they would need to hand out other than Wi-Fi. They were dragged from their stunned stupor when Inko waved them in, and they all stepped hesitantly into the dimension, each feeling the strange sensation of walking through a sheet that the people who had already gotten used to had learned to ignore. The air was clean and crisp, smelling like a cornucopia of all the different fruits and vegetables being grown here. One thing that the observant parents noticed quickly were the other doors near the one they had just passed through. What are the other doors for? Mr. Kirishima asked, having not seen the signs posted next to each door yet. These are the other entrances to the garden dimension. Each one leads to the home of another of Izuku's friends or to the UA campus. We hope to put one up for you all as well at some point in the near future, which was another reason for telling you all about his quirk. Don't want anyone driving multiple hours just to drop off a child then have to drive back and make the drive again the next day. Waste of time and gas, and would prevent the kids from hanging out as much as they would want. Inko explained to the group while Izuku led the kids over to the treehouse entrance, a box pulley system Taiyu had installed to get from the ground to the front door. He'd made sure it was completely safe before allowing himself to try it out, and only then did he let the kids try it. Inko sighed as she knew Izuku would leave the rest of the explanation to her. Anyway, this is the garden dimension. It's a space that only Izuku can access or grant access to so that he can garden in peace. It's essentially a sanctuary for him to work in. It is totally safe and unassailable as far as Nizu can tell. It doesn't exist in our world and GPS doesn't work here, so our working theory is that his quirk created a pocket dimension to let him develop away from distractions or pests from the outside world. The area grows larger over time, which lends credence to that theory. We assume it's because Izuku's stamina levels are growing so his quirk can give him more space to work with. The adults were finally managing to restart their central processing units now, so it was time to explain the areas inside and to explain the boundary system to keep them all safe should they want to visit later. Please follow me and be careful when we come to a section that is marked by a wooden fence. She began leading everyone around the garden, explaining the effects of as many of the plants they were passing as she could remember until she reached one of the fenced-in areas where she stopped. Okay, so these fences are used when the thing being grown is dangerous in some way. Behind me is a type of crawling vine that stuns its prey and holds onto them while draining their physical stamina. While not deadly, it is a nasty plant to run into, so I recommend you not get close to it. Just stay outside of the fenced-in area and you will be fine. The adults watched the lone lattice standing in the middle of the small field covered in vines with small orange flowers growing every few inches with trepidation, wondering if they should really be letting the children near this place. Don't worry about the kids, Izuku has a method of protecting them that we will go over at the end of our little tour. What I want to show you all is a short walk this way, and it is the single most dangerous plant in the garden. Note that nothing here can outright kill a healthy human being, but the things in the fenced-in zones can be incredibly debilitation and would require assistance to escape from. Inko did her best to reassure the parents that their kids would be safe here while also keeping them in the know about the dangers present. She took the group up to the farthest fenced-in zone and explained the others as she walked by, each a little more dangerous than the previous one, until she stopped and turned to the group just outside the fence of a large area with a small pond in the center with a dozen black lotus flowers floating at the surface. This is the single most dangerous plant in the garden, she started when everyone had stopped to see. It is called the Black Mercy. It's a horrifying plant that I did not want Izuku to grow initially, but Nizu convinced me might be necessary in the future. Just because I understand its usefulness doesn't mean I have to like it existing here. Mr. Kirishima looked like he recognized the name but couldn't remember why it sounded familiar. The rest of the parents stared at the lotus flowers, either in disbelief that something so small and beautiful could be as dangerous as Inko was making it sound, or in morbid curiosity stemming from a desire to know more about the most dangerous plant their children could possibly be near. Inko decided not to keep them in the dark any longer, so she took a breath and steadied herself before she gave the description of this accursed plant again. The Black Mercy can only be safely handled by Izuku. If anyone else were to touch it at all, even through gloves, it would latch onto you and pierce through whatever protective clothing you happen to think would be enough to keep you safe. Then it will burrow under your skin and release a sort of mental wave that would instantly paralyze you in a loose but steady stance, or if you were sitting or laying down when it happened, it would send signals through your spine to reposition into the most comfortable position possible as it began to feed your mind an incredibly detailed and lifelike hallucination or dream, still not sure on that one, where everything you want to happen does. It lets you experience your heart's desire for the rest of your life while slowly feeding on the nutrients in your body, easily replenished by and for drip. By the way, it's parasitic in nature, so it will live until you stop living. It can be removed by Izuku, or there are certain individuals who possess the strength of will and the mental processing to realize they're in a simulation and not actually living through the events going on around themselves. If you are determined enough, you can fight off the flower's control and remove the plants and its roots from your own body if you're physically strong enough, and there aren't very many people on the planet who fit that build, but that all depends on your ability to see that what you're seeing and feeling isn't real in the first place. So the only people who could escape from this plant are incredibly intelligent, hyper-aware of their surroundings and inconsistencies, have an indomitable will, and are strong enough to fling a loaded transport truck. That's the thing from Superman. Mr. Kirishima shouted after she finished speaking, earning a gratified nod from Inko that someone actually recognized the thing. You are correct. This is a plant from the old animated pre-Quirk cartoon, The Justice League, and Superman, the animated series. I cannot stress this enough to all of you to steer clear of this flower. It's not harmful to you and it makes you live out your heart's desire, but the reason it's the most dangerous plant in the garden is what happens if you or Izuku tries to remove the plant. The mental and emotional trauma it makes you endure in both realizing what you have been experiencing was all a lie, as well as the attempts from the flower itself to stop you from removing it to save itself from dying once removed from a host would take years, maybe decades of intensive therapy. Depending on how long you are under its effects, you might never recover from the backlash of having it removed and either shut down permanently, commit suicide out of despair, or just go insane outright. Now no one was underestimating the seemingly harmless flower a dozen meters away. Most of them wondered if the fence should be brought further back. Actually, you mentioned that Izuku had a way to protect people from these plants. How does he do it, and is the process painless? I want Mina kept safe if she does something stupid and enters a fenced-in area out of curiosity. One of Mina's mothers asked in a hurry, trepidation clear in her voice. That question brings us to the third thing Izuku ever grew that didn't exist in our world. Follow me, please. Inko told the adults, who were only too happy to get away from the horrifying thing that was that flower. They followed her all the way to the other side of the garden zone, to a strange tree that grew horizontally until the tip grew a few feet upwards, ending where a handful of star-shaped golden yellow fruits were growing just above Inko's head. This is called the Paupo tree. It produces a fruit called the Paupo fruit, or as it is sometimes called, the empathy fruit. Anyone who shares this fruit, if they're willing, will develop a strong friendly relationship wherein they are linked together and can broadcast their emotions to each other. Eventually, if you share enough with the same person or people, it allows for telepathic communication when in range of each other. For Izuku and those he is linked with, it also grants immunity to the harmful plants he grows. I'll be having the kids share at least one of these together before the night is over, I assure you. Why are there two trees here then? I've only seen single specimens everywhere else. This is the first one that has two trees for seemingly the same product, asked Tsuyu's mother, Baru, if Inko remembered correctly. Inko blushed when she looked at the other tree. Ah, yes. That one. It is also a Paupo tree. It also grows Paupo fruits, and is in fact the second plant Izuku ever grew that didn't exist in reality, the first being a glowing tulip. She coughed and looked away in obvious embarrassment. Now, it is also, objectively, a failure, considering it doesn't exactly do what the tree was supposed to do because of a miscommunication between Izuku and I when I was describing the effects of the fruit. It turns out a 6-year-old doesn't quite know what having your destinies entwined and promoting a better relationship means, other than the only other kind of relationship he'd ever heard about before that, which was marriage. She coughed again at this and refused to look at any of the other parents in the eye now. Most of them were laughing now. That's glorious. The kid made a marriage fruit, ha 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 ha. That's a riot. Mina's other mother yelled while busting a gut laughing. It wasn't until Mr. Shota piped up that the others realized an issue. How do you know what the first fruit did? You didn't share one with your son, did you? The other parents' heads shot up to stare at the woman in question, who was now rapidly shaking her head and flapping her hands back and forth in denial. No. I did not eat one of these, still haven't. That is a relief, but it doesn't answer the first question. How do you know what this fruit does if you've never tried it? Izuku and his two first friends, Achiko and Momo, shared one together, and we didn't see the problem until they shared one with the next little girl, Kyoka, who was a rapidly developing tsundere, and after they shared a fruit she gave a very enthusiastic and more than friendly level of NTMT cheek kiss to each of the kids she was only then spending time with properly for the first time. Her parents were shocked at her behavior, and we almost didn't know what could have caused it until one of the previous girl's parents pointedly asked me if the kids had shared a fruit, and then we questioned Izuku on his thought process when creating the tree, and yeah, that happened. Inko was now looking at her feet and searching for a pebble to kick around just to give her something to focus on that wouldn't allow her to look at the incredibly judgmental look she could feel were aimed at her from every other parent present. Enough about that, and the five-way marriage, a group of 6-year-olds started by accident but is now accepted by all parties involved, including the girl's parents. Time to get the kids and have them share one of the V2 Paupo fruits for their own protection while you're all here. Inko said while grabbing one of the larger fruits from the correct tree. The parents watched her every move to be sure it was from the one that wouldn't lock their 7-year-olds into a marriage for the rest of their lives, and walking quickly over to the treehouse where she called up to make sure that all 15 children were present. When she got an affirmative response from Tenya, she gestured to the elevator for the parents to make their way up after making sure they knew there was no way they would be going over the weight limit, and giving a short tour of the treehouse before chopping up the fruit she brought up and letting the parents interact with their kids for a bit before informing those who lived furthest away that they should start heading out to avoid driving around too late. She would be having the kids dropped off in 2 days as per the plans everyone had agreed on, and urged everyone to find a door in their home that they wouldn't mind not having access to, even if it's just a doorway on a wall that opens to nothing. The portal would be made there and no one would have to worry about the long drive again. On their way out of the dimension, Inko noticed a certain tree sitting off on its own in an inconspicuous location with 3 bean pods hanging from its lower branches. She took a detour and pointed the tree out to the rest of them as they got closer. Last thing before we leave. This was grown to maturity 4 months ago and is possibly the most valuable plant in the garden as of this moment. The parents were far more interested now that there was a seemingly harmless plant to focus on rather than the nightmare-inducing plants from before. This is a senzu tree. Ain't no way. Mr. Kaibara shouted when he heard the name. His expression was shared on most of the other faces surrounding the tree. Yes way. It's the senzu tree you're thinking of. It's actually better than the one you're thinking of. Inko gushed. She was so proud of her little baby for creating this plant. It might be her favorite in the whole garden, though the Paupo trees were neck and neck with it in her mind. The original senzu bean could heal any unhealed bodily harm and restore stamina and energy while fully saturating the body with enough nutrients to not feel hungry for a week after having one. The ones who weren't aware of the significance of the tree before were now staring at it in awe. This one, however. This one does all of that, but it also cures diseases, removes infections, and removes surface-level scars and scars that debilitate the body. We had to use one of them for little Eri. Oh sorry, you know her as Rina. She's being hunted by the Yakuza, so she's in disguise with a false name for people to call her in public until it's safe to use her real name. It got rid of hundreds of surgical scars and removed all of the different types of cancerous tumors littering her body left by that monster overhaul while he was using her to develop a drag made from her blood as its main ingredient. His quirk let him disassemble anything he touched and put it back together, so he'd slice her open, harvest her blood, turn her into mist and put her back together, but never bothered to heal her scars, nor was he careful when reconstructing her body, which led to her developing cancer in just about every part of her body. The senzu tree was planted as a way to heal her. Now it can be used to save others once a month, which is how long it takes to grow a single bean. The parents were all horrified at the thought of what that sweet little girl had had to go through at her age, and felt the rage only a group of set-off parents could exude at the thought of the man who did this to her. The silver lining was that she was now happy, safe, and fully healed so that she could enjoy the rest of her life, even if she does need to do so under a new identity for a while. Inko gave them a description of the man and how to recognize the others in his Yakuza group before she ushered them all back to the main house. The adults left with baskets of produce that Inko assured them would stay fresh for the next 3 weeks at minimum if properly stored and would have health benefits for those that ate them. She then left the front doorway to see if Mitsuki was back on Discord again to continue their chat from before. It was amazing that the app had survived for nearly 220 years at this point, but Inko wasn't complaining, so that she could keep teasing her bestie, and who knows, maybe it could turn into something more in the future. Thud. Ahig. My head. Did anyone get the name of that truck? Mumbled the voice of a young boy. Aizawa, came the response from over a dozen others. The children were all in varying states of battered and bruised with just a dash of exhausted thrown in. They were having their weekly martial arts training with Aizawa and Yamada. Namuri and Oboro wanted to help, but they were away on work studies, and Tensei was representing his family at the iExpo this year and had to cancel for 2 weeks. Take 5 and be ready to start again. I won't have my future hero colleagues not knowing how to fight. Aizawa told the group, his sadistic smirk on full display as he hadn't been wearing his capture weapon while he was still training to use the thing and didn't want to injure one of the kids. I'm going to grab something to drink. Does anyone want anything? Hey! He was a hard butt, not a torturer. He could get them a bottle of water every once in a while. Yes, Aizawa-sensei, was the reply he got from every kid there, even if they couldn't get up off the ground. He made his way back into the house after giving Hisashi a nod from the backyard where they had been having their practice sessions now that they didn't need the area for the Midoriya household's personal garden. The boys' Quirk had steadily enlarged the dimensional garden over the last few months, and it was now more than big enough to support their entire group's food intake while still leaving enough space for new experimental plants. Shota was very interested in the one that was currently growing at a comparatively leisurely pace that looked like a typical trellis-grown bottle gourd plant. Izuku, that absolute genius, had made it so that when fully grown you could fill them with hot water and shake it for fresh black coffee on the go. He was still not sure how to make it up to the kid if they actually ended up working and made decent coffee, but he was making sure he gave the kids thorough instruction today and last week to help keep them safe. He knew Nizu was still planning a reward for the ones he made 2 weeks ago that did the same thing but for random flavors of tea for every refill. That still wasn't the strangest plant he'd seen Izuku create recently. No, that title belonged to the hideous meat tree. Hisashi had taken it upon himself to show Inko a manga series all about weird foods, and one of the special issues contained a tree that had a huge hunk of meat skewered at the top. While she found the plant interesting on its own, Hisashi showed her the anime version of the same plant that had a bunch of the hunks of meat on several tree limbs. She had Izuku grow one of the manga versions for each type of meat and ones for different cuts of meat. They had been a big hit for everyone really. The entire group of people in the know on Izuku's quirk had already swapped to eating exclusively the fruits and vegetables he grew, and now he was able to provide any cut of meat for them as well. Izuku had assured everyone that they were the best he could possibly make them, but asked that each plant only be harvested once a week while he was still building stamina to compensate for the sensu tree's growth. Nizu estimated that at Izuku's current rate of improvement that would be roughly a year and a half from now, so it was lucky for everyone that each hunk of meat was roughly 15 kilos and remained fresh for almost a month, so there had been no waste so far. His musings were interrupted by the sounds of tea cups clinking on saucers and a conversation being held in the living room. Normally Shota wouldn't have bothered to eavesdrop, especially not on one of Inko's conversations, as the woman, while one of the kindest and most supportive people he'd ever met, was also one of the most terrifying people on the planet, and he didn't want her to think he was snooping around in her business. This time, however, he heard her telling someone that the kids were out back and they were welcome to join them instead of listening to the boring adult conversation. He peeked his head around the corner as he walked to the kitchen to see a woman sitting with Inko with snow-white hair, sipping tea with the greenette, and a boy with a symmetrical split straight down the middle of his head of white and red hair. The boy's eyes were also different colors, and he seemed at least a little interested in meeting the other kids as he was already getting up off the couch and asking for directions. Shota turned away and headed for the kitchen to grab the cooler and filled it with ice and plenty of bottled water before making his way back out the door to see the boy quietly observing the group of kids who were still laid out resting on the grass. "Water's here. Grab your hydration packets and a bottle and do some stretches while Hisashi and I discuss the plan for the next hour," Shota called out while opening the cooler and putting down the bowl of somehow individually wrapped packages of some sort of plant powder that functioned like sports drink mix. He still wasn't sure how Izuku's quirk grew them in the exact measurements and had them all wrapped in thin but airtight leaf packets, and he wasn't about to ask now. The boy's imagination was crazy. The kids grunted as they all pushed and pulled each other up off the ground and made their way over to the refreshments like little zombies, or like Shota before his morning coffee. None of them had seen the newcomer yet, and the boy seemed to not mind that as he watched everyone grab a small leafy packet and pour the contents into a bottle, shake them, then pass them around for whoever preferred a specific flavor. Shota noted that new boy was staring at the bowl of packets with intrigue and slowly making his way over to most likely ask to try some, or maybe introduce himself first then ask to try some. He got pretty close before Jairu heard his shoes displacing the grass and she pointed the boy out to everyone else. "Hello," the two-toned boy said quietly, obviously not well versed in introductions. Even the crickets had nothing. "Do you not speak Japanese?" the boy asked, his head tilted to one side in what was an adorably awkward expression of discomfort at being the center of attention. Izuku took a deep breath and put his water bottle down to walk to the new arrival, not realizing that Himiko had grabbed his water bottle the moment he turned away. He decided to break the ice and help the clearly uncomfortable kid and see what brought him here. "Hello. I am Midoriya Izuku, these are my friends and training partners. Are you lost? I don't know who you are, but if you need help we're here for you." His introduction was met with a quiet, manly, from Ijiro and nods from the rest of his friend group and his sister who had joined in on the training sessions to spend more time with everyone. The two-toned boy frowned and nervously replied, "I am not lost. My mother is inside asking about the tea the person who lives here produces, and they said I should come out here and spend time with people my age. I was just curious about your drinks and didn't know how to ask about them," he finished while looking away in embarrassment. "Oh, is that all? Here, let's get you one so you can try it. Do you have a favorite flavor of juice?" Izuku asked, already leading the boy to the table despite still not knowing the child's name. "What is juice?" the boy asked, unfamiliar with the name. Izuku froze, slowly turning his head back to the boy in confusion and more than a little worry, something found on most of his friends' faces as well as their mentors for the day. "You don't know what juice is?" The boy just stood there, confusion growing on his face. "No. Should I? If you don't mind me asking." Izuku tried prompting for a name. "Todoroki," the now named Todoroki boy supplied. "Right, Todoroki, if you don't know what juice is, what do you drink at home or at school?" "I am homeschooled, so the two are the same place. As far as what I drink, I have water, tea, and though my sister has told me recently that it isn't, I maintain that the broth from my cold soba is a beverage," Todoroki said, with a face that belied only utmost seriousness. "So you don't drink juice, soda, coffee, or energy drinks?" asked Mina from behind, her face a perfect depiction of horror, one that was shared by Denki and Himiko. "I know what coffee is, but mother said I could not have any until I was older. I also know what soda is, but father said I was never to have any. He said they were poison to a healthy body and that I wasn't allowed to poison myself. I have never heard of juice until this conversation and only just now heard of energy drinks. Please explain what they are," the boy said, not realizing how much pity he was receiving from everyone present. Right. Okay, well, I can sort of agree with the coffee bit. It's not exactly healthy for younger people, though it's not hard to counteract its effects. Soda is unhealthy, but I wouldn't call it poison. It's just a lot of sugar. Juice is a drink made from the liquid extracted from fruits. While it is sugary, it's generally much healthier than soda, and if drank in moderation, it's an excellent source of the vitamins you'd normally get from said fruits. Energy drinks, though. Yeah, don't drink those." Yamamo popped up beside Izuku to help explain while holding up a water bottle and a handful of packets. "The question now is, what is your favorite fruit, Todoroki-san?" Izuku asked, now able to get back to a somewhat normal conversation. "We have apple, peach, mango, orange, lemon, yuzu, dragon fruit, cherry, strawberry, blueberry, and raspberry. I am quite partial to both dragon fruit and mango. I have not tried some of the other fruits, so I cannot give an opinion on those. I don't much like oranges, lemons, or peaches though," the boy answered, now curious to taste a beverage made of something he normally only gets from his mother when she finds out he had a tough training session. Momo searched the packets and found one with dragon fruit powder and added some to a freshly opened bottle before shaking it and handing it to the boy, who took the bottle and stared at the now dark pink beverage. He looked up and watched as several of the others were taking sips of their own drinks, including the two older men who had taken the time the children spent conversing to grab their own refreshments. Deciding that it couldn't hurt to try the drink, he opened the cap and took a sniff, smelling the fruit he liked so much when his mother sliced one for him to enjoy. He took a careful and measured sip, closing his eyes and letting it remain on his tongue like he was taught to do for tea to determine if it was a decent quality blend or not. His eyes shot open. The cold drink was delightful to him. Just as sweet and slightly sour as he was used to, and so very refreshing in the mid-morning sun. He continued to enjoy his drink while the others smiled at his reaction and went back to their own drinks to get ready for more training. He brought the bottle away from his lips long enough to ask the boy with the green hair, Midoriya, right Midoriya. Could I perhaps try the mango juice as well? Izuku was only too happy to oblige, taking out one of the mango packets and preparing a fresh bottle for the new boy and handing it off while he searched for his own, noticing now that Himiko had taken his and found himself too tired to chase her, so he settled for an offended pout which only served to make the girl giggle, so he gave up and made himself another and downed it before moving into his stretches to loosen up his body again. Todoroki had trouble deciding which of the two flavors he preferred. He also realized that there were several other flavors available to try, and while he was eager to do so, he didn't want to make the group use up all of their water just so he could try new flavors. Maybe he could ask for some of the packets to take home to try on his own time. Midoriya-san, would you mind if I were to ask for a few of those packets for myself for when my mother and I leave? I would like to try the flavors I haven't tried yet but don't want to use up all of your water. Sure thing Todoroki-san, I'll give you a few of each flavor to try. Just let me know when you're leaving so I can grab them. For now though, I need to get ready for the next round of training. Izuku responded while finishing up his stretch routine as he noticed Aizawa and Yamada walking back over to the group. He smiled at the new boy and turned back to his mentors with the rest, while Todoroki, he'd get his first name before the day was over, he was determined, sat off to the side and watched them go through several rounds of quirkless sparring. Inko's POV. Thank you for taking the time out of your day, Midoriya-san. I am Todoroki Rei and I have been wanting to meet with you for several months now but was unable to find the time to take my youngest with me to see you, the white-haired woman sitting across from Inko said, bowing slightly from her seated position. I wanted to thank you in person for your wonderful tea. Inko waved off her bow. You don't need to thank me for the products we sell, Todoroki-san. We sell them to maintain our livelihood and because it gives us something to do with the products of my son's quirk experimentation. There's no way we'd ever use up all of the produce he creates otherwise, she explained to the other mother. Be that as it may, I cannot express to you the lengths to which your tea has helped my family. Tensions were raising due to my eldest son and my husband having a differing opinion on my son's future career, and I had been trying desperately to calm them down before the inevitable fallout. I don't know what blend you use, but your tea is the only thing that has worked to calm them both down to have civilized conversations with each other, and we are slowly moving past the issues with our oldest son's quirk and the issues it has caused. Rei said, shedding light on the reason she wanted to meet in person. That tea is quite good, yes. My son said he wanted to make a tea that could calm the nerves and energize the body. We've yet to hear negative feedback and it's our best seller by individual volume sold. It may not be our highest earner, but the version we release to the public has been reported to be helpful for those in high-stress work environments or students studying for exams. If you'd like, there are more potent options. Nothing addicting, just either more calming or more energizing, both just as healthy as the public version, only more expensive due to a heightened effect. Inko explained, happy to discuss the products her son has created, while also being proud of herself and thankful for the Yaoyorosis for the business doing so well. There's a more potent calming version? I would very much like to try that one as long as it has no negative health repercussions. It might be the last little push my boys need to work through their differences of opinion. Rei said, happy that there's another option for her to try which might be exactly what she was hoping for. Not a problem. They are about 4 times the price of the public blends, but they are also quite tasty and very effective. We have done quite a bit of research to make sure it has only positive effects on the human body, which include the improved calming effect and, if taken before bed or when the drinker is physically tired, it can aid in getting a good night's sleep. I have drank it a number of times myself just for its sleep benefits when I have to deal with unsavory types. Inko reassured the woman, sipping a new mango-based tea Izuku had surprised her with after getting the idea from Nizu during one of their classes. She was told it heightened mental acuity and made it easier to concentrate. So far she could verify the effects and hadn't come across any downsides. Better sleep can only improve the situation. Please, I would like to purchase some of the more potent calming blend to try at home, and I will return for more if it proves effective. I am hopeful that my husband will finally agree to counseling for the family to help reverse the effects their disagreements have had on the rest of us as well as themselves. I was worried about what might have happened if I couldn't find anything to help with this. Rei requested with watery eyes, to which Inko handed her a handkerchief that Himiko had made while she and Eri had been learning to sew. She had added embroidered patterns of kittens to the cloth and it was, in Inko's opinion, adorable. The Todoroki matriarch accepted the cloth gratefully and smiled at seeing the work of what was surely a child just starting to learn the craft, and decided to help her little Fuyumi if she also wanted to learn. The two women spent the next few hours enjoying each other's company and exchanging stories about their children until Rei received a notification on her phone that her husband was going to be heading home early that evening. Well, Inko-san, I'm afraid Shoto and I have to leave. My husband is coming home early and we have a 4-hour trip back home. Thank you again for agreeing to meet with me and for the new tea blend to try. Would you mind showing me the way to the backyard so that I can get my boy? Ray requested, eager to get home now to try the new tea. It was no trouble at all, and please follow me. We'll grab our shoes and take a quick walk around the side of the house to get little Shoto. Inko replied while leading her guest out the door and into the backyard where they found the group of 14 children sitting down cross-legged, facing Hisashi and Shota while they meditated, clearly having finished for the day and winding down to relax any sore muscles from the morning of high-intensity training. Inko noticed that most of the kids had patches of Izuku's bruising ointment applied on the visible parts of their arms and legs and knew they would be healed in a couple hours. She saw that Shoto had joined the group and likewise had a few patches of the light green ointment on his arms and was sitting with the others. She was going to call out to everyone when she noticed Shota begin to stand. Alright munchkins, that's it for today. Hisashi and I have to get back now. You've all done well today and I want to see if you can make any improvements by our next session on Saturday. Remember to stretch before and after every workout, drink plenty of juice, not just the sports drinks Ashido, Kaminari, Kaibara. Above all, get plenty of rest. You're all still young and growing and you especially need the downtime for your bodies to develop correctly. I won't let you hamper your future selves by overdoing it now. Shota said with Hisashi giving the kids 2 thumbs way up and visibly restraining himself from shouting out of habit. Even if they were all sporting a streak of the Dragonfell berry juice, the young man was still the loudest person Inko had ever known, and she grew up with Mitsuki. Yes, Aizawa and Yamada-sensei, the children shouted as one. They began standing and moving towards the cooler for another bottle of water while they finished winding down, and Rei moved towards her son to collect him so they could head out. She watched as he acknowledged her presence and turned to the green-haired boy and asked him a question while gesturing in her direction. The boy took a look at her and waved, then nodded to the boy and moved over to the bowl while pulling out differently marked packets made of what could have been leaves. Mother, I will be ready to go soon. I am just getting a few of these delightful packets of juice mix. Shoto said as his mother got closer. Not quite, Shoto-kun, the green-haired boy said as he was still rooting around in the large glass bowl. These aren't juice blends. They're sports drink blends flavored with the juice made from the same fruits. I can get you some juice blends if you want, they're in the kitchen, but these are especially for when we're training and need more than just water to rehydrate. My apologies, and if you wouldn't mind, I would like to try a few of the juice blends as well. Izuku, her son said, nodding his head at the new information and filing it away for later. No problem, here's 3 of each of the flavors for the sports drinks and give me just a minute while I grab some of the juice blends, the boy, Izuku said as he turned and deposited his shoes as he entered the house again. Shoto, have you enjoyed yourself here this morning? Rei asked her son as he turned back towards her, having gotten a bag to carry all of the packets he was given by Yamamo, who had discreetly wiped the berry juice off of her stomach in order to produce the bag for him. I have, mother. This was very enjoyable. I was going to watch as they did whatever they were going to do, but I noticed they were doing quirkless sparring and I decided to join them. We had plenty of breaks and were able to talk during those breaks. I'd like to think I've made a few friends today. Shoto said, his usual politeness showing through his words while she watched his eyes light up in excitement. She noticed Izuku making his way back out, slipping his outdoor shoes back on and pouring more packets, primarily pink and red this time for the leaf-like patterns. I am happy you had fun and maybe made some friends your own age, sweetheart, but we have to start heading home. I would be happy to bring you back next week if they do not mind having you over again. We don't mind at all, Rei-san. I am always happy when my children make a new friend. Feel free to bring more of your family with you next time, I'd love to meet everyone. Inko chimed in, having watched the kids interact with the new boy and noting that they were treating him as one of their own already. She would wait at least another few visits before possibly bringing them into the circle if the kids still wanted to hang out with each other, but she could tell it was more than likely going to happen. Right. We'd be happy to have you again whenever you want to come over. We're at school until 2 in the afternoon other than the weekends when we're free to hang out, or if you want to join us for another training day. Izuku added, his smile seeming to add another sun for them to avoid looking directly at. The Todoroki mother and son left with plenty of waving involved, and the kids decided to move their get-together into the garden dimension. Nizu had been trying to explain the concept of the internet and how it works to Izuku to see if they could maybe grow a plant that would allow access while inside the dimension, but it was a complicated subject matter, and even if Izuku was very intelligent, he was still just a little shy of 8 years old and the nuances still escaped him. Inko followed the kids up to the kitchen in the treehouse and got everyone to help her make lunch before leaving the kids to their own devices while she left to go work on the paperwork for the business. She managed to obtain a promise from all of the kids that they would stay out of too much trouble while she was gone and made her way back through the portal. Izuku POV. Alright guys and gals, what do we think of Shoto? Izuku called out in between bites of the curry they had made together. A bit awkward, but he said he had never been to school before, so I guess he isn't used to being around people other than his family. Mina said, only talking with a little rice left in her mouth and not spitting any of it out at Tenya by total accident, and you can't prove otherwise. He took a while to get into it, but once he did, he was a cool guy. It was real manly that he already had so much practice with martial arts. Ijiro added, while making sure to not spit food at anyone. Agreed. He didn't seem unfriendly, just unused to social cues. I believe I've heard his last name before though. Yamamo posited, her finger on her bottom lip while she pondered, a habit she picked up from Tsuyu. Todoroki is Endeavor's family name, Izuku quipped, still being sure to speak between mouthfuls. It's not exactly widespread knowledge, but it's also not really hidden information either. Endeavor's name is Todoroki Enji. His wife, we've learned today, is Todoroki Rei if I heard Mom right, and at least one of his children is Shoto. I think the magazine said he had 4 kids. Only you would know that much about heroes Izuku. Himiko said while playfully jabbing him in the side, making him nearly spit a mouthful of rice all over Cheiko-chan's face. Regardless, Shoto-kun was a friendly enough person with plenty of experience in martial arts for his age and quite the vocabulary which speaks to good academic abilities. He adapted well once he actually joined us in practicing. Tenya said, having wiped the rice grains from his face with only a little bit of a glare pointed at Mina and just a few full arm chops in her direction. Good. Wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. I think he might join us sometime in the future, just a feeling I got while we were interacting. Izuku said while filling his plate a second time. That is likely going to come down to his parents more than himself. Izuku. You know how big of a deal it was for us to join the group proper. Sen said while scooping the last of his rice onto his spoon and wiping up the remaining curry sauce with some pita bread they picked off of a strange-looking tree with said bread hanging from its low-hanging branches. I know, it's just a feeling I got. We'll probably know when his whole family is able to come visit together. If they're unaffected by the defensive plants, I don't see a problem. We did have the unfortunate run-in with those French ambassadors a few months ago after all. What were their names again? Aoyama? Izuku mused before he tucked into his now refilled plate. Yes, the Aoyamas. It's such a shame. Yuga was a delight to be around. Too bad his parents were blocked by the labyrinth grass. Kanoko said, having just finished chopping up and frying her extra mushrooms to add to her own plate. I still don't know why they were blocked. I've never met them before, why would they have malicious intent towards my family? Izuku asked, knowing he wouldn't get a concrete answer. The shrugs he got from those not actively moving food to their mouths was what he expected. They continued their chat and moved the futons into the living room area to have a group nap and then played or discussed new applications for their quirks with each other until everyone had to leave for the evening. It was a pleasant routine for everyone and they were all growing closer as friends every day. 2 weeks later. It was once again time for Izuku to have another class with Dean Nizu and he was very much enjoying the subject matter. The Chimera had set him homework on the first and second generation quirks and their limits or downsides for the last 2 weeks and he was enjoying all of the new information he was absorbing about quirks from before secondary and tertiary mutations were common enough to mitigate backlash for the more harmful quirks. He had just finished writing up a report on the villain Destro and was walking up to the door to the dean's office with it clutched in his hands with a large smile on his face and a gleam in his eyes. Just as usual, the door opened to the spacious office after exactly 3 knocks. The dean had said it was the optimal number of knocks. He made his way over to his usual couch, a cup of tea and a plate of scones already waiting for him. Nizu was sitting in his own chair waiting for Izuku to get settled after handing his report over and eagerly read through his protégé's work while Izuku took a few minutes to enjoy the snacks. Izuku, I must say you have outdone yourself this time. The psychological analysis you did for Destro was right on the money with my own, and your breakdown of his quirk and the possible ways he could have used it better is some of your best quirk theory yet. Did you enjoy the assignment? The Chimera asked as he placed the report down on the table and nibbled on one of the scones himself. I always love working on quirk research, Nizu-sensei. While I understood the thoughts Destro had during his rise and fall, I wasn't able to understand his leap in logic from protecting the quirked while educating the quirkless on how they were still human all the way to eliminating or enslaving the quirkless for the death of his mother. Another quirkless person. It just doesn't make sense to me. Izuku explained as best he could. Quite right. The man went more than a little insane before his descent into villainy, and the vigilante who took him down said he regretted his actions in the end, wishing he had taken a different path. He's the main reason our quirk use laws are so stringent today, ironically, even though he originally was an advocate for free harmless quirk use. Nizu replied, taking a sip of tea to wet his throat a bit before continuing, now that report is done, I have a question for you. Izuku leaned forward in rapt attention, his eyes staring directly into Nizu's own as he waited for his next assignment. How much do you know about the first-generation stockpiling quirks? Nizu asked, a twinkle in his eye as he watched his youngest student perk up and start one of his mumble storms that he so loved to listen to and dissect with the intelligent boy. He wondered if he would ever tell his student about a certain stockpiling quirk user in the future for a moment, then discarded the thought because of course he would. Izuku was the most promising student he'd ever taken in, and he couldn't wait for the child to come into his own as an analyst and work with him on case studies. How good of you to join us here, All Might. Toshinori slowly picked himself up out of the crater he dug into the ground after being slung into and through most of a 5-story office building, thankfully empty at this time of night. He wiped a line of blood from the corner of his mouth and stood facing his greatest nemesis while the fire raged on around him. He detested the fact that he wasn't able to remove this monster from the city before the fight started, but he luckily had Torino helping to evacuate the civilians with Night Eye. He took in a deep breath to steady himself before deciding to go with a bit of psychological warfare and to hide him, checking to make sure his insurance was still in the pouch hidden under his belt. He could feel the small container there, against his skin, being held there just in case he needed it, and the monster had to assume he was dryly patting the dust from his costume. You know, Shigaraki. Pat pat pat, with the materials we have access to nowadays you'd think they'd have invented a fabric that wicks dust away by now. For once we agree on something, Yagi. It is good to at last have common ground with you. It will make it oh so much more pleasurable for me when I rip my brother's quirk out of your dying body, came the response, obviously slightly miffed and confused that All Might of all people wouldn't be taking their circumstances seriously. He always was one for theatrics. It made him one of the absolute worst beings on the planet since he knew what to do for maximum response. I'm afraid I can't allow that. You see, Mugen, I am not here to play with you. I am not here to humor you. I am not here to let you leave this place in anything more than a body bag, if that. I have come here to crush you, to obliterate you, to annihilate you so that this world will finally be free of your particular brand of evil. Toshinori said, foregoing all of his usual boisterousness. He had been fighting this man's criminal empire for over 3 decades now, and he was ready for this nightmare to be over finally. Oh? The hero plans to murder me? What would the public do if they found out about this little plan of yours, Toshinori? Wait. How? How did you know that name? The anger, the fury, and dare Toshinori say it, the fear radiating off of the monster in human flesh in front of him was something he dreamed of seeing and hearing every time he closed his eyes at night. He knew that as a hero he shouldn't, but he was going to enjoy snuffing the lights out on this particular villain. I have had the fortune to speak with Yoichi-san for a while now. He is, somehow, even more disgusted with what you have become than he was when you murdered him nearly 200 years ago. He has placed his trust in me to let the sun shine on a world devoid of your shadow. I will not fail his expectations. Toshinori said, getting into a combat-ready stance, waiting for the moment he would rush into the hardest fight of his life. He plastered a smile on his face again. This time it wasn't the one for the public or the news crews, no. This one was a more genuine smile reserved for his friends and confidants. He had one shot at this fight with no backup for either side, and he was going to make the most of it. How dare you use my given name? I will rip your spine from your body and shove it down your throat. When I am done torturing you, I will take what is mine and rule this world like I should, the madman screamed as he shot forward, activating numerous quirks in an attempt to bring down the symbol of peace to clear the way for his future reign. The two behemoths of power clashed, destroying the surrounding buildings and roads without pause as they slammed into each other in the most brutal ways they could. The fight raged on for nearly an hour before both parties backed away to catch their breaths and wipe the blood and sweat away from their eyes. It was during this time that a shout came from the perimeter of their fight, one that both combatants knew well for different reasons, along with a rush of flame aimed at the villain opposite him. As bright and hot as the flames were, they did very little to the man other than prevent him from catching his breath, but in a fight like this that was all Toshinori needed. He threw himself back at the villain, who was still waving smoke from his eyes, and connected his strongest blow ever, directly into the thing's sternum, relief filling him as he heard the telltale sounds of bones being crushed from the impact. Shigaraki Mugen was folded forward over himself from the punch, spitting blood and desperately gasping for air, and now absolutely terrified of the hero in front of him. He had assumed he was still at least twice as strong as the quirk his brother passed on for all these years, and the assumption was putting him in a dire situation. He felt the ground quake as All Might rushed forward again to follow up from the previous strike, and he sent out a desperate fist aimed at the stomach of the man who might just be able to follow through on his promise of ending him. He was surprised when the blow missed, All Might having flicked the air and altered his trajectory just enough to avoid the hit before slamming another massive fist into his face, this time striking his temple and nearly knocking him out. He refused to lose. He refused to die like this. He was not going to die in a crater in the middle of a small city with not even any news crews to see his glorious fight. He grabbed All Might's wrist and put everything he had left in him into a final shot and flung his fist forward with everything he had, all his weight, momentum, and every quirk he could think of to increase the force of the blow was put into motion as time seemed to slow down and the air parted before his fist as it sank into the flesh of his nemesis, the wind pressure following the initial piercing of flesh as he blasted what he assumed to be the majority of All Might's stomach, lung, and if he was lucky it maybe hit his heart too. All Might stumbled back after taking the hit, blood already pouring from the wound as he fell to his knees and tried to hold his remaining organs in place. He looked up to see All for One standing and turning to the heroes on the sidelines to gloat over his victory, which gave him the chance he needed. While Shigaraki was monologuing, he surged up and forwards and wrapped his hands around the villain's head, his voice coming to an abrupt halt as Toshinori allowed himself to say one last thing to the thing that had plagued the world for 2 whole centuries: "Your time has come, Mugen. I hope you rot in the deepest parts of hell for all eternity for all of the lives you have taken and or ruined." No further sounds came from him as he pushed One for All as hard as he could, ignoring the blood loss from the wound in his side while he squeezed his hands together as hard as he physically could. The human skull can only take so much pressure before it breaks, and even if the thing that used to be human in his hands had a multitude of durability-enhancing quirks, there was still only so much he could take. The villain's head popped in his hands. Blood and chunks of bone, cartilage, and brain matter spewed everywhere before he let go and fell backwards, hearing the muted sounds of his teacher flying towards him and the pounding of boots from the other 2 men in the area. He waited until Torino got close enough before speaking as loudly as he could, which was at this point barely audible whispers: "Gran, under my belt on my hip. There's a container." He didn't need to say anything more as the older man shoved his whole arm under the torn part of his costume and fiddled around where he was told and grabbed the container in question. "Open it, put in my mouth," he managed, his vision going dark and the sounds becoming more muted by the second. Sorahiko was frantic in his attempts to open the DMN thing. It was a sliding latch. Why didn't Toshi tell him about this sooner? What was inside the thing that was so important that it had to be done now instead of getting the oaf to the hospital? He managed to open the latch and saw an unimpressive-looking bean. Normally he would chastise his stupid student and start moving him to get help, but he saw the light fading from his eyes and hoped that whatever this bean was could work a miracle. He shoved the thing into Toshinori's mouth and waited. Nothing happened for a few moments and he considered forcing the oaf to swallow the DMN thing himself when he saw the big guy's jaw moving and heard him crunch into the bean and swallow very slowly. What happened next will go down as the strangest thing Sorahiko Torino would ever see. He watched as the color started coming back to his student's face and the wound began to rapidly close itself, his internal organs rebuilding themselves in front of his eyes. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. His student went from on death's door to pulling himself up off the ground on shaky legs and searching the surroundings in under 10 seconds before he walked over to the corpse of the villain that very nearly killed him. "All Might. How are you up and moving again? I saw that villain carve out most of your left side," came the frantic shouting of Mirai while the newest arrival stood in shocked silence as he stared at the hole in All Might's costume. "I ate a really good bean," Toshinori said, giving a short barking laugh while he composed himself, his eyes never leaving the body. "Endeavor," he called out, with no trace of joy in his voice. "All Might." Endeavor responded, still coming to terms with what he witnessed over the last hour during the fight and the climax of said fight. He did however notice the older hero's tone and prepared himself for instructions. "I need you to incinerate this villain's corpse," All Might told the flame hero, watching the body without blinking. If Endeavor thought it was a strange or outlandish request, he didn't say anything about it. He simply stepped forwards and readied himself to carbonize the monster he watched nearly take out the strongest man on the planet. He had just started with his flames when everyone there noticed black sludge pouring from the body's mouth and he was unable to turn up the heat high enough before the seemingly dead body was whisked away. He turned off his flames and the 4 men stared at the spot the body used to be for several seconds before All Might fell to his knees and screamed his newly repaired lungs out while slamming his fists into the ground. No one there had the heart to try to calm the big guy down with what had just happened, so they stood there in solidarity and to provide support if the situation changed. 1 hour later, Midoriya residence. "We are coming to you live now from the crater left behind by the massive explosive the villain who has yet to be identified detonated here in Shimada just a half hour from Shizuoka. The devastation is widespread, but luckily there have been no reported casualties. Police say that All Might and a small group of heroes working with him had evacuated the civilians beforehand and there were only a few stragglers still around when the fight started, which meant that the heroes on scene were able to prevent the loss of any life other than perhaps the villain himself. We will continue to bring you more information as we get it. Izuku sat on the couch watching the news with Himiko and Eri while Inko finished cleaning the dishes from dessert. The children were watching the story unfold with rapt attention, it being the most destruction of public or private property in a single villain attack in Japanese history. They continued watching for the last hour before bedtime and turned in for the night none the wiser as to how impactful this fight was. 1 hour 45 minutes ago. Denki POV. Denki was walking around with a couple of his friends from school trying to burn off the fat from dinner when out of nowhere one of the other guys tripped and fell into the kid standing next to him, who toppled over and smacked into Denki. The resulting force knocked the boy over and into the wall of one of the abandoned warehouses lining this side of the road, and his quirk activated on instinct as he smacked his head against the bricks. He just happened to have been holding onto a weathered power conduit leading from the meter underground as he braced himself for his fall, and his palm just so happened to be in contact with the copper cable running power to who knows where. This did mean that Denki did not run the risk of shorting his brain this time, so silver linings, he guessed. He picked himself up and helped his buddies up as they continued on their way back home, now to get someone to check their wounds. Neither of the three of the boys looked back at all. Why would they? After all, it's not like that random series of events could have had any lasting consequences. 10 minutes later. Kyodai Garaki finally finished prepping for the surgery to save his master's life and forced his Nomo to warp him back to the underground operating room they had set up under one of the old warehouses here in Saitama. No one would ever think to look for it here, it was perfect. Until he stepped into the raging inferno that is. Everything was on fire. Flames were liking the walls all around the room, the sprinklers weren't coming on, his equipment was ruined, and worst of all, his master was starting to look like charcoal. There was no conceivable way to fix this. The doctor turned around and walked back through the small portal again so that his Nomo could close it and not have the fire spread to his personal lab. Now what? Garaki had no idea what to do now. Sure, he had a copy of the master's quirk and he was told that Tenko, or rather Tamura, would be receiving his quirk eventually, so theoretically he could implant the quirk into the boy. Maybe do the procedure they had been putting off until he was fully grown, but the boy likely wouldn't survive the procedure right now. The best course of action would be to relocate all of the master's assets and bide time for the boy to grow, so that he could implant all for one into the boy and let the copy of his master's consciousness take over as planned. Sure, it'd take a while for the boy to fully mature, but Garaki had time and they had resources. He would leave the boy with the Nomo he had finally finished creating. Truly a marvel this one, a very useful coordinate-based warp quick made from the combination of a few other quirks and a smoke generation quirk. The Nomu also retained his ability to think, though they did apply several levels of mind control over it to maintain control. The boy had called the new Nomo Kurojiri. No one ever said the boy was good at naming things. Really, naming him Black Fog just because he was made of black fog was just rude. He had decided. He would wait the remaining decade for the vessel to mature, time to remove himself from the hospital he was currently working at. He could spy on useful quirks later, the plan couldn't falter now after nearly 200 years of hard work. He turned to the Nomu at his side and told it to take care of the young master until he could bring the true master back in a decade. The Nomu obeyed his order and disappeared into its own portal, leaving the doctor to continue his research alone. Who knows, maybe he would be able to make a breakthrough that would impress the master when he finally took over Tamura's body. The next day, Midoriya residence. Following the mass destruction last night in Shimada, a warehouse in Saitama caught fire and nearly collapsed. The building has already been set for demolition, but All Might showed up on scene for some reason 10 minutes ago and ripped a section of flooring out. We are too far away to see what's going on, but maybe he is searching for survivors. Izuku was once again sitting in front of the TV, alone this time due to the early hour, and was writing notes about the two incidents and wondering if they were at all connected to the senzu bean Nizu had requested a few days ago. He had no problem giving him one, they were meant to be used after all, he just wanted to know where they were used was all. All the dean had told him was that All Might would be holding onto it for a possible emergency. Well, it wasn't really anything new. Nizu-sensei rarely ever explained himself, and Izuku didn't expect him to start now after nearly 2 years of being his student. The last year had kind of flown by really. Between the training, studying, and the adding of Shoto to their group, all of the kids hardly realized the passage of time. Though, speaking of Shoto being added to the group, Komori had petitioned the group to add her pen pal as well. It had taken a couple of months due to just how far away the girl lived, but eventually Kodai Yui joined their group as well, and they couldn't be happier. Izuku had a long day ahead of him and a surprise for Nizu-sensei after school let out. He sent a quick text wishing his friends a good morning and a good day before he finished getting ready and making breakfast for the rest of the house. His mother had been teaching the kids how to cook now for well over a year, and they were all at least a little competent in the kitchen, though no one really wanted Tenya anywhere near an oven. The boy couldn't improvise at all. If a package said to cook something for such and such time, he did exactly that. Nothing more, nothing less. So the group had been subjected to both overcooked and undercooked food one too many times, so he was now on perpetual food prep or drink prep duty. It was with a bright smile that Izuku walked up to Nizu's door that afternoon, certain that he was going to show Nizu something not even he would be expecting. He hadn't told anyone about the bush he had made. It had been growing for a few weeks in a spot at the edge of the containment area for the Black Mercy, so everyone else steered clear of it even after he explained that it was just a holly bush, one of several that lined the outside of the fence. The setup was perfect, now all he needed was for the dean to follow him back. "Good afternoon, Izuku. Are you ready for our lesson?" the Chimera asked in his usual chipper tone. "Actually, Nizu-sensei, I have something to show you if you have a few minutes." "Is it something you brought or something in the garden?" "In the garden, sir. I have been working on something that I hope you'll enjoy." "In that case, lead the way, my boy. I can't wait to see what's got you so excited." The boy and the teacher made their way over to the bunker entrance he had just came from and re-entered the garden dimension, where Izuku led his favorite teacher over to the dangerous plant area and stopped in front of one of the holly bushes seemingly at random. "Here we are, sir. I have been working on this now for weeks and it's been so hard to keep people from snooping on it." "I think you're going to be speechless this time, sir," the boy said as he reached down and gingerly pulled one of the small red berries from the bush and handed it to Nizu to examine. "Well, don't keep me in suspense, my protege. What does this do?" the dean asked while he rolled the thing in his paw absently. "A little over a year ago you asked me how much I knew about first-generation stockpiling quirks, remember?" Nizu nodded to show he did. "Well, I decided to try to recreate that." Nizu visibly paled. He had definitely not been expecting that, but maybe the child didn't realize what this would mean. "Well, I was able to recreate the effects of the quirk just fine, and it's also super cheap to grow. The downside is that they do not start with any stored power. The bright side is that these work on the principle of perfect equal growth for the body, mind, and quirk. Basically, every time you exert effort after consuming this, you will, in the beginning, only have about 90% of your efforts reward the related results. The remaining 10% is broken down by the stockpile in your chest and used to gradually improve your body by burning excess fat, building muscle and stamina, as well as reinforcing and streamlining everything about your mind. You will gradually move and think faster as long as you are actively working out a few hours a day." Izuku excitedly explained to his mentor, not really understanding what he had created once again. "Midoriya-kun." Nizu began in the tone of voice that Izuku knew to be associated with something close to reprimanding, which instantly made the boy freeze in place. "You have once again created something with the potential to change the world. Don't deny so quickly. Tell me, do these little berries produce a quirk?" "No, sir. It's a quirk-like effect." "So you have grown something capable of reproducing the effects of a quirk. Not just any quirk either, a stockpiling quirk. Arguably one of the most useful kinds of quirks, even when they only improve one aspect of the body with the stored energy. You have taken a full body enhancer type stockpiler and mass-produced it. Do you understand how much trouble these would cause if the public ever got wind of them?" the Chimera chided. I honestly wasn't thinking of that when I started planning these, sir. I wanted something that worked with the hero's normal workout routine that would help them stay in shape and improve over time," Izuku said, thoroughly chastised and only now benefiting from that sweet mistress called hindsight. "I don't want to say it's okay, because it isn't, but has anyone eaten one of these yet?" "No, sir. I had planned to give one to everyone tonight after showing them to you. Let me think." Nizu paused as he considered the possible ramifications of allowing the children to consume one of these, as he realized he was missing two crucial bits of information. "Midoriya-kun, what are this plant's limits, and does it work on all cells in the body or just muscles, bones, and organs?" "Well," Izuku said, not wanting to look the diminutive Chimera in the eye but eventually looking back to him and biting the proverbial bullet, "they don't have limits. The first-generation stockpiler quirks didn't have limits either, but no one lived long enough with one back then to give accurate information as to what happened when they stored too much energy for their body to handle. So to combat that, I had to section out separate percentages to improve the body while strengthening the body. This means that if the person who consumes one of these never stops working out, they would never stop improving." For the second question, "I don't know. I'm not a biologist, and the thought when I created the seeds was to just improve the body to handle the constantly growing stockpile, sir." "Midoriya Izuku, you have done precisely what you were instructed not to do," Nizu screeched, getting more than a little worked up over the carelessness of his pupil in this case. "Sir? I don't know what you mean," Izuku said, head tilted in confusion. "We told you not to create anything that could stop the aging process." "But it doesn't?" "Right," he said, eyes blown wide open. Constantly improving the body might include replacing and improving dead or dying cells. You have possibly created conditional eternal youth. I'm going to take one of these to Recovery Girl to run some tests to see if I was correct. In the meantime, no one is allowed to eat one of these. The one upside to this situation is that you placed a condition on the creation that the person only improves if they put forth the effort to improve, so while these could allow you to have eternal youth, they wouldn't outright prevent you from aging. You just need to stop working out regularly. Izuku was now drawing in on himself and crying freely, something Nizu was loath to witness as it reminded him too much of when he first met the boy, and he was a nervous wreck, so he took a deep breath to calm himself and considered everything again. He may have slightly overreacted. These weren't all bad. It would be hard to tell there was an issue for several decades really, and modern cosmetics would allow people to look older as well. He could also frame a recently deceased convict with a quirk that overclocks bodily functions on an experimental batch of trigger. That would be an acceptable excuse. Okay. Reassure the boy, get the fruit tested, then find a suitable convict if necessary. It's going to be okay, Izuku. I am just trying to stick to the rules given by your mother as they are for your own good. These aren't a bad thing, in fact they are universally beneficial to whoever eats them. We just need to have all of the data before we let anyone eat one, and then a backup explanation for why so many people stopped aging when they reached their physical peaks. I have thought of a plan in that case, but testing comes first, the dean said while patting the boy's forearm. He allowed Izuku to return home to spend time with his family to get his mood re-elevated while he marched back onto campus to the nurse's office to see about the extent of the effects of these things. He didn't get very far before receiving a phone call from Tashinori. Remaining in the bunker, he took the call to see if the man needed any help. Nizu, sir. It's over, it's really over, came the hurried breathing and excited whispers from the number one hero. I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're referring to. I thought you were still searching for the body of All for One. Yes, sir. It has been found. Through some freak accident involving a group of children, one with an electricity generation quirk of impressive output, the BSTRD is actually dead. I just had Endeavor help carbonize the remains. Mirai asked an acquaintance of his to use his quirk, Bloodhound, to point out the direction of the corpse based on leftover blood at the crater, and he took us to a warehouse in Saitama where I found a hidden basement, and in the basement was the remains of Shigaraki Mugen and a ton of medical equipment that was ruined in the fire. We brought in someone with a forensic replay quirk to verify this was actually All for One and worked backwards to see how he finally died. The kid with the electricity quirk happened to grab the main power line for the hidden basement that just so happened to have exposed cables for easy access when he was knocked over by a stumbling friend. Needless to say, we are keeping the kids out of the police report as they don't need manslaughter on their records, even if I don't personally believe All for One counted as a man. Tashinori relayed all of the necessary information with disturbingly few breaths taken. This means there's a medical professional on his side who thought there was a chance to save him even with a crushed head and near full body burns from Endeavor's first attempt at cremation. Nizu pointed out, trying to make sure all loose ends were tied up. Indeed, sir. The doctor showed up on the forensic replay. It was a doctor operating in the Chiba area under the name Tsubasa Moritani who has now disappeared. We have given a photo of his likeness to law enforcement and they are starting the search on their end. Tashinori said, relief plainly audible in his voice. You should be proud. Tashinori-kun. You have almost certainly put the final nail in the coffin of a 200-year-old boogeyman. You should take some time off for a vacation to unwind. You have been working non-stop for over 3 decades now. If you'll excuse me though, our young gardener has created something crazy again. Nizu said, also feeling incredible relief now that a huge problem had been dealt with and he was going to be able to free up a lot of resources for other problems. When you've finished looking into it, please thank the gardener for me. The bean was fantastic, came the giggled response from the man who had 30 years of stress almost entirely removed from his shoulders. Never have I been more thankful that a villain had an efficiency-boosting quirk, came the jovial tone of Nizu as he sipped on a cup of tea while looking over the report Recovery Girl had given him regarding a certain Holly Berry. Nizu. No, never mind, I don't want to try to figure out what's going on in your mind. I'll just speak about my discoveries regarding the berry. Recovery Girl sighed, once again wondering why she stayed employed under the rat. Oh yeah, the gratuitous sums of money and to make sure the young'uns don't kill each other while they're in school. In short, these things are safe to consume. I wish I could give you more information about them, but all I can tell you is that they're harmless to the consumer and are very nutrient-rich. I ran a few tests because I wasn't sure if holly berries were meant to be eaten, which they're not. Normally consuming even 2 regular holly berries would induce vomiting, diarrhea, dehydration, and drowsiness. Thankfully, Izuku hasn't made normal berries. These wouldn't have any adverse effects if eaten, maybe just reinvigorating someone for a while, making it harder to fall asleep for a few hours. When are you going to tell me what these do, by the way? Nizu pondered both her answer and the written report she gave him with his normal approximation of a human smile for a few moments. Deciding to rip the bandage off now as opposed to later when they were with someone else rather than just himself and one of the humans he trusts most in the world, he opened his maw, conditional immortality. He spoke and then went back to his tea while he continued reading the papers. Recovery Girl reacted as any other normal functional human being would when presented with information like that. The tea she was sipping on went spraying across the room, barely missing her boss and the equipment surrounding them through practiced ease and only landing on the floor. If she had the mental capacity to focus on anything else at the moment, she'd give herself a pat on the back for her aim. Unfortunately she didn't and was only able to hack violently for several seconds while trying to clear her airways until she raised her head and stared incredulously at the seemingly unfazed chimera in front of her. Explain. Now. Nizu chuckled at his old friend's antics. She was always so expressive when they were speaking to each other in private. He was certain that had he been human he likely would have taken her as a mate. Conditional immortality. That's what these do. I thought that was pretty self-explanatory, Chio, he said while giggling at the glare she was pointing his way. Okay, calm down, all that anger is going to raise your blood pressure. That description is accurate, but it's not what Izuku intended these to be. He was trying to create something to mimic the stockpiling quirks from the first generation of quirks, and due to a misunderstanding and a lack of foresight these came about. What sort of misunderstanding turns a replica of a stockpiling quirk into an immortality quirk? She asked wryly. To be fair, he was working with basically no information on a topic that has stumped all of the quirk researchers for the last 200 years. I think he did admirably in his attempt, even if I personally disagree with the outcome. Skip the build-up, Nizu, tell me what he made. Fine, though you really should stop being so impatient, Chio. He theorized that when first-generation stockpiling quirks gathered more energy than the human body could contain, even with the improvements to the body the quirk was granting, the quirk would trigger a sort of upgrade to occur in the wielder, rapidly improving the body to compensate for the increased power flowing through them due to the quirk passing the veritable point of no return. Without realizing it, he came up with a feasible answer to the old, quirk singularity theory. So he created these berries to make that process constant instead of just when the user would naturally reach the end point and be at risk of being killed by their own quirk. Recovery Girl hummed at this while she considered the thought process and took another sip of tea and a bite of her peach cobbler. It's not completely out of the realm of medical possibility, if I'm being honest. Unlikely, yes, but not impossible. You'd be far more likely to just die when you reach that point than to trigger what is essentially a quirk evolution, much like most other first-generation quirks did. What does he hope to accomplish with the constant improvement, though? Yes, that. Luckily I had him explain to me in detail what he was thinking, or I'd have no way of explaining this to you. He was very methodical with this creation. More so than any of his previous seeds even. He paused to enjoy a bite of his chrysanthemum tea cakes and washed it down with another sip to stay hydrated. He made it so that anyone who consumed one of these would have a core created in their body, most likely just below the diaphragm, that gathered energy whenever the person exercised, applied themselves mentally, or used their quirk. They would, in the beginning, be able to utilize 90% of what they could have utilized before eating the berry, leaving 10% for the core to use in very specific quantities. 2% would be used to improve the body, mind, and quirk outputs each. The remaining 4% would go into fueling the stockpile, which can be utilized to increase physical capabilities like the first-generation quirks, improve the quirks themselves like we saw with Toshinori's predecessors, or used as a sort of battery providing an energy source to compatible quirks and or stamina to those with incompatible quirks. Truly, little Izuku is a genius. Recovery Girl's eyes widened at the description given and then narrowed in confusion as she thought through what she was told. That's all very good, and if I'm honest, that might even be how the first-generation stockpiling quirks function, but how does that lead to conditional immortality? Simple. He paused as she leaned forward slightly in curiosity. He forgot to add a limit. Her teacup clattered as her hands shook while holding it up to take another sip. She carefully placed it back on the plate and gingerly put both back onto the table, sitting in between the two adults, and, with practiced motions, brought her hand up to pinch the bridge of her nose. Of all the stupid things to forget. Limitations are there for a reason. Living bodies aren't meant to improve indefinitely. He's lucky he considered the mental aspect as well, or he'd likely have created undying psychopaths unable to cope with their own power and lay waste to anything or anyone who got near them. That's it. The boy is taking medical classes from me before he does something like this again. Nizu could only laugh. Treehouse 1 week later. Finally. Summer vacation is here and we're all together for the first time in weeks. We should go to the beach, cried Mina. The girl had been bouncing on the ball of her feet all morning, waiting for everyone to arrive. Nizu had called a meeting for the parents and the adults in charge of the kids, which finally got the people who rarely had time to socialize to come together. She only had to wait now for whatever Nizu wanted to tell them, and then she could bring the girls out for bathing suit shopping. Yes, Mina, we know how much you want to go swimming. We're more than happy to join you later, replied one of the only voices of reason in their group and possibly the one everyone else looked up to as the group mom. Momo having her hands busy restraining Himiko from launching herself at the pinkette in excitement. The two, when they got together, were notorious for causing minor disturbances as they called them. Yes, it would be nice to go enjoy the beach now that we've finished cleaning it. I'm still surprised it only took us 2 months to clear all that junk. If I'd done it by myself it would have taken years. Izuku called out from the other side of the treehouse where he was working on his summer homework with Tenya, intending to get it all done now so he wasn't caught trying to finish everything at the end of the vacation. He had offered to help the less academically inclined of their friend pile, but they weren't too happy to do more schoolwork when they just got out of school. All Might had been informed of the kids needing a place to work out a bit of stress from the end of term testing while also helping them build up their physical fitness. He came up with the idea to have the kids do some community service by cleaning a beach that had been turned into a junkyard over the years due to the tides washing scrap ashore and illegal dumping. They got lucky that Shoto was still living in Muzurafu, or they would have spent most of their afternoons on the train trying to get to Dagoba Municipal Beach Park and wouldn't have been able to do anything else before having to take the train back home. Izuku was still slightly apprehensive about being so close to Bakugo even after nearly 4 years away from the boy and most of the time spent with good friends who had slowly rebuilt his shattered confidence. He knew he had it in himself to forgive the boy, but he didn't really want to forgive him just yet, especially when he had yet to apologize. Thankfully they never ran into each other while cleaning the beach, and the Todoroki estate was in the opposite direction of the Bakugo household from the beach, so the chances of running into the boy had been slim in the first place. His mental mumblings were halted by his mentor calling up from the ground that he had arrived, and Izuku rushed to the elevator carriage so he could greet his favorite teacher. The Chimera, whom Izuku had recently identified as a tiger quoll but had been told not to tell anyone so that Nizu could continue laughing at the wrong answers he got, was waiting for his personal student and his friends to make their way down to him and join the group of adults and teachers who had congregated by the peach trees. Izuku had grown them to flower all the time and to spread the pleasant smell of peach blossoms to anyone nearby more easily. It was a very welcome addition for everyone, and he'd gotten compliments from even the most stoic of visitors. Cough. The kids ran to sit by their parents or guardians and waited for Nizu to perch himself on the rock Taiyu had brought in for him for these types of meetings. Once every settled, Nizu cleared his throat and put the teacup that no one noticed he had been holding until that second on the small table to his left. Thank you all for clearing time in your schedules for this meeting. I appreciate the work a lot of you must have had to put forth to make this get-together happen, and will try to keep this short. As such, I won't bother sugar-coating the reason for the meeting. He paused for anticipation, in direct conflict with his comment about wasting no time, much to the annoyance of some of the attendees. Izuku has created something, by accident I assure you all, that will have far-reaching and indeterminate effects on our world as a whole. The adults looked at the boy, who was sheepishly trying to look as small as possible while blushing up a storm. Most of them looked only a little exasperated, knowing the boy always meant well and wouldn't intentionally put anyone in danger. Several were looking at him with just a bit of annoyance, but only in so far as wondering how this might affect their work. Only a few looked at him in concern, whether that concern was for his well-being in case he'd made something harmful to himself, or concern over the look he was getting from his own mother for making something without telling her again, was anyone's guess. The kids glanced at him momentarily before putting their attention back on Nizu, as they were already used to Izuku doing things that sounded good to him, but an outsider would easily point out the issues for if he bothered to run the idea by them. Yes, he should have known better and all that. Nizu shook his head and gestured with his paw, drawing the attention back to himself. In his defense, the issue with what he made wasn't something a normal person would have even thought about, let alone planned to avoid. The adults threw the boy an apologetic nod, which he blushed harder at before Nizu addressed them with the prudent information. Izuku was doing some research on first-generation stockpiling quirks as part of the assignments I gave him for quirk studies. Nizu began while All Might snorted into his teacup to his left. The giant of a man coughed lightly a few times and waved off the concerned looks coming from everyone who glanced his way at his outburst, and looked at the dean with not a little trepidation. He came to me with a very well thought out and put together report on the subject, and I thought that was the end of the topic. Imagine my surprise when he stopped me the other day as I was returning to the university and showed me a new project he'd worked on to surprise me with. A plant that produced a berry that when eaten, would give its consumer something very similar to the first-generation stockpiling quirks. He picked up his teacup to take a sip while watching the chaos the first bit of information caused. He always enjoyed causing chaos after all. Quiet, came the bellow from Endeavor, in full costume since he was leaving the meeting to go on patrol as soon as it was over. Dean Nizu, are you insinuating that he can give people quirks now? I'm not insinuating anything of the sort, came the reply, which caused a lot of those gathered to relax a little before his next words worked them back into a frenzy. I'm telling you clearly that while the effect doesn't give you a quirk, it does give you the effect of the quirk. If you eat one of these berries you would, functionally, have a stockpiling quirk along with whatever you previously had. Ah, thought the quoll, chaos. It took several minutes and plenty of shouting from those that were on a strict timetable before relative calm could be re-established. Eventually All Might snapped his finger and the crack of displaced air grabbed everyone's attention when he gestured to the grinning Dean, indicating the story likely wasn't over yet. Several embarrassing seconds later and the majority of everyone's attention was back on Nizu. I trust you all got most of that out of your system there? I will try to clarify when I have the time if you want to call, email, or visit. That, however, wasn't the most exciting bit of news. If Nizu were physically able to smile wider than he currently was, he would be pushing those limits too. He couldn't wait to bask in the tempest he was about to unleash. Quick glances around the gathering allowed him to note the stiffness of most of the people in attendance at the prospect of quirks on demand not being the most noteworthy news. He took another sip of his tea and placed his cup down before clearing his throat to continue. No. The primary reason I called you all here is the unintended effect that came about as a result of the faux first-generation stockpiling quirk. You see, there's no documented records of what happens when the human body is unable to naturally keep up with the stockpile. Whether that be the raw physical power, the internal energy store, or the various other effects it could have on the body. No one from that era lived long enough to leave us enough information to make anything other than educated guesses. Now the primary emotion he could see was worry. It was worry before, but mostly because of the possible danger to the kids if anyone found out about gaining a quirk from eating a berry. Now it was worry over possible side effects other than the equivalent of a second quirk. Izuku here took a guess. A good, well-founded guess, but a guess nonetheless. Whether I or UA University's medical official, recovery girl here, he gestured to the elderly doctor to his right who was visibly done with his antics, is inconsequential. In any scenario it was going to come down to a matter of opinion, and anyone's opinion could have been right or wrong on this one. As I said, we simply have too little information to be sure. In this case though, Izuku guessed that when the body couldn't keep up with the quirk would evolve and improve the body to avoid the user being killed by the eventual overload. We have seen this before with quirk evolutions, rare as they are, in that they change the user's body or the quirk themselves in drastic ways to make them either more powerful or more useful. His guesswork was based on that, and, in an effort to avoid the lethality that sometimes comes with particularly violent quirk evolutions, Izuku opted to have the change occur over time while the stockpile grows. This leads to a gradual improvement of the body's ability to withstand the power of the stockpile. I don't think I need to explain why this is the safer method. There was, thankfully, no one in the area that couldn't understand that logic. Which leads us to the problem. There's that tension ratcheting up again. Normally, the aging process gradually slows us down and shuts down the body until death occurs. More hesitant nods. Which cannot occur if the body is always in a state of improvement. The nodding continued, though it was joined by widening eyes and several people jumping out of their seats. Nizu held up a paw to staunch the shouts that he knew were seconds away from flying around. Izuku has created something that grants conditional immortality. Funnily enough, there was no shouting. Everyone simply turned towards the boy in question with the exact same expression on their faces. Complete and utter disbelief. Nizu loved it. Excuse me, Dean Nizu, a point of clarification if I may? Inusuke asked, once he managed to wrench his gaze from the boy who was currently doing his best to slip into the earth to avoid everyone's eyes. Of course, I'd be happy to try to answer your questions. Right. You said, conditional immortality. How is it conditional? An excellent question, Mr. Yayorozu. The answer to that question lies in the method by which energy is stored in the stockpile. It only gathers energy when effort is put into an action. Whether that effort is physical exertion, mental exertion, or quirk exertion. The stockpile core siphons off 10% of the effect of the exertion's output to do what it needs to do. Roughly 2% each for improving the body, mind, and quirk. The remaining 4% is used to build the stockpiled energy, which can be used to increase your physical capabilities or improve the effects of your quirk. An example of improving the use of a quirk would be like in the case of young Momo here as compared to, say, young Ijiro. He waved to indicate the two children. Momo's quirk, for those who didn't know, allows her to create any non-living object as long as she knows the atomic makeup of the object. The creation process uses her lipids as fuel. She thought, until recently, that her quirk was turning her lipids directly into the objects she made, but we found that her lipids are merely the most readily available power source. The girl in question nodded and patted Izuku on the knee in happiness for his help figuring that out. Ijiro's quirk, again for those who weren't aware, hardens his body from the outside in, into a rock-like substance, increasing his durability and offensive capabilities while it's active. Very effective, and the substance becomes more durable as well as deeper reaching the more he works his quirk out. With enough work he might even be able to withstand a hit from our number one here. That's manly. Ijiro shouted as he jumped to his feet and pumped his arms, showing off the muscles he had been building. Very. Nizu chuckled. Two very different quirks, both would be affected differently by a stockpiling quirk working with them. In Momo's case she would be using the stockpiled energy as fuel rather than her lipids, since it's a larger, more efficient, and safer option for her body. She would still gain increased physicality of course, but the change to fuel sources would be a massive boon for her medically. Momo had her hands held over her mouth with fresh tears ready to roll down her cheeks at the thought of no longer needing to worry about possibly putting herself in the hospital on accident by making something too large or too many things at once. Her parents each rubbed her back reassuringly, both hoping to obtain a berry for their daughter to help her stay healthy. In Ijiro's case however, Nizu continued, though with a genuine smile as he watched the Yaoyorozu family and the rest of her mates giving her attention, as his quirk doesn't use a fuel source per se. His version of the stockpile would work a lot like young Izuku's quirk does for him. Many of the more knowledgeable one in the audience nodded in recognition at that, though several weren't sure what he meant. Oh well, he was going to say it anyway. It would help improve his stamina instead. So both of them would gain a boost to physicality and some form of a boost to make their quirk either more powerful or more useful. Ah, that makes a lot more sense, came the under-the-breath muttering of several of the kids or the less mentally gifted adults. While this means that your body would effectively stop aging at a point where it reached its physical prime, it would only do so as long as you continued putting in the effort. You'd need to maintain at the very least strenuous physical exercise, mental acuity exercises, or using your quirk for several hours a day for the effect to continue. You could be immortal, you just need to put forth the effort. Which means that you have the option, when you're ready of course, to just be mortal like everyone else. After all, living forever is terrifying. Nizu said as he tried to instill the importance of what he was saying on everyone. He was right of course, immortality was absolutely terrifying to any normal being. It's good that the option is built in to just start aging again. I do have one more, urgent, question though after that explanation. Inusuke said, while still rubbing circles on his daughter's shoulder. What happens if you're already past your physical prime? Does your body just stay as it is, or do you begin to revert to your prime over time? I'm afraid we don't know yet, Mr. Yaoyorozu. We, after all, haven't tested the fruits on people yet, came Nizu's reply, which didn't give him or the others who wondered the same question an answer, but also reassured them that no one had eaten one of the berries yet. The purpose of this meeting was to let you all know about the existence of these berries as well as to put it to a vote as to whether or not they should be consumed or destroyed. I have given you all the information I currently have, it just wouldn't have been fair to deny everyone else the opportunity to give their opinions on the matter. Nizu said, somehow holding a fresh cup of steaming tea and a plate of one of his new favorites, peach cobbler. My suggestion is to have a short discussion and then vote. Bear in mind the likelihood of others in the future consuming one of these berries as well, such as other heroes or hero students. The meeting lasted another half hour. There was a lot of yelling involved, but it was eventually agreed that the berries could be consumed. Many of the adults in attendance offered to be the testers for the batch, but a reprimand from Recovery Girl let everyone know that the changes caused would be gradual to the point of almost being unnoticeable for the first few months, other than a 10% decrease in physical ability, quirk usage, and the same increase in mental strain until the effects began to show. The exception would be for the heroes, as they were so active in all three categories that changes would be obvious after a week or two at the latest. It was decided to allow the younger heroes in training, i.e., Shota, Hisashi, Namuri who had just recently graduated, and Tensei, the university was still reeling from the disappearance of Oboro, to be the first to use the berries. To find out if there was a de-aging effect that would be hard to explain to the public if say All Might or Endeavor were to start looking younger and younger. If they did, Nizu was prepared to sacrifice a convict he'd found from Iceland who had a quirk that gave a huge boost to its target that he could reasonably say had an unfortunate accident with a batch of an experimental new strand of trigger. The option wasn't something that everyone wanted to explore if they didn't need to. With the plans made and the berries distributed to the current consumers, the meeting was adjourned and an appointment made for a month from now for the follow-up to see the effects. "Alright girls. Time to go shopping for swimsuits," shouted Mina once everyone exited the garden dimension and the kids had made it to the backyard of the Midoriya household. Inko had already agreed to chaperone the girls to the local mall while she was still searching for someone to take and look after the boys for their trunks. "Swimsuits, eh? You were planning a trip to the beach without telling me, Inko," came a voice both Inko and Izuku knew well. The entire group of children and Inko turned towards the front gate where an ash-blonde woman was standing next to a light brown-haired man, waving at them all. "You should have told me, I would have brought my own suit." "Mitzi! Auntie Mitsuki," shouted the mother and son respectively. The rest of the children watched in confused wonder as the two ran towards the newcomers in obvious glee. "Inky! Izuku! It's so good to see you both. I've missed you guys so much," Mitsuki said as she brought them both into a crushing hug. Masaru joined shortly afterwards, though with notably less bone-crushing to his hug. "Would you mind if Masaru and I dropped our luggage off inside real quick and then we could join you and help wrangle the munchkins while they look for suits? Please. I wasn't sure who I was going to be able to get to help watch the boys." "Children. Come meet my best friend and her husband," Inko said while holding Mitsuki's hands in hers. The kids walked over and introduced themselves while Izuku was off to the side looking around behind the Bakugo parents. Inko noticed this and looked her best friend in the eyes, Katsuki. Mitsuki sighed and shook her head. The brat is definitely better than he was 4 years ago, but he's still not ready to be around his old punching bag. His therapist is optimistic that he should be fully ready to reintegrate into the lives of his prior acquaintances soon though. "Maybe by next summer break we might be able to bring him with us." Masaru nodded his head slowly to corroborate, even though he was grimacing at the thought of how long it had taken to bring his son back from the brink of ruining his own life and the lives of whoever he chose to associate with. "Yeah, alright then. I feel like the little nitro gremlin has had enough time to relearn how to not SCK, but I can wait another year," Inko said while shaking her head. She gave her best friend another hug before turning to Izuku. "Izuku sweetie, Katsuki didn't come with them this time. His therapist says he might be able to next year, be patient, okay?" Izuku noticeably drooped at this, having had the hope of seeing his old best friend again and them actually being friends again, unlike the last 2 years of their relationship. "Okay mom. I hope I can see him next year then." Mood successfully lowered. The luggage was moved into the foyer and everyone followed behind Izuku as he led them into the garden dimension again, taking the time to add Mitsuki and Masaru to the permissions list. They all exited out in one of Shoto's guest rooms after the Bakugo couple took a few minutes to gape at the fantastical plants on display. Shoto took a second to chat with his mother and sister who were sitting in the living room working on some sort of sewing project as everyone else moved towards the entrance of the Todoroki property to make the short trek to the train station to catch a ride to the mall. Shoto and his sister Fuyumi joined the group along with his brother Natsuo as they were interested in going to the beach and didn't mind tagging along. What followed was a full day of kids throwing each other into deeper water and adults really wanting to stop the dangerous behavior but also not wanting to get up off the towels they had painstakingly set down just right under the comically large beach umbrella Momo had brought with her. She said it took an entire meal by itself to make up for the lipids she used making it. Speaking of Momo, she, Achiko, Himiko, Kyoka, and Mina for some reason were all trying to catch Izuku's attention and then would laugh as he turned to them while they were making one funny pose or another in an attempt to not laugh too hard while blushing. Inko and Mitsuki watched this happen in glee while Inko wrote down the words, "grand babies" in the sand for her fellow adults to see. She honestly couldn't be happier. Tsuyu walked up to the adults while they watched as Mina was sitting on Izuku's shoulders for a game of chicken fight, and they were locked in heated combat against Ijiro and Himiko. Yui was trying to get Tenya to join the rumble, but Tenya was steadfast in his refusal to join the fray until the victor had been decided between the first two groups. Eri and Komori couldn't stop laughing from the shallower area where they were looking for seashells. "Excuse me, Karo." Inko turned her head to the side and raised an eyebrow at the little frog girl. "Yes, Tsuyu dear? May I sit with you for a few minutes? I have a question I'd like to ask and I don't want the others to hear me right now." "Of course, dear. Please, come get comfortable and tell me what's up," Inko said, hoping to reassure the girl that she had no problem answering whatever question she might have. Tsuyu sat down beside Inko and turned to watch the others while she thought about how to say what had been on her mind for a long time now. Shaking her head and deciding to just be blunt as always she spoke, "I don't want you to take this the wrong way Mamadoriya." Mitsuki squealed a bit at the cute nickname, "but I need to know. How much longer do I have to wait before I can share the other paupa fruit with Izuku and the girls?" Inko jerked momentarily before sighing in resignation, "Always the blunt one, Tsuyu-chan?" Tsuyu nodded at the question even though she wasn't looking at Inko at the moment. "The answer is whenever your parents let you." "Kero?" Tsuyu looked at Inko questioningly with her head tilted to the side and her finger on her chin. "I thought I had to get your permission first Mamadoriya." Inko chuckled a bit, "While I appreciate you asking for my permission, I feel I should tell you that I don't have a problem if every single one of you kids out there, other than Eri, decided that you all wanted to be together romantically. I am personally counting down the years until I start getting to spoil grandchildren. You have my permission anytime you'd like. You just need permission from your parents." Tsuyu sat there, stunned and staring at the young mother as if searching for a hint of a lie. Deciding that she didn't find one, she nodded at Inko and stood to rejoin the others in the water. "Thank you Mamadoriya. I had already spoken with my parents about the issue a few weeks ago and they sounded like they were okay with it then, but I will confirm it again and have them call you to be sure. Kero." Mitsuki and Masaru stared at the frog girl as she hopped back into the water on the other side of the kids, still competing in throwing each other off the other's shoulders in an actually impressive display of leg strength. "Inko, did that 10-year-old just ask you to marry your son and his future brides?" Masaru asked once he'd managed to get his head mostly back on right. "Yep," Inko replied while popping the P at the end. Pleased as punch at what just happened. She said her parents were already on board with it. "She's 10. Mitsuki said incredulously. "Frogs are usually not monogamous. Baru and Ganma Azui want Tsuyu to be happy in life and they know Izuku and the others make her very happy. They all want to get into the same profession when they grow up and all of them have spent at least a year by now telepathically linked to each other and stayed best friends. I'm not going to stop her if she wants into the future romantic relationship and I doubt her parents will either. Also, in case you haven't noticed it yet, Tsuyu-chan is absolutely adorable," Inko said as she returned to watching the kids. Their world suitably shaken, they joined Inko in watching the kids again, though Masaru did offer to apply sunscreen for the ladies every so often. They both agreed and did the same for him. Still unsure of the possibility of a relationship between the three of them, with Katsuki still being an unknown entity, they refused to go any further, but looks and grunts of appreciation were fair game as far as they were concerned. The sun had started to set by the time everyone was out of the water and dried off enough to catch the train back to the Todoroki estate and from their return to their own homes for showers and dinner. The kids had gotten together in the treehouse and cooked their own meal with the ramen broth Himiko had started the day before, while everyone else pitched in to prep the other ingredients. Inko and the Bakugos joined them all once they had gotten the guest room set up for the two adults to use for the week. The ramen was received with much praise from everyone, with the only real complaint a half-hearted one from Mitsuki about it not being spicy enough, which prompted Izuku to bring her his jar of special chili oil. She asked Izuku if she could have a jar of it to take home in a week, and he told her where to find one of the other sealed jars in the pantry and mentioned that if it wasn't spicy enough he could help her make a hotter version at some point in her stay. The entirety of the rest of the room watched the exchange with various looks of horror on their faces. They'd all tried that oil. It could set fire to water. Even Masaru, who was used to eating spicy food due his quirk and living with Mitsuki and Katsuki, couldn't stand more than a spoonful or so in his bowl, and Mitsuki and Izuku each put 3 spoonfuls into theirs. "I need ice cream for dessert from just watching them." Kero. Tsuyu, as the first person to regain their voice, said to the others, unable to look away from the tragedy unfolding in front of them. That sentiment was matched by the others at the table, the two in question completely oblivious to their reactions, too wrapped up in their own apparent joy at the food they were eating. As it turns out, a lot can happen in 8 years. Since the fall of All for One, Nizu had freed up a lot of his resources to work on other projects, much to the benefit of society. He started with investigating corrupt politicians utilizing several people with lie detecting or data gathering quirks. His search and takedowns led to the vacancies of nearly 2/3 of the seats in the governing body of Japan and a mountain of evidence showing the resurgence of several quirk supremacy groups and a doomsday cult calling themselves Hummerais. His actions against the corrupt government allowed those still in office to begin making changes in the election process that garnered near 100% acceptance ratings from the populace. Each and every candidate had to submit to lie-detecting quirks before their application to run for office would be accepted. They were only asked 3 questions by default. "Do you have ties to any group on the terrorist watch list?" was the first question. The politicians were given a list to verify they were or were not part of or affiliated with any of the groups listed. Are you running on the orders of someone else? Was the second question, to ensure that the people running for public office actually serve the public and not someone trying to take control over the government. Are you attempting to take over the country or facilitate the takeover of the country for anyone else? Was the third question, this one because of the evidence Nizu had gathered when taking down the previous politicians. If anyone gave a false answer to either of these three questions, they were immediately barred from running for public office and taken into police custody for further questioning. These changes led to a massive shift in political rhetoric, shifting from the previous near apathy towards swathes of the population to sweeping reforms in the social support systems and public school boards. Crime rates began to fall steadily starting roughly 6 months after the new politicians took office. Naturally, after rooting out the political support for the groups he discovered, Nizu turned his attention directly on said groups. He began to systematically remove all of the support bases for the terrorist groups he'd become aware of, which eventually led to his discovery of the new Meta-Liberation Army and their indoctrination camps disguised as schools. It was this line of investigation that ended up putting together the rest of the puzzle as to why it had taken so long for Katsuki to become a decent human being. Nizu had discovered that even after the collapse of the Aldera school district, which he had confirmed was one of the indoctrination bases, Katsuki had been transferred into another of the school systems they managed to secure a hold in. Notably though, the members were planted after Katsuki joined the school and therefore weren't caught in Detective Tsukachi's preliminary search. The members of the MLA were fighting tooth and nail to reverse the effects of the boys' therapy while he was attending school. It took Nizu just 8 months to crush the indoctrination camps targeting the youths of Japan and a year longer to track down the MLA's bases of operation, leading to a military takeover of Daika City and the arrest of one Rikiya Yatsubashi and his supporters, as well as the dissolving of the Shueisha Publishing Company and Detnerat along with several other companies that were financially or rhetorically supporting their movement. The trials for the leadership of their organization took a further 2 years to complete, each of them earning a guilty sentencing and landing in Tartarus prison. Once he had finished gathering the information on the MLA, Nizu set his sights on Humorize. Seeing them as a real and potent threat to the safety of the general populace of the world, he began working with foreign governments to track down their bases of operation and put together strike teams to arrest and detain the leaders of the cult. Sadly, several of the highest-ranking cultists decided to take themselves out rather than be captured and interrogated. The eventual collapse of the cult took a full year and 2 months. After removing the terrorists and cultist problems as well as continuing to support a fair and transparent government, Nizu took a 4-month break from his crusade where he focused solely on the university and started a reform on several things he'd been wanting to change for years but had been held back by various members of the board, the government, or the HPSC, which were now removed from their positions after being arrested for their involvement in the previous crackdowns. Once done with his 4 months of seclusion, Nizu came back out into the public with a new target, the HPSC. He had gathered thousands of hours of footage and various evidence of horrific acts the organization had committed and went public with his findings. He and the Desuduru agency had provided names for each of the members of the HPSC who had either committed the acts or ordered the acts to be committed, and in doing so removed nearly 80% of the management and workforce of the organization, including all of the people in the highest offices. The leaders of the HPSC were given a fair trial with the entire country watching as all of their past deeds were laid bare. The public called for immediate incarceration and for the release of the scapegoats that had been wrongfully imprisoned on their orders. It was with a light heart and a grateful smile that Lady Nagant returned to active hero duty after nearly 6 years in Tartarus. For the last 4 years, Nizu had been cracking down on abusive foster care homes and orphanages. His investigations had led to the arrest of several hundred abusive caretakers across the country and the improvement of the lives of tens of thousands of children who had been targeted for various reasons and were now being cared for by competent and compassionate support teams. The changes in the childcare system had opened up thousands of new job opportunities as caretakers and support workers. The continued efforts here had led to a precipitous drop in crime rates, and it had been found that most of the abusive or neglectful caretakers who had been arrested were selling off children to quirk traffickers either for profit or to raise child soldiers for the groups that had been taken down recently. The dean had been recognized globally for his diligent work against tyranny and corruption with a Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts. He had the award proudly displayed in his office back at UA University and welcomed those in other countries to come to him for advice on how to accomplish what he had in their own backyards. Throughout all of his escapades, no one had noticed how he seemed to become more youthful as time went on rather than becoming haggard with all of the extra work he'd been undertaking. Of course, the dean wasn't the only one ramping up their efforts in new ways. All Might had become a very outspoken activist for the rights of quirkless individuals and those with weaker or undesirable quirks. He had done a now very famous interview with a small-town news station wherein he described his early childhood and early teenage years growing up thinking he was quirkless himself until he was 15. The impact the interview generated was hard to quantify. Nearly every other hero in Japan went on record in support of his goals to create new charities for the betterment of the treatment of those affected by the long-running rhetoric generated by those who wished to do them harm that Nizu had taken down. With the removal of Detnerat came the void of support companies for daily life items, a problem that was rectified when the government began a campaign to foster a growth in the STEM fields which brought forth a problem in society of people only caring about something if it had to do with either quirks or heroics. It took a lot of investigative research, but it was eventually found out that this had been a long-running plan orchestrated by All for One to weaken society to make it easier for himself to rule. Once this information had gone public, as well as the general information about the quirk boogeyman, public support for subjects in school and in the workplaces not focused on quirks or heroes hit a high that hadn't been seen since the dawn of quirks. This led to the renewal of the space program, and plans were being put together for both manned and unmanned missions to the moon and further in the near future. Something Ochako and Mina were elated about. Ochako had actually been asked to help launch a few new satellites which netted her and her family very healthy additions to their nest eggs. Mina had forced the group to watch her favorite space-based movies for a month after hearing the news about the redeveloping space race. Naturally, there weren't only positive outcomes over the course of nearly a decade of political and social turmoil. Inko had, unfortunately, given up her plans to get together with Mitsuki and Masaru when it was found that Katsuki hadn't made enough progress to be allowed to interact with Izuku after another year since the Bakugo parents first visited the Midoriya residence. When it was finally discovered why the boy had taken so long to make progress, all three adults were understandably upset but had come to accept that they just weren't going to be romantically involved. Though Inko was starting to see someone new now and had just not told her kids yet, wanting to wait to be sure it wasn't a fling before introducing them. The biggest change for the kids and their parents, though, had been when they were cleared to consume the holly berries. Once the trial runs were done with the younger teachers at UA, then the older staff at UA were confirmed to very slowly regress physically back to their primes. The rest were given the okay to have one if they wanted. The first major changes this brought were when Nizu and Recovery Girl ate one each. In the months following, it became not just difficult but impossible to hide the fact that Shuzenji Chiyo was looking younger and younger as time went on. It wasn't until she was caught on camera 2 years after consuming the berry when she left UA to provide emergency relief at a disaster site where news outlets discovered and ran a story on the woman shooting back up from 115 centimeters to 165 centimeters in height and looked nearly 20 years younger. She made a brief comment at the time that the change was due the effect of an accidental use of a quirk belonging to a minor, and therefore she refused to give any further details. The media on site tried their best to get any extra information out of her on the scene, but she barred them from entering the medical tents and began to blatantly ignore them until she returned to UA, where the media was prevented from accosting her. All of this was all well and good, but Izuku was currently panicking. He had just woken up and was close to having a nervous breakdown actually. His nerves were frayed so badly that Eri barged into his room and smacked him across the face twice to get his attention before hugging him and telling him how big of an idiot he was being. It took several minutes before Izuku calmed down enough to stop blaring his anxiety through his link to the others, much to the appreciation of all. Izu and you're going to do fine. You've practiced this dozens of times now, you've got the entire process memorized, and you're prepared for anything that could possibly go wrong. Stop it with the mental mumblestorm and calm down. You have to eat something for breakfast before we get you all ready to go. Eri told her older brother, rubbing circles on his broad back while she sat next to him on the bed. She could barely lay her head on his shoulder anymore after he shot up in height last year. Sorry Eri-chan, sorry everyone, just nervous. I'll try to keep it under control now. Let's go get something light to eat, okay? Izuku managed to respond to his sister beside him and to the others who might already be awake, receiving a grumble in response from Shoto and Sen, but no one else seemed to be up. That's the spirit. Last one down gives the other a foot rub, she shouted as she jumped off his bed, sprinted to his door and flung herself down the hallway. Izuku could only chuckle at her antics and give thanks that Himiko wasn't here this morning, or she'd be very upset at the noise. Last time Eri did this, it frightened her out of her sleep so suddenly that she attached herself to the ceiling by accident. Resolving himself to giving his sister her foot rub at some point, he stood up and stretched his back, feeling every bone pop from the base of his spine to the base of his neck. He hobbled to his closet and grabbed the closest shirt, one of his few GG shirts he had left after the Yui purge last year. He checked himself in the mirror and noted that his shirt read shoes, which was enough to make him giggle a little before he made his way down to the kitchen to get started on breakfast for the three of them. Inko joined the two at the table shortly after he had her place set, and they had their meal in relative silence, both women wanting to give Izuku time to run through the day's schedule in his own head. It was times like this that Inko was glad she stopped herself from sharing one of the friend fruits with her children. Eri's face was telling her that Izuku had accidentally been broadcasting his thoughts again. Inko watched as he finished the last bite of fish before standing up and taking his dishes to the kitchen to wash and sending Eri to make sure he got upstairs and took a shower. Izuku stayed mostly wrapped up in his own thoughts, privately this time, as he washed, dried, and dressed himself for the day in more formal clothing. He was in the final steps of hyping himself up and was ready to head out any time, though with a glance to his clock he noted that he was well over an hour early for his departure time. He made his way back down the stairs to spend some extra time with his mom while they waited for Eri to join them, just chatting about any possible new additions to the pickable stock for the produce stores. In this way they waited out the time until the alarm went off and they headed over to grab their shoes and went through the garden dimension to a temporary door leading to a private room in a small building being rented to them for the day. His first steps out of the building and into the late morning sun brought his hand up to shield his eyes from the glare and allowed him to see that most of his friends and family had gathered in the courtyard across the street, and most of them had begun waving to their small group when they were noticed. It had taken a lot of planning and subterfuge to get this venue at this time of day and without being swamped by the press once a random passerby happened to look inside and realized what was going on and with who. The three made their way over and Izuku was ushered through the throng of people, shaking hands and receiving hugs the whole way, until he was pulled into the foyer of the large wooden building by one of the staff members selected to host the proceedings today. He was shown to his changing room and found the room already occupied by two other workers assigned to help with his garments. He tried not to get embarrassed and did mostly okay. 10 minutes later he was pulled into a larger room where everyone he'd seen outside had been gathered and were sitting or standing around the edges, leaving plenty of space between themselves, the door, the center of the room where a large table sat, and the shrine on the opposite wall to where he entered from. "Young Izuku, it is good to see you again and congratulations on your big day," came the subdued, for him, voice of Yagi Tashinori. The two had gotten together to discuss issues the quirkless were facing when Toshi had stopped by one day while planning his first few rallies, and the two hit it off quite well. It had, of course, helped that Izuku's senzu bean had saved Toshi's life beforehand, but it was the discussion that cemented their friendship. "Thank you, Toshi. I'll be honest, I'm pretty nervous," came his reply, though it was, thankfully, without a single stutter. "I'd be shocked if you weren't. After all, this doesn't just happen every day," he barked out through his laughter while playfully ruffling the young man's hair. "I'd die if I had to do this every day." Izuku whined in response, which earned some laughter from those in earshot. "Well, as Yagi-san said, congratulations Izuku. I'm very proud of you, my student, and I hope you have a great day today," came a familiar voice from Toshi's shoulder where Nizu popped his head up and over to look down at Izuku. "Thank you, sensei. I'm sure I'll have a great day after the ceremony. Until it's over though. I think my heart might explode," came the polite but still obviously flustered reply from Izuku, who was still managing not to stutter. He was greeted by everyone in the room and given well wishes by them all just before a man wearing a traditional jo followed by two women in red hakama and white kosode, the priest and his two miko respectively, walked in from behind the shrine and took their places while gesturing to Izuku to take the central spot directly opposite themselves across the table. They were followed by several other miko carrying a large bowl that was placed in the center of the table, and a wide assortment of rice, sake, fruit, and vegetables were placed on the altar behind the priest. The extra miko left the room and returned carrying several gourds containing high-quality, traditionally made sake, which were poured into the large bowl on the table, while 27 sake cups in 3 different sizes were placed around the table in a semicircle facing towards the altar. Izuku stepped up to his position at the table and stood respectfully with his hands held together in front and his feet parted to shoulder width. His black kimono was of the traditional style as requested by Inosuke and Kao. He wasn't going to argue with them. Eri had told him that it looked great on him when he was trying it on a month ago. He stood there patiently waiting until the doors to the sides opened and out walked 8 of the most important people in his life. They filed out in the order that he met them and each wore a traditional all-white shiromoku for the occasion. They took their places around the table with Ochako and Momo to each side of him, followed by Kyoka and Himiko, then Mina and Tsuyu, and finally Kanoko and Yui. Each was wearing very minimal makeup applied by the staff at the location and holding various small objects in their hands that were attached to their kimonos to prevent dropping accidents. Izuku could see the nerves plainly written on Ochako, Kyoka, and Kanoko's faces and the glee on Momo, Himiko, and Mina's faces. Those not familiar enough with Tsuyu or Yui could be forgiven for thinking they looked bored or expressionless, but Izuku had known them long enough to see the subtle tells that let him know they were both nervous and excited. The priest called for the remaining tables to be placed around the room for the guests to sit, and more fruits and bottles of sake with cups were placed upon the tables for everyone to enjoy when appropriate. Once everyone other than Izuku and the girls were seated, he began the process for the most important event of Izuku's life so far. His wedding ceremony had begun. The priest purified the shrine and called the attention of benevolent spirits, then announced the Sansankudu, which, admittedly, had to be changed slightly to accommodate the decidedly non-traditional type of wedding they were having, as when Shinto weddings were popular, polyamory wasn't. It was decided that rather than passing a cup between each of them back and forth 3 times for each and every member, they would all fill a cup, take a small sip, then pass it to the right, repeating the process until the cup reaches the final member of the group wedding before the original drinker, who would drink the remaining sake in the cup before filling the slightly larger cup and passing it back the opposite way. The process repeated once more with the largest cup until it too was empty, and the group moved from around the table towards the altar where Izuku read his vows to his brides. They tried desperately not to ruin their makeup by crying. He mentioned his best man Tenya, who stood at his table and bowed respectfully before getting seated again as the friends and family raised their cups along with Izuku and the women up front and their new cups and shouted, "Kanpai." The priest set an evergreen as an offering at the altar in gratitude to the spirits that blessed the ceremony as the brides and groom moved to the doors on the sides of the room to retrieve their own offerings to the spirits, followed by their parents with their own offerings. The rings were then presented by the Miko to the brides and groom while the priest invoked Izanagi and Izanami during the closing prayers. The process lasted a full 30 minutes before the priest declared the ceremony complete and left the room with the staff and Miko. Izuku and his new wives immediately slumped slightly and made their way back to their family and friends to pose for the photos they knew were going to be taken. The photos took another 20 minutes, and finally the newly married group was led out to a waiting limousine which ferried them to the restaurant that had been booked for the evening for them all. The reception was great. Having changed into more comfortable clothes so as not to ruin their wedding attire, they enjoyed themselves and the hilarious impromptu speech Denki and Eijiro tried to give. Izuku was quite intrigued when he noticed his mother sitting quite close to Ainen-san, and he had planned to go grill the two of them but was sidetracked by Ochako and Himiko pulling him over to their wives for another set of pictures now that they weren't wearing the stuffy wedding kimonos and were just in the more comfortable kimonos they had picked for the occasion. Maybe they should have decided on a theme though, as there was essentially a color explosion on display here, mostly coming from Mina and Himiko, though Kyoka did add lots of darker splashes to the palette. As the night wound down and the congratulations were given for the final time, the group made their way back to the limousine to be ferried back to the temporary door where they split off from everyone else and wished them all a good night from within the garden dimension. It was to their credit that the guys and the newest additions to their linked group only teased them for a few minutes about what would be happening for the rest of the night. Eijiro left along with his date for the evening, a recently made but very good friend, Melissa Shield, to much playful prodding from the other guys and a sympathetic smile from Izuku, while Tenya and his date, another new friend, Mei Hatsum, waited to be the last to leave from their friend group so he could give them all a hug and wish them well for the evening as they left to his home. The parents of the 9 newlyweds stayed briefly to tell them to have a good night and to be careful, and left just as the situation was starting to get awkward. Finally, "It's over," shouted Mina as she bounced up and down holding Himiko, who was every bit as excited about the formalities of the day being over. "Oh, come on girls, it wasn't that bad now, was it?" came the reply from Momo, even as she removed the heels she was wearing and enjoyed the feeling of the soft grass between her toes, which of course prompted the others to do the same. "Objectively no, it wasn't bad, and I'll remember today for the rest of my life, Karo," commented Tsu before she finished with a grin, speaking as a person who doesn't really like wearing heels nor enjoys standing through rigid ceremonies though. "It was a long day, Karo." "You're telling me, Tsu? My poor feet are going to need some much-need rest and relaxation," Kanoko said, making sure to always toss a pun into the mix, which was suitably groaned at much to her enjoyment. "I think you're all wasting time. If I know Izuku, and I do, then he has prepared several fun things for us to try tonight while we consummate our marriage," Yui said through their bond to avoid the linked, bringing blushes to everyone's faces and prompting them all to look up into Izuku's face for confirmation. He managed to give them a confident smirk and a nod, which was really all the information they needed as they raced to the elevator to get up into the tree house. He laughed and sent them the message that he would be right up as he walked around and picked a basket of the fun things he had prepared for their first night as husband and wives. It turns out the favorite of the night was a plum that causes everyone who shares it to share their senses for half a day. Though it was closely followed by a cucumber, which allowed one to temporarily gain the reproductive organs of the opposite gender. That one was a fun one to bring up to the ladies. Everything you're imagining definitely happened. The next day. The newlyweds spent the next day to themselves thanks to the politeness of all of their friends and family, giving them their own little honeymoon time, though Momo had already booked them an actual honeymoon without telling Ochako. Izuku had bribed the others with a plant of their choice to give him and his wives the day to themselves. That day was spent in various states of undress for all involved. It was unanimously agreed to be one of the best days ever. 3 days later. The Midoriya household was packed with young adults finishing their dinners, Katsuki having joined them when he heard they were making mapo tofu. He had, over the years, mellowed out and did eventually apologize to Izuku, though it's possible that the murderous looks from the girls Izuku had just married might have prompted the apology to be a bit more sincere than it otherwise would have been. Now though, he was enjoying one of the best things about reconnecting with Izuku, his cooking. Specifically any time Izuku was in charge of cooking and he was making something spicy. It was all because of that goddamn miracle chili oil. Katsuki couldn't get enough of that stuff. Izuku and the hag loved it too. He noticed that they both used 4 tablespoons of the oil in their dish while everyone else got the default half tablespoon, the pansies. Katsuki thanked the hosts by doing the dishes before leaving, but not before hearing Ponytail shouting something unintelligible. She's in a house surrounded by her husband and wives, she'll be fine, he thought to himself, having not bothered to use the link he was pressured into getting by his old hag. The story he got later from Shitty Hair made him wish he'd stayed to watch though. Ijiro was sent a screenshot of the text conversation Mina had with Kyoka and Himiko that night and couldn't resist showing it to the rest of the guys. It was the highlight of the week. Mina, why is Momo screaming and crying? Kyoka, she kissed Izuku. Mina, yeah, that's not new though? Himiko, he had his heathen chili for dinner. Mina, oh, RIP chapter text. Ladies and gentlemen. It's time to address the elephant in the room that is this year's entrance exams, said a voice from the head of the meeting table, his chair slowly rotating to face towards the others in the room. Must he always be so dramatic? Was the exasperated response from everyone else present. We have 15 candidates that, by any measure, are leaps and bounds ahead of any other applicant. In both academics and heroic prowess they are all well and truly above the rest of the first-year applicants and most of the second-year students, the figure, now revealed to be Dean Nizu, continued, holding a cup of tea that no one could figure out how he got. The problem now is that we all know these 15 applicants and most of us have had a hand in their training for the last several years. We cannot be trusted to remain neutral in judging them. We also know that there is very little chance for any of them to fail. What are your suggestions? There was silence from the rest of the room until someone cleared their throat. Seems to me that we should leave the testing of the youngins to a third party, came the southern drawl of a man in a cowboy hat. Just who do you propose we trust with the physical examinations of our potential future student Snipe? Replied a large man in a red suit sporting short gray hair and large fangs. It was just a suggestion, Vlad. Feel free to make one yourself, partner. We can have the teachers and medical staff that haven't interacted with them be in charge of testing them, suggested a woman in a puffy astronaut suit with her helm sitting on the table in front of herself. There is some merit to that, Ainen, nodded Nizu, who took another sip of tea and nodded to the other faculty for any more suggestions or alternatives. Do we know who hasn't worked with them before? Vlad asked, running his forefinger over his chin. Snipe, Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, Power Loader, Cementos, yourself Vlad, the non-hero staff members including the medical staff other than Chio. Nizu answered without missing a beat. So 5 heroics teachers and roughly 24 others of various specialties then? We can work with that. Vlad nodded. You're forgetting an important question, said a lanky man with a frankly ridiculous blonde mohawk. Should we even bother putting them through an entrance exam? We can't just let them into the most prestigious heroics academy in the country without an entrance exam. Mike called out a man in a long coat wearing a dark mask with his teeth on display. Nizu, is there any doubt in your mind that the whole group would pass? Mike countered with a question to the one who's had the biggest influence on the young adults in question. Not a chance, said Nizu gleefully as he munched into a hibiscus tea cake. Then why are we having a discussion on how to do their entrance exam if we all know they're going to pass? Asked the woman sitting next to Mike wearing a skin-tight purple bodysuit and dark corset and boots. You'll remember that I never asked how to test them for their entrance exams. I only asked what to do with 15 applicants so clearly ahead of the others. Nizu said and waved his paw again to continue asking for suggestions. The way I see it, we have 2 big problems with them, grumbled a man in a black jumpsuit with a gray scarf wrapped loosely around his neck. Please elaborate, Aizawa? Vlad asked. First is the problem of where to put them all in regards to the class breakdowns. All 15 have been a tight-knit friend group for 7 or 8 years now. If you've all read their files, you'll note that they're all telepathically linked to each other. We either need to split them evenly between the two classes or keep them all together in one class. On the one hand, we run the risk of sabotaging them socially or causing the other class to feel inadequate. That is a fair point and not something I had considered initially, growled another member of staff covered in thick fur who was currently leafing through the files in question. Neither of those options are good though. I'll need to think on how to combat the issue of either causing a rift or trying to lessen potentially 25 new inferiority complexes. I may have a solution to the issue, hound dog, Nizu said and turned back to Aizawa, but please continue with the other problem, Eraserhead. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement. The other issue is that 9 of the 15 are married. Vlad spit the tea he was drinking out, thankfully to the side, missing the other faculty members. They're what? He turned to his fellow first-year homeroom teacher. What do you mean 9 of them are married? Their files didn't mention that at all. It's a new development, Kansas, replied the woman in the bodysuit. How new are we talking here, Namuri? Vlad asked, wanting clarification. You remember last week when Shota, Yamada, Nizu, Toshi, Chio, and myself took work off on the same day? Vlad nodded but grew an incredulous look. That new. Fantastic. So we have at least one polyamorous throuple and possibly 3 other newly married couples? The Blood Hero asked, already getting close to being done with this year before they even had a student roster. Oh no, Kansas. Mike answered, it's all one big polycule, he exclaimed, barely avoiding activating his quirk while shouting. Cammy, help us all, the man said, hanging his head and wishing he had his flask. So as I was saying, there is a group of newlyweds to plan around. Most of us know there's no danger of procreation, thanks for one of their quirks, but breaking up the married group needs to be discussed if we're splitting the whole group apart. There's also planning for the dorms. Do we give them the normal dorm suites or do we do something special for them? Aizawa finished his second point in the same deadpan DLVRY as before. Why should they be treated specially? They're students, same as everyone else. We may not be able to keep them away from each other outside of classes, but there's no reason for us to make concessions in housing for 9 students, asked one of the teachers from the management department. If the problem is funding, we don't need to worry about it, Nizu said as he was scrounging around in his tea cabinet, causing everyone to jump in their seats as no one saw him leave his chair. 8 of the 15 are quite wealthy and 5 of those 8 are part of the married group. They would have no problem paying for special accommodations. Be that as it may, how would the optics pan out if the media learned about the special circumstances behind the altered dorm? Asked another of the management instructors. I won't lie, that might cause a stir, Nizu said as he brought out a packet of tea he seemed intent on using, but the same can be said of almost anything else that goes on at this university. Such is the burden of popularity. We've had married couples in the school before, the media threw a fit then and got over it, they'll do the same now. That is, assuming news gets out about the altered dorms. He began setting up his teapot, paused, then looked around the table. Tea, anyone? It's quite the blend, helps with stress. Izuku? Asked Aizawa. New blend. Notes of Arabica beans and orange zest, Nizu replied. The professors politely accepted the offer, though some were curious when several of the heroics professors didn't hesitate to accept. Nizu put away his standard teapot and walked over to the wall where he pressed a panel in with his paw and a hidden door opened, revealing a tea brewing station equipped with a rather large porcelain teapot. He began preparing the tea leaves as he motioned for the rest to continue discussing the dorms. Well, if funding and optics aren't issues, then we would only need to worry about the reactions from the other students, said one of the support department professors, while thumbing through the files again. I'll admit to some curiosity though about not being worried about procreation. Are they celibate? No, Namuri said, giggling a little in response. From what I've seen, they very much so are not. It's just that there's no danger of unexpected pregnancies thanks to one of their quirks. I've been using the same method myself since I met the little one nearly 10 years ago. I'll want to chat with you about that later in private, Nem, said Ainen as she absently ran a finger over the helmet in front of her, but back on the topic. I don't see the need to worry about the other students' response. Just tell them that the changes were paid for by the students themselves and it should get rid of any further issues. Kuro-san makes a good point. It's really none of the other students' business how their peers choose to sleep while attending university as long as the group doesn't lord it over the rest of their classmates, the very large man sitting next to Namuri weighed in, his voice booming regardless of his not shouting. As All Might said, if they're paying for the altered dorm room and don't antagonize the other students, I see no problems, agreed what looked like a blocky man made of cement. Alright, that takes care of the dorm issue then, Nizu said as he began passing tea around the table to the others as he pushed a cart around the table. On to the big change I was thinking about for this school year, he continued as he placed the last cup down by Powerloader's hands, the man himself having taken the excavation equipment off for the meeting. You mentioned this might be a solution to the first issue Aizawa brought up, Dean? Hound Dog asked, with very little growling involved. Yes, you see I wanted to try merging the two heroics classes this year. Both the classes themselves and the dorm buildings. The large group of linked people presents issues that we've already gone over, however those issues are countered by not splitting the classes at all. It'll be a large class size, yes, but it would let us try to have a year without the Class A and B rivalry, and we can see how it works for future incoming students as well. Aizawa and Vlad would serve as co-homeroom teachers, and we can cycle in third and fourth years in between work studies as teaching assistants to alleviate the increased workload from having 40 students in one class. There's some merit to that, said Aizawa offhandedly before getting interrupted by his cohort. We have entirely different teaching styles and methods. Your logical ruses cause your students to distrust you, and I refuse to allow that kind of rift between the students and myself. Vlad argued in a steely tone. It's a good thing we'd both be present then, isn't it? Aizawa responded while enjoying his first taste of the new tea blend. This is a very good blend, Nizu. I'll tell the boy it has my seal of approval if you haven't already. Please, said the Chimera while he also enjoyed his first taste. Anyway, my ruses help to teach the students that they can't trust the intel they get. You're free to play good cop to my bad cop if you want. I also don't agree with the near militaristic way you run your classes. They're not soldiers, they're training to be public servants and to defend the public from threats within the country, not to act as deterrents from outside threats. Aizawa said as he continued sipping his tea. To the side, Namuri and Yamada were having a whispered conversation with Ainin about the tea and placing bets on which first-year professor snaps first. Nizu jokingly put his name down for Vlad cracking first. All Might covered his mouth with one of his massive hands to prevent the sounds of his stifled laughter from getting out. I'm willing to try the merged class idea for the year. I want to know if it's a more effective method of teaching the students than the separated classes and the bickering rivalry that normally goes on between the two. It's only logical. Aizawa said, offering his hand to the other first-year heroics professor. Vlad King looked at the hand being held out to him with undisguised hesitance. He'd been stoking the rivalry between himself and Aizawa since the other teacher started working here 4 years ago. Eventually, however, he sighed and reached forward to shake the other man's hand in agreement. I agree that we should find out if this is a better method. We should have a chat after the meeting to figure out how we're going to approach running the classes and see if we need to alternate working with the other professors when one of us would have a free PRD normally. Good. Now that we've covered that set of issues, let's move on to the other issues on the docket. Nizu cackled, clearly enjoying how the discussion had panned out and his new tea. Let's discuss any changes that need to be made for the other 25 spots. The other faculty members groaned at the realization that they'd only covered the first issue on the itinerary. Post-entrance exams. A large group of people is seen walking together while holding a giant net above themselves which covers easily several tons of boxes and beds? It was easily the most confusing thing the older students who saw them walking by had witnessed this month. The group seemed to be walking towards the newly constructed first-year dorms area and were amicably chatting with each other about things no one else could hear. I still say I should have been allowed to take the general entrance exam, shouted a blonde with red eyes. I had been looking forward to letting loose finally against robots ever since we found out the exam was just destroying robots. Easy there, Katsuki, said a young man with spiked and dyed hair while reaching over and putting his hand on the blonde's shoulder. There will be plenty of opportunities to really let loose while we're here for the next 4 years. It's gonna be so manly. Yeah, whatever, shitty hair, the blonde grumbled and turned his head away from the other man, though he notably didn't remove the other's hand from his shoulder. Hey now, no insulting people, Kaachan, said Izuku, playfully glaring at his old best friend turned bully turned new friend brother figure. Auntie Mitsuki told us to watch you to make sure you weren't being rude to our classmates. It's all good, Izubro. I know he doesn't mean it. Katsuki is just a little bummed about not getting to fight some robots for stress relief, said Ijiro in defense of the guy he was still holding the shoulder of, not really paying attention to where the group was walking and nearly missing it when they walked up to a small group of other students who were eyeing them curiously. Hi there, Kendo Itsuka, nice to meet you all, said the redhead at the front of the small group standing at the opening to the walkway leading to the dorm building. She was flanked by a young man with silver metallic-looking skin, a young woman with spiky teeth displayed in a huge grin, another girl with vines for hair and a man with strange protrusions on his elbows with a somewhat flat-looking face. The others politely introduced themselves as well before Kendo chose to continue talking as they walked down the walkway together. So you are all first years in the heroics course too? Yep, said Himiko, who chose to have matching green eyes with Izuku today, emphasizing the P at the end with a pop. All of us are in the heroics course this year. What Himiko said. We're all excited to be here and we can't wait to work with you guys for the next 4 years, said Ochako, waving her free hand in an excited manner which the others found incredibly endearing. The group made it to the door and set the net down on the lawn to the side of the door as Ochako deactivated her quirk and let the boxes fall gently to the ground so they could all pick out their own luggage, and Yui shrank everything down to fit in their hands as they moved in through the doorway and made their way to the key holder where the building layout was posted. The group separated from the new people as they all began dropping off their luggage in their new dorm rooms and asking Yui via their link to reverse her quirk when they were ready to begin unpacking. The Midoriyas were all admiring their large dorm suite together and paid particular attention to the bed Momo was placing down in the bedroom that took up almost all of the floor space. It was lucky they were able to pay for the alterations to the building to allow the separate room for closet space and a sizable room for studying that was now lined with their favorite bean bags and fold-out tables. Altogether it took them a little over an hour to get unpacked, and they made their way into the kitchen to begin preparations for lunch and dinner while everyone else was still arriving or unpacking. It was to the sight of all 9 of them working together in the kitchen, preparing a huge spread of different options for lunch and starting the stock to use for dinner over a low flame. More than a few people had stood in the doorway to the kitchen and were simply staring at the clearly well-practiced team cooking away together. The smells were drawing in more and more of the new classmates by the minute. Is it just me, or do they look particularly domestic? Whispered a set of floating clothes. Itsuka would deny it if you said she jumped when she heard the disembodied voice beside her, but managed to get herself together quickly enough to address what seemed to be a girl with an invisibility quirk who was asking her a question. I was just going to ask about that actually. So it wasn't just me? Asked Setsuna, the girl the larger group had met outside before with the spiky teeth, in a conspiratorial whisper. Toru, the presumed invisible girl, squealed quietly and turned to the others beside her. Do you smell some tea being spilled in there? Setsuna's grin split her entire face at the question and she draped her arm across the other girl's shoulders. I smell it too, my romance-loving comrade, she whispered while the others looked at them with raised eyebrows. Move it, grunted a man squeezing through the crowd in the doorway. Izuku, don't forget the chili oil, he shouted into the kitchen. It's on the table already. Kaachan, the tall man sporting a long ponytail of dark but vibrant green hair from his station at the wok. Setsuna was unashamedly staring at the muscular back on display with hungry eyes. Good. Do you need any help with anything? The blonde, Kaachan? Clearly a nickname, asked the group, cooking away in their own little world with what Setsuna and Toru could now see was several instances of soft caresses between everyone in the group. Their eyes were widening and sparkling in recognition. We should be fine, Katsuki, but thank you for the offer. Lunch will be ready in 15 to 20 minutes if you want to start prepping the table and making sure we have enough places for all 40 to 45 of us. Momo responded while she was watching the roux she was stirring. Momo's right, someone should let everyone know soon. Hopefully everyone is here by now. I can't wait to meet all the new people. Mina said while shaking her hips side to side and watching the 4 large pots of water just beginning to come up to temperature. Mina, the pasta won't be ready to go in for another 5 to 8 minutes if you want to go round everyone up, said Kyoka, standing next to the pink girl while she was rolling out the dough to use in the pasta, having already handed off the quick rising dough for the bread sticks to Komori on her other side, who had already finished preparing a garlic and truffle oil to paint onto the bread sticks before they went into the oven to bake. I got it. Mina replied as she turned the heat down and ran off to the stairs to let everyone who wasn't already in the kitchen and dining area know. God, I love how energetic she is. Himiko said as she was leaning against the counter, having finished prepping the salads and fruit basket with a wide grin on her face. The look of affection was obvious to anyone who happened to be looking her way. Oh, before I forget. Did we bring any blood oranges, Izuku? Of course, Himiko, they're in the pantry. Izuku said as he continued tossing the beginnings of fried rice in 2 woks and gently stirring the other wok of mapo tofu. Himiko nodded and walked over to the pantry where she pulled what looked like a normal orange with a blood-red band running around the center of the rind. She drew the eyes of several of the new arrivals as she made her way over to one of the available sinks and punctured the orange with her teeth and began skiing the liquid out of it. The looks turned to concern when they noticed a line of blood running down her chin and into the sink where the water was already running. Itsuka was about to check on the girl to make sure she was okay when a rather tall man with short-cut blue hair walked by her and noticed her concern. Don't worry about the blood. Himiko has a blood quirk and she needs to consume blood as part of her diet. The oranges are a substitute for when we don't know how active we're going to be for the rest of the day, the man, Tenya said as he began helping Katsuki set the table. His words lightened the concern considerably but left the newcomers confused as nearly everyone was now sitting at the table and Mina had moved back to the pasta pots and was getting ready to drop the fresh pasta in to cook. "How long till you guys are ready?" Mina called out to the other cooks. 10 minutes till we can start moving the food to the table. Himiko can start moving the salads and fruits over now if she wants, or someone else can help her if they want. Momo responded to the rest, having given the other cooking stations a quick glance to check. "Pasta going in," the cheerful girl called out and got a response from Achiko, who had finished prepping the sauce for the vegetarian pasta, to confirm it was ready any time. "Fish is nearly done," came a dull response from Yui on the end next to Ochako. She was flipping several dozen salmon fillets for the final time and getting some help from Komori, who had a minute while she was waiting for the breadsticks and had finished helping Kyoka with cutting the various pasta shapes. Momo could be seen grabbing the pot of elbow pasta and draining it before pouring it into the cheese sauce she had finished. A quick mix and she poured the mac and cheese into several casserole dishes which were placed in the oven they had set aside for her to melt the cheese and brown the bread crumbs she had grated on top of each dish. Izuku had taken the mapo tofu off the heat and set it aside while adding the rice to the woks for the fried rice, one vegetarian the other chicken. The bread sticks were coming out of the oven just as the last batch of pasta was tossed into the boiling water, ravioli stuffed with a 3-cheese blend. The fish was being moved from the pans into several long serving dishes with dozens of small cups of soy sauce placed to the side. Kyoka looked over to the table and spotted Tenya. "Hey Tenya, are Mel and May joining us for lunch or dinner today?" she asked while ignoring the look she was getting for using the man's first name after the displays of affection in the kitchen. "They will both be joining us for lunch in a few minutes." Melissa had to drag May out of her room where she has set up her personal workbench already. Tenya replied as he finished helping Kanoko set the bread sticks out at the table. Speaking of the girls, the door opened to the two of them chatting with an older man and woman who walked into the dining area with them. The young men and women who didn't recognize the newcomers moved to stand, understanding that they must be staff members and the girls that were just mentioned. "Feel free to stay seated. Aizawa and I popped over for a chat and introductions. Professor Sekijiro should be heading over as well in a few minutes. He was held up dealing with a new student who was caught trying to sneak into the girls' dorms," the woman said before remembering that she hadn't introduced herself yet. "I am Professor Kayama, or you can refer to me as my hero persona Midnight," she said with a polite bow. "Hello professors," came the calls of the students who were now all setting up at the table. "Are you just doing a meet and greet now, or did you need us for something?" asked Itsuka as she finished helping carry over a tray of mac and cheese. The door opened again and another adult walked into the building, nodding to the other professors who had taken a seat each at the table, so he moved to join them, sitting on the other side of Namiri. "Hello students, I am Professor Sekijiro Kansas. I will be one of your homeroom teachers this year," the new man said with a polite bow, and when he received one in return from the students he raised a questioning eyebrow at the other staff next to him. "To answer your question Kendo, Vlad and I are here for a meet and greet. I'm your other homeroom teacher this year Aizawa Shota," said the man wearing casual clothes. Midnight nodded once, twice, then a grin blossomed on her face. "What Aizawa hasn't said and Vlad doesn't know, is that we're also here to partake of the Midoriya delicacies," she stated, visibly proud of herself for essentially bumming food off a bunch of first-year university students. Her two co-workers could only groan at her antics even as the last dish hit the table, that being the wok filled with mapo tofu. Izuku grinned back at the older woman. "Not a problem, we already assumed we'd have between 40 to 45 people for lunch Ms. Kayama. Don't worry, everything was made with our own ingredients." Aizawa pet an eyebrow at the boy. "Even the fish?" Yui grunted in response with a small nod. It had been her idea to add a set of fish trees to go with the meat trees. The man accepted that at face value and decided to speak up before the large group of people started digging in. "Acceptable. Now before we eat let's go ahead and get introductions out of the way. It's illogical to waste time and be quick so the food doesn't get cold." Mina bounced in her seat next to Toru and Setsuna, having made fast friends with them already. I'll start. I'm a Shido Midoriya Mina. I like to dance and my quirk is acid." She pointedly ignored the looks the hyphenated name earned her and looked to Toru to continue. "I guess I'm next. I'm Hagakure Toru. I like all things cute and my quirk is invisibility," the talking clothes said while raising a hand in the air holding a spoon, which was the only indication that she had raised her arm. "Hello, I'm Ojiro Mashireo. I am a martial artist and my quirk is tail," the blonde boy next to Toru said. His most notable feature after the large tail was just how plain he looked. "I'll go next then, I'm Sata Rikido. I love to bake and my quirk is Sugar Rush," he introduced himself while staring at the bread sticks, seemingly in an attempt to dissect them with his eyes. "I believe I am next. Greetings. I am Tokoyami Fumikage, a denizen of the night. I enjoy gazing into the abyss and my quirk is Dark Shadow, the young man said in a deep and spooky-sounding voice as he pointed to the shadow creature that had popped out of his stomach and was reaching for an apple. I'm Dark Shadow. I like to fight and I love apples. I shall go next if you don't mind. My name is Shiozaki Ibra. I am a devout follower of God and my blessing is vines, the young woman said while holding her hands in prayer over her plate of salad and salmon. Hi. I'm Koji Koda. I don't talk much and my quirk I is Ani voice, the large man sitting next to her said very quietly. If the room wasn't silent during the introductions no one would have heard him. I am Shoji Mizo. I enjoy hiking and meditating, I'm also a minimalist. My quirk is dupliarms as you may have been able to tell, the next very large man said through a mouth he grew at the end of one of his 6 arms which was so cool. Kodai Midoriya Yui. I enjoy tokusatsu and my quirk is size, she said, also ignoring the even more confused look she was getting at the name. Todoroki Shoto, it's nice to meet you. I enjoy cold soba and my quirk is half hot half cold. Shoto said, having become slightly more outgoing in the years since he met the others. Kaminari Denki at your service. I enjoy anything cool, playing games, and hanging out with friends. My quirk is electrification. Denki shouted from his seat pointing finger guns at people at random, which earned him a kick to his calf from Kyoka next to him. I'm Jiru Midoriya Kyoka. I enjoy music in all its forms and my quirk is earphone jack, she said while waving said jacks in greeting, also pointedly ignoring the stares she was getting from the name. I'm Tetsu. I like all things manly and my quirk is called Steel, the silver-skinned boy beside her shouted, much to Kyoka's ire. Nice man. I'm Kirishima Ijiro. I also like all things manly and my quirk is hardening. Ijiro said as he and Tetsu banged their hardened forearms together, again much to Kyoka's dismay. I am Kojiro Bondo. I like building model kits and my quirk is Semidine, a tall man with the head of a, was that a candle topper or a glue dispenser? Oh. I'm Pony. Tsunatori Pony. I like anime and apples. My quirk is Horn Cannon. I'm from America so if I mess up words I'm sorry, said an adorable young woman with long horns pointed out and up from her head with large eyes. Hello. I am Ida Tenya. I enjoy running and my quirk is Engine. I endeavor to have several rewarding years as your classmate. Tenya said while chopping his right arm up and down for effect. This got a chuckle out of his friend group. I am Jirota Shishida. I enjoy reading and taking naps. My quirk is called Beast. I also hope to enjoy our time together, said a bespectacled and well-mannered but very hairy young man. I shall go next. My name is Shirhai Kurwaro. I am pleased to see that I have a fellow Abyss Walker in the class and do hope we can convene at a later time. My quirk is called Black, said a young man with white hair who was seemingly made of the color black nodded sagely towards Tokoyami who immediately returned the nod. Hello everyone. I'm Siro Hanta. I enjoy hanging out and playing games and my quirk is Tape. Come see me to lose at Hero Smash. The boy from earlier with the strange protrusions on his elbows introduced himself and instantly made a target of himself. I am going to crush you at Hero Smash. I'm Bakugo Katsuki and I will be the #1 hero. My quirk is Explosion. I'll take you all on at anything. Katsuki essentially exploded out of his chair with his intro. I'm Manga Fukudashi, yes I know my parents were cruel when they named me. I enjoy drawing and my quirk is called Comic, said a man with a, is his head a speech bubble? A sleepy-looking man was next in line but he had an expression on his face that told everyone that he'd rather be in bed than at the dining table. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. I like cats and my quirk is brainwashing, he said and returned to his hunched-over posture clearly waiting to eat. I'm next. I am Tagaru Kamakiri. I'll fight any one of you anytime you want to throw down. I also like collecting bugs sometimes and my quirk is razor sharp, the mantis-looking guy said while blades became visible on his arms briefly. Hello everyone. I'm Komori Midoriya Kanoko. I enjoy all things mushroom and I'm going to become an idol hero. My quirk is Mushroom, she demonstrated by growing a truffle and placing it on the table in front of her while ignoring the glances she got for her name. Yosetsu Away's here. I enjoy playing mobile games and my quirk is Weld, called out the next in line at the table. Another slightly plain-looking man who was currently shifting his eyes between the food options on the table. Sen Kaibara. I like cameras and enjoy doing photography so if you want to volunteer as a model let me know. My quirk is Gyrate. Kaibara said while lazily holding his left arm up and letting his arm begin spinning rapidly for a few seconds. Hello everyone. I am Yayorozu Midoriya Momo, pleased to make your acquaintance. I enjoy reading and practicing with different types of weapons in my spare time. My quirk is called Creation. Momo introduced herself while standing and giving a polite bow to the rest of the table. She gracefully ignored the increasingly confused glance that were now bouncing between herself and the other girls who had gone before. Hi there. I'm Uraraka Midoriya Ochako. I love Machi and my quirk is called Zero Gravity. I hope we can get along. Ochako said while waving at everyone and closing her eyes as she smiled to ignore the stares. It's a pleasure for you all. I am Nito Monoma. I hope to help us all grow into the best heroes we can be. I enjoy French cuisine and my quirk is copy, the next in line said while giving an exaggerated bow, though he had a face that screamed like it wanted to be punched. More than a little weirded out, the next seat cleared his throat. I am Juzo Hananuki. I enjoy massages, both giving and receiving them, and my quirk is called softening. I'm Nirenjiki Shota. I really enjoy watching boxing matches and my quirk is called Twin Impact. I hope we enjoy our time here together. Shota said with yet another polite bow. Hello all. I'm Kendo Itsuka and I enjoy coffee and motorcycles. I'm always willing to lend a hand, so don't be afraid to ask if you need any. My quirk is Big Fist. The redhead from earlier introduced herself to the rest of the class. Izuku wasn't sure if the willing to lend a hand bit was supposed to be a pun. Hi there. I'm Midoriya Himiko. I enjoy all things cute, especially plushies. My quirk is called Transform. I hope we can all have fun. If you want tips on knife fighting, I'm your girl, she said with a wide smile, fangs fully visible. She was clearly enjoying meeting so many new people and was eyeing Toru intently after hearing about another cuteness lover. She was also skillfully ignoring the looks she was getting for her name, the looks being more intense than the other girls due to not having a hyphenated name. Karo, hello everyone, I'm Azua Midoriya Tsuyu, but please call me Tsu. I enjoy rainy days and jelly. My quirk is called Frog. Tsu introduced herself while closely guarding a bowl of jelly Izuku had placed down as the introductions were going along. She didn't even bother to ignore the glances she got. She stared back at them without flinching. I am Koziite Tsuburaba. I enjoy superhero movies and various ball games. My quirk is called Solid Air, said a young man with slightly strange-looking oval-shaped eyes and large pupils. Greetings all. I am called Reiko Yanagi. I enjoy perusing the web and spooky things. My quirk is known as Poltergeist. I will endeavor to do my best with each of you, a silver-haired woman said as she poked her chopsticks into the ravioli on her plate. Greetings to you all, I am Hiryu Rin. I enjoy sushi in every season other than winter. My quirk is called Scales, said a clearly foreign student sitting next to Izuku. Izuku was pretty sure he was from China but didn't want to interrupt the introductions. Hello. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I enjoy quirk analysis and gardening. My quirk is called Fantastical Botany. I hope we can all enjoy our time here as we work to become the best heroes we can be. Izuku said as he was spooning mapo tofu into a bowl to go with his fried rice and salad with apple slices on the side. He was also ignoring the looks he was getting, though he was blushing a fair bit. Setsuna saw the blush and a predatory grin appeared on her face. Hehehe, I'm Tokage Setsuna and I enjoy dinosaurs and snooping out tea to spill. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter, she said as her head popped off and rolled down her arm towards Izuku, where it stopped and smirked in his face, instantly putting him on edge, which she found hilarious. Oh. Mei and I aren't from the heroics course, but since we're here. I'm Melissa Shield or Shield Melissa, whichever way you prefer. I am here as a transfer student from I-Island and I'm part of the support course. Melissa said in her upbeat tone while visibly holding herself back from the homemade mac and cheese. Oh, I'm supposed to do this too? Okay. I'm Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. I'm also part of the support course with Mel here and my quirk is Zoom. Feel free to come to me for babies. Mei said with her trademark manic smile. Babies, came the screams of most of the others around the table. Mei means her inventions. Honestly, Mei. I know that you know how people see that phrase, at least try not to give people heart attacks. Melissa chided the pink-haired techie beside her. No promises. Mei replied as she cackled. Aizawa sighed heavily while piling his plate up, deciding that was the best he was going to get. He spoke up before the table devolved into a feeding frenzy. Now that introductions are out of the way, a quick word before we eat, he started, much to the dismay of everyone else at the table. He smirked internally. Tomorrow we're going to have a quirk apprehension test at 9 in the morning, so eat a light breakfast and stretch before you arrive in your gym clothes to the testing field. Aside from that, curfew is 10 p.m. and if you need anything, the numbers for your professors are by the key stand. Finally, if you haven't realized it, this whole combined class thing is new to us teachers this year due to uncommon circumstances. If you're having issues in classes, let us know because we're trying to see how this type of class does in comparison to our normal 2 classes of 20 students each. That's it from me, eat up. Vlad clearly wanted to say something, but Namuri smacked his shoulder and glared at him until he picked up his spoon to try the mapo tofu. Izuku realized he hadn't mentioned the chili oil to anyone yet, so he spoke in between mouthfuls of fried rice. If you want chili oil, it's in the center of the table, but fair warning, use it sparingly unless you really enjoy hot food. I used a teaspoon in the wok with the mapo tofu, so just take that into consideration. Momo, being the most recent victim of the unexpected chili oil lips, spoke up in confirmation, please take the warning seriously. I haven't had it measured on the Scoville scale yet, but it's not something a normal human being would willingly eat. Even second-hand, it's excruciating. Second-hand, piped up Setsuna with a smirk that turned Momo's face scarlet. Set nearly busted a gut laughing. Lunch was a pleasant affair after that. Many of them trying Izuku's produce for the first time and greatly enjoying the experience. Many compliments were given to the chefs, who did their best to not turn new shades of red, other than Himiko and Mina, who simply ate up the compliments. Shortly after everyone had finished eating, there were no leftovers. Much to everyone's chagrin, Shota sat back in his chair and turned towards Izuku, who was already starting to stand up to start clearing the table, and stopped him. Not so fast, Midoriya. Those who didn't cook will do the cleaning. It's the least they can do to repay you all for that meal. Also, Nizu and I wanted to let you know that the new blend you gave him was very enjoyable. If you have another blend that has coffee notes, I'll happily try them out for you. Izuku sat back down bashfully while noting that Momo had done the same, the rest unable to move just yet. He perked up when he heard the compliments for the tea though. Thanks for the feedback, Aizawa-sensei. We weren't sure if the coffee notes were going to mess with the other flavors of the tea. I have some here if you want a cup? Shota had a slight glint in his eye at that and nodded his head while Izuku got up to prepare a large pot of the tea, with Momo assuming at least half of the class would like some as well. The tea was accepted and enjoyed by everyone while Kendo asked for seconds and thirds along with Aizawa. The two gave each other nods of confirmation from one coffee drinker to another before looking at Shinso, who was on his fourth cup with shocked expressions. Dinner was a class-only affair with new dishes from the Midoriya clan that were enjoyed with as much fervor as lunch was. It was after dinner when Setsuna and Toru grabbed Mina and interrogated her about the names. Like sharks smelling blood, they could sense when there was tea to be spilled. Mina for her part wanted dearly to tell them, but she sent the request over the bond and Momo discussed it with everyone else and decided to call a short meeting in the common room to clear the air once and not have to talk about it later. Excuse me everyone. Momo called out, getting the attention of everyone. Could I please have your attention briefly in the common room to discuss an important topic and maybe a few other topics if need be? Many grunts from people still too full to move were heard as they did their best to make it to a couch in the common room. Thank you all. I know some of you are still resting from eating a bit too much at dinner, but we wanted to get this over with before any more pestering happened. Momo started with a bow. As she stood back up, she called the bonded to stand with her and waited until all 9 of them were together. As a lot of you probably noticed, we share a family name. Tsuyu continued Momo's line in her typical blunt manner. It's not an accident, nor are we siblings, adopted or otherwise. Himiko said with a sheet-eating grin on her face, mirrored by Mina, who jumped in next. We're married. Mina shouted, much to Izuku and Momo's resignation. They couldn't hold it against her, however, and gave the pink woman an affectionate shoulder squeeze, which Mina accepted gratefully. The room was silent for a moment as the news washed over them. But only a moment. The Midoriyas spent the rest of the evening answering questions about their relationship as long as they weren't inappropriate, and collectively left the common room at 9 while reminding everyone about the test tomorrow, which earned a groan from everyone, including the one still washing dishes in the kitchen, who all collectively told Izuku to leave the kitchen when he offered to help them. Well then. See if I offer to help with the dishes again. You will, came the response from everyone who was linked to him as he realized he broadcast his thought to them all. He shook his head, and just before he took the first step up the stairs to their suite, he turned to the room at large again. Before I forget, we need to have another meeting after the test tomorrow. Aizawa-sensei will be in attendance and Dean Nizu might be as well. Good night all. There are certain advantages to running the background operations in the remains of the world's most powerful supervillain's lair. Lots of funds to run all sorts of experiments. No one getting in the way with speeches about ethics. All the manpower you could want in the form of servants who are programmed to only listen to orders. If only there were someone Garaki could turn to bounce ideas off of. Nah, he'd have them killed at the first disagreement. The only one able to tell him no was and always will be his soon-to-be resurrected master. He allowed Tamura to think he could have whatever he wanted as long as it didn't cut into his supplies for his experiments, and if he ever asked for something the doctor didn't have access to or didn't want to part with, he just told the manchild that the heroes busted another one of the warehouses and took whatever the item was he wanted. It served to both shut the PSS ant's mouth when it came to asking for something and rapidly built the subject's anger towards heroes. Garaki had determined that Tamura was sufficiently angry at the current state of society about a month ago and was just now starting to gather the equipment and materials to begin the process of preparing the young man's body for his master to take it over. He, naturally, didn't tell Tamura anything other than the procedure would take 4 months and would be exceedingly painful, but the end result would allow him to destroy society as he wished. The naive brat believed him and has currently spent the time since he was informed about the operation making plans. Garaki could only scoff at the notion of that worm ever forming a working plan that didn't boil down to walk in, monologue, try to dust people, get mad when it doesn't work, run away screaming about how he'd kill everyone. Honestly, it was tiring. He couldn't wait to start the process in 2 weeks. Then he'd never have to listen to the idiot whining ever again. Slam. And there goes the butt-hat slamming his door open again. Does he not understand that some of the equipment is extremely sensitive to sound and pressure? Doctor. I need one of the near high ends. I have a plan to kill All Might and might be able to pull it off before the operation starts. Tamura screamed into the lab, totally ignorant of his own importance to the man currently going through a breathing exercise to calm his rage. Tamura. I cannot give you one of the near high ends for a half-ped plan that you haven't even explained to me, he said, trying to be polite in his rejection if only to get the boy to go back and rework his plan. That's not an issue, doctor. I managed to capture one of the second-year Hero Course students with Jiren's help last week and found out that all first-year Hero Course students take a practical lesson on rescue work during the end of their second week in the university at a remote facility that can be disconnected from the monitoring network of the main school building by a simple electrical quirk. We've already tracked down a thug capable of disrupting signals, we just need some muscle to actually pull off the boss raid, the boy shouted, still not seeming to understand that inside voices are a thing. Garaki actually paused at this. This was valuable information and a remarkable thought process for the idiot in front of him. Maybe he has been insulting the child's intelligence too much. No, never mind, he is probably just imitating something from one of his video games. Well, Tamura, I must say that I am impressed with the thought and work you've already put into this. Your sensei would be proud. He was barely able to avoid sneering at the thought of sensei ever actually finding anything Tamura planned worthwhile. Suppose I gave you the choice of which near high end you brought with you, which would you pick? I thought about it for a while. I know we have the anti-symbol of peace and all, but it occurred to me that it might not be enough to fight All Might on its own. Do we have anything that can apply debuffs to specific targets that I can bring with that Nomu? Tamura asked while walking slowly around the tubes containing the most recent batch of the doctor's experiments. Something to weaken the hero while Absorber takes his attention and the brunt of the fight? I don't have something like that could actually work on All Might right now. Tamura began to growl at this, which the doctor ignored. All Might's body could naturally stop most of the Nomu with debilitating effects from ever actually activating on him due to them all needing to cause physical harm to the man for the quirk effects to function. The doctor mused before slapping his palm with his closed fist in a eureka moment. Why bother debilitating All Might when we could empower Absorber? I have a support-type Nomu sitting around collecting dust based on the second-generation support hero, Booster Gold, that Sensei appropriated his quirk from about 100 years ago. He didn't use it himself because it could only be used on others, but if we send it to assist Absorber, it might actually be capable of fighting All Might on equal grounds. Very well. You may bring those 2 Nomu if you can find out exactly when and where the students will be training so that you know when to assault them. Good. If this works out, All Might could fall in front of all of his new students. Just thinking about it is maddeningly terrific. I will go now. I need to gather more info before the raid, he said as he walked out the door, completely disregarding any possible follow-up from the person he came to request help from. Deep breaths, Garaki. Deep breaths. He'll be gone forever in less than half a year, the mantra repeated over and over in the doctor's head as he turned back to his notes on the previous failed experiment. He'd let the idiot try once and then. Blissful silence. There was a general air of excitement on the pitch as the students gathered for the test. The Midoriyas had cooked a light breakfast for everyone early in the morning and then led them all through light warm-up exercises to make sure they were ready for strenuous activity. They were all chatting together while waiting for their professors to arrive when Kyoka and Shoji straightened up and stood to attention, prompting the rest of the class to do the same. Aizawa and Vlad walked around the corner shortly afterwards and closed the distance between them calmly, Vlad with an intense look on his face and Aizawa seemingly wanting to fall back asleep. Izuku and his friends knew that was all an act. The man was wide awake and ready to fight an army and win. Good morning, students. Vlad shouted, giving off the clear impression that he was or had wanted to be a military man at some point in his career. He served 4 years in the JSDF while studying for his teaching license. Good morning, senseis, the students all responded, subconsciously matching his energy. As I said last night, we're doing a quirk apprehension test this morning. These are the standardized tests you've all been taking since starting grade school, but we want you to do them with your quirks. I'm not looking for who the best is. I'm not interested in who the worst is. I want to see what you can do right now to gauge what you need help in, and so that our fitness instructor can plan out a tailored workout plan for each of you to improve physically. Aizawa said in a tired voice. He had been warned to not use one of his logical ruses this morning by the dean, so he was a little put out. Then again, there is always more than one way to get the best out of your students. That said, the person who comes in last will be punished with extra duties for the first month of the term. I suggest you all give it your plus ultra. The students had all paled at this, the 15 who had trained with Aizawa for years even more so. Hagakure seemed like she was going to object, but Mina, somehow sensing this, slapped her hand over the invisible girl's mouth to stop her before she could make a sound. You'll be going through these tests in alphabetical order, so let's get started, maggots. Vlad shouted as they all ran over the 50-meter dash lanes he gestured to. I still can't believe Ochako got an infinity. Setsuna said as the girls were heading back from the field after a full 4 hours of testing. Her quirk manipulates gravity, it makes perfect sense that she could yeet something out of the planet's orbit. I just can't believe Izuku crushed the grip tester with his bare hands. I'm gonna have dreams about that for a while. Momo muttered in reply, not really thinking about what she was saying as had become habit with her friends. Oh ho! Setsuna said with a sheet-eating grin, dreaming about one of my fellow greenies and the brute strength in his hands. Yamamo? What? No. I didn't say that. Momo screeched in panic before remembering that everyone already knew about their relationship and giving Setsuna the stink eye. Why you? Of course I fantasize about my husband. Set could only cackle. Momo eventually got her blush under control and calmed herself enough to stop glaring at the newest addition to those who tease. Mina, Himiko, and surprisingly Tsuyu were relentless. She straightened her posture and turned to address the rest of the class. Please remember that after changing we are to meet back up in the common room for a critically important mandatory meeting. Try to be ready within 20 minutes, as that is when Professor Aizawa will announce his presence. She then moved into the women's changing room to get in a quick shower and change to make it back herself in time. Momo's right, everyone. Tenya shouted, getting him to stop shouting. All of his instructions had been a work in progress for the last decade. He was getting better at it but was still more likely to forget. Let us make haste so that we can get all of our required activities out of the way for the day and enjoy our remaining afternoon and evening. Yes, Dad. Denki and Ijiro exclaimed in mock salute with well-practiced smirks. Not wanting to stand around and get another talking to, they booked it into the men's changing room, followed by everyone else, while Tenya stood there, mouth open, and chopping the air with his hand absent-mindedly. He then made the executive decision that it just wasn't worth the headache and followed the crowd. You could hear a cricket in the common room of the dorms now, after the big revelation. It hadn't taken as long as the adults had a few years back, which may or may not be a bad thing. Always read the contract fully front to back. Yes, Tenya Ida, and they'd even done a short tour around the garden dimension before coming back out and asking for questions or concerns. The quiet they were now experiencing was due to the shock of just how ridiculous Izuku's quirk actually was and trying to come to terms with possible immortality. While the 25 new faces were coming to terms with their 15 dorm mates being botanically enhanced, the married group decided to cook lunch, opting for more energy-dense food options like pasta and a vegetarian chili that Izuku had started at 3 a.m. Most of the food was done before the first person snapped out of it and managed a very intelligent bois. Maybe Sato had a little too much sugar recently? The noise did manage to break the rest from their trances though, as they whipped around to the kitchen and dining area filled with the rest of their classmates and their instructors. What do you mean you won't age or get PRGNNT unless you want to? Shouted a very distressed but also incredibly interested Hagakure, who was instantly pointed at by the other girls still seated on the couches. Mina decided she was going to be the one to explain. Izuku tried really hard not to think of the irony in that. Mina was smart when she wanted to be. Yeah, we'll age up until we reach our physical prime and stop there. You may have noticed our instructors look only slightly older than us? The others nodded along, thinking that it had been odd when they'd met last night and interacted this morning. Mina continued, that's because they're all using makeup to make themselves look as old as they should be when out on patrols or making public appearances. Dean Nizu has been careful to not let the reason himself, Recovery Girl, All Might, and Endeavor have all regressed in age become known. He blamed a recently deceased convict who had managed to get their hands on an experimental batch of trigger for the de-aging for themselves, but he has no way to explain the professors as they weren't part of the original press release, and he didn't want us getting into trouble if someone found out the actual cause. Aizawa decided to chime in. She's right, he said during a pause in chewing fresh garlic bread. It's really annoying, but we've got a makeup artist on retainer here in the university who's under an ironclad kenda very similar to the ones you all signed an hour ago. Mina nodded and kept going. As far as the no PRGNNCY thing goes, it was one of the first things Izuku made for us girls when Momo hit PBRTY before the rest of us. Mamadoriya sat us all down and explained PRDS and the birds and the bees, and the next week Izuku had each of us eat a mango that stopped us from going through the normal MNSTRL cycle. It's reversible for when we want to have kids, but until we finish our education, none of us can physically become PRGNNT as we don't get our PRDS in the first place. It also kills off SPRM cells that make it past the CRVX as a form of redundancy. Several of the men on the couches were blushing a little and clearly uncomfortable with the topic, but were laughed at by Setsuna. Oh, relax, you should have really gotten over being embarrassed by PRD talks by now. What were you going to do if a female teammate needed you to grab supplies for them in an emergency? That aside, she turned her head back to the pink-skinned woman who had turned back to making more sauces for the pastas on the boil for their lunches. Count me in for the birth control mango. It sounds a hell of a lot easier than having to remember a pill every day or getting a shot at specific times. Shiozaki lightly slapped the woman on the shoulder with a smooth vine and sent a glare her way. Aside from her vulgarity, I agree, having the option of foregoing a week of pain every month sounds delightful. While my religion historically didn't like the idea of birth control, my pastor waived those concerns when they found out how bad I had it with certain complications. Having an easy method of regulating PRDS was literally a godsend for me, she said as she clasped her hands in prayer. Izuku shouted from his section at the stove, making sure the spice levels were just right for the 8 different pots of chili. No problem, ladies, the tree has never been taken down, one of us can grab them for you after lunch. Kyoka, having just now seen what Izuku was cooking, had her jack swing into action like a pair of vipers pointed at him. Midoriya, Izuku, those better not have any of your chili oil in them. Her outburst caused the others to stare angrily at the man's back as he hunched up briefly before grabbing a wooden spoon he had kept separate from the others and tapped 2 of the pots. Only these 2? 1 meat and 1 vegetarian option at the highest heat level. That's all. Promise. I have made 4 different heat levels for both types. I'd never force people to eat my chili oil, he sputtered out as quickly as he could, to the general relief of literally everyone else in the kitchen except for Katsuki, who was now eyeing both pots like they were his Christmas gifts come early. Vlad King stood up when the food started hitting the table and announced, "We've given your results to our in-house physical trainer and he's currently coming up with personalized training schedules for each of you. You'll have half an hour after we're done eating to digest, and then your physical training for the day will begin in earnest." "Yes, sensei," came the less than super enthused reply from the students, who were all more than ready to get into the food. "I wonder who the phys ed guy is supposed to be? Must be someone who runs a gym locally or something, right?" asked Kurwaro. He missed the stony faces that a little under half the class got when he was looking out over the training gym. Though from the sounds of it, it won't be a mystery in another couple of seconds, as Kyoka frozen up and Shoji's eyes widened while one of his arms sprouted a mouth and muttered, "No way." The others were looking at him in confusion until one by one they started hearing something on the wind that sounded suspiciously like a very familiar laugh. Their eyes growing larger as the laughter grew in volume, and they started hearing the wind whistling from outside. Before they could turn and rush out, they heard a loud impact as a special landing pad outside the building took the full brunt of a very large man hitting it at an incredible speed from very far away. They all managed to turn in time to see the silhouette becoming clearer as the behemoth of a man stood to his full height and posed with his hands on his hips and flexed the dust away to reveal himself in all of his glory. "All Might!" came the collective shout of 25 wholly unprepared students, and silence from the other 15. The ones who were overwhelmed were too busy to notice that fact though until they saw a HRNSS on his chest and a small, comparatively, container on his back opened up to allow a girl a few years younger than them with familiar long dark green hair parted around 2 beautiful antlers, who was wearing a long white and peach-colored sundress while her visible arms and legs were covered in light brown fuzz-like fur, and a pair of red open-toed sandals with straps that extended midway up her calves to jump down and smooth her dress out before turning to them. "Aizu and I," she screamed as she ran surprisingly quickly towards Izuku while most of the others were dumbfounded. "Rina-chan," he shouted just as loudly and caught her by her hips as she jumped at him, spinning them both around twice before bringing her in for a hug and putting her down again as she grinned back up to him, green eyes glinting with glee and mischief. "Who's the total cutie?" came a voice near the center of the line, shortly after exposed as Tsunatori, her face brightening up at the possibility of having another friend with horns. The girl shinnied out of Izuku's grip and backed up to stand beside All Might again and posed just like him. who was still standing there with his hands on his hips and a massive smile on his face, as she brought a thumb up to her chest and said, "I'm Midoriya Rina, sister of Izuku and the greatest quirk-based healer you're ever gonna meet." The rest of the class could feel the pride rolling off of Izuku and to a lesser extent the rest of his friend group and All Might himself. Speaking of the big man, he laughed loudly and jovially. "Indeed, young Midoriya here is without question one of the best healers I've ever met, bar none. She's here on request from myself and the university's head nurse, recovery girl, to make sure that you all don't get too injured in our training session, as we're going to be going over types of exercises you've never done and machines you've never used. Injuries are expected but not encouraged," he finished with a slightly wider grin, if such a thing were possible. "Now then, I've been hired to come up with detailed and personalized workout and dietary plans for each of you to help you get into tip-top shape for the most demanding job in the world. I've brought you each a folder in the capsule on my back that my assistant for the day wrote in that she will be passing out to you all now." He paused as Rina got to passing out the folders and took only a little glee from watching the students' eyes pop out at the details within. "You may each take a minute or two to flip through it, but I will let you know that these plans are very detailed and you will be adhering to them as far as can be expected. Sometimes injuries or illnesses might stop you for a day or two, but you will be expected to follow these plans to the letter otherwise. You'll notice that Sundays are your designated rest days. There will be no strenuous activity on that day of the week. I'm going to have you working your muscles hard 6 days out of the week and your bodies are going to need that day to unwind and heal properly. The Midoriyas are all licensed nutritionists and will be helping with the meal plan sections as part of the requirements to keep their shared room, so any questions about substitutions you may need for dietary requirements, go through them and then me again to approve them beforehand. Speaking of nutrition, you've all had a hearty lunch, so let's get started on some cardio as a collective. No quirks, just pure body and effort everyone. Your greatest tool on the job other than your mind is your body, so let's get those tools up to snuff." What followed was a grueling 6 hours of heavy physical exertion that had nearly everyone gasping for air and absolutely soaked in sweat. The only way they had been able to continue being the sports drinks they were ordered to pick from and regular stretching to relieve muscle cramps as they went. Finally All Might, also coated in sweat, stood in front of them again and grinned, "Well done, Zygotes. This is going to be similar to what 6 days of your week will look like over the course of the next 4 years. Some changes will be made if you decide to take one of the Holly Berries half a year from now, when we know you're going to stick to the hero course to allow for you to get used to your bodies again, but other than that PRD of time, this is what you can look forward to." His only response was half-hearted groans from most of the class at his chipper attitude. Izuku was pretty sure he heard Yanagi die a little inside when she heard this was going to be an everyday thing. He and his group were honestly a little lucky. They were already used to the workouts All Might would be putting them through, as they had already been doing them for years at this point. It did, however, mean that their plans were far more intense than the others, so pros and cons and all that. "Alright everyone, off to the showers, get some good food in you and relax for a while before bed, let your body repair itself from the workout we just put it through and get ready for more tomorrow. We'll have you in peak physical condition within the year and maintaining that point while making improvements no one else could make afterwards. Onwards," he shouted as he vanished from where he was standing, and the students heard Rina open the door to the gym and start walking back to the dorms. "Hurry up guys. I'm going to get started on my homework while you all get cleaned up and start dinner," she called out as she dashed away faster than most of them thought possible. Tsunatori turned towards Izuku and asked with stars in her eyes, "Your sister is like me?" Not wanting to burst the young woman's bubble but needing to be honest, he scratched the back of his head. "Well, not as much as you might think." He gulped at her continued enthusiasm. "You see, Rina is well, she's not a heteromorph type. What you've seen today is her disguise for going out in public. She has an emitter stockpiler type quirk that she makes use of while healing. Her physical appearance is due to a plant I created to keep her safe while she's out and about." He watched her eyes dim a little as her face fell upon hearing that and couldn't stand the instant sadness. "She still has a horn though," he said quickly, watching as her face lit back up again in response. "She only has the one, on the right side of her forehead, but she does have one. It varies in length depending on how much energy she is using at any given time, but it's typically as long as the antlers you saw her having just now." Pony jumped in place several times before making a mad dash to the showers and shouting behind her, "Yes! More horned friends!" Mina, having heard the girl and finally putting 2 and 2 together, lit up as well and chased after her while screaming, "Horn buddy, wait for me." Yui chuckled in fondness and commented mentally to the bonded that she loved watching Mina run around like that, as it did wonderful things to her, but making the pink woman stop in the doorway and pull her eyelid down and stick her tongue out at the stoic woman before continuing after her new horned friend. Kanoko was blushing up a storm for a moment afterwards that Setsuna and Hagakure somehow caught and pounced on as everyone else filed out of the gym and headed to their new home for the evening. Tsukachi was enjoying a cup of his new favorite tea when his partner, Sansa, barged into his office and tossed a file on his desk. He paused, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath before putting his coffee down and picking the offending folder up off his desk and pointing a glare at the cat-faced man. "Don't look at me like that, you need to see this," Sansa complained, his fur standing on end in panic. Tsukachi didn't like that look, it always meant trouble and overtime. He sighed again as he opened the folder and glanced at the first page, then closed his eyes and the folder. Before slapping it back down on the desk and muttering F-da. "That was my reaction too," his partner half-shouted. Several seconds later he picked the folder back up and looked through it carefully, his brows furrowing more and more the longer he read until he got through the last page of the report and set it down again, bringing his hands up to hold up his head as he laid it down on them to lean over the desk. F-. Sansa had sat down on the small couch they had put in years ago when they had gotten the larger office and was stress-cleaning his arms. "I didn't even know the Chinese mafia was still around. Why are they operating in Japan? It makes no sense." Naomasa groaned aloud at that, gruffly replying, "It does. The Chinese government just released a new set of laws that are effectively cracking down on some of their territory. They're probably expanding to neighboring countries to continue funding their operations." Sansa sighed, having remembered the press release for that. "How is our arresting procedure going to go with them? Will there be jurisdiction versus nationality problems, do you think?" Naomasa was already done with this whole topic. He was so happy to be done with the Yakuza only to be given this information now and knowing he'll be having to deal with an entirely different group of organized crime. "Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you right now. I guess we're going to have to go speak to the chief about this so we don't end up stepping on some other government's toes. Why couldn't they just get normal jobs like everyone else? It's not like China is that far behind Japan on their reforms, right?" It was Sansa's turn to groan here. "Hate to break it to you now, but no, there's been a lot of pushback by the public and the businesses in China on the reform laws, probably driven by the very mafia that's trying to break into Japan now, that's kept the most effective changes from going through as of now." Tsukachi Naomasa hated his job sometimes.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.